What is up with the squad? Good morning. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Baseline Brunch. Let the conversations begin. We got the ladies in the building. Commish, Brittany, and High Life in spirit. What is the deal, ladies? What's happening?
Good morning.
Rum pum pum pum, rum pum pum pum, man down.
Oh my gosh, not man down. Okay, let me get this out the way. This is something I gotta do because South Carolina. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Ladies, how y'all feeling? What's up? Let's go. Let's get into it. And it's not just us coming on down, but out of respect for all of the stuff that we talked, and as cocky as we are, we get that out the way first thing, bro. Good morning, Gamecock fanatic. What's happening? ATL Erica, Mocha Latte, Court Bentley, Nandi, what's happening? Joe Mama, what's good? Loretta, what's happening? How y'all feeling? Y'all let me know. Week 11, it changed everything. Y'all drop y'all takes in the chat. We talking about them. Ladies, we don't have to go straight to Gamecocks. Let's clear out some of these other things that took place this week. What's on your mind?
Well, we started with, I'm sure there were games on Sunday, but really the games on Monday
Great
for
games.
MLK Day / the Coretta Scott Classic. The two games that happened were really both really good games. We started with TCU, Ohio State. I think what we've been saying all along was interesting. I was actually disappointed in Ohio State. I felt like they came out flat. We're getting punked by TCU to start the game. But then we're able to come on. I think Chance Gray was amazing. She was coming down, hitting a lot of transition threes. Was able to kind of get them back in it. Defensively, I wasn't understanding why they were pressing. It ended up working out a little more in their favor as the game went on, but I was like, this isn't doing anything, in my opinion. I didn't feel like it was stopping TCU from getting into their offensive set. I don't think it was taking up a lot of time. It just felt like Olivia Miles was still getting the ball. So I was not understanding it for the longest, but it ended up working out. I think Jelani Cambridge struggled, right? But she was able to make some plays in crunch time for them. I really liked what Kennedy gave them. While she didn't necessarily fill up the box score, but I thought her defense, her deflections were very timely, even a couple points here and there. TCU, yeah, I've been saying it. I just really didn't. I mean, Olivia Miles was shooting decently. Let me check the box score and make sure she wasn't a tour dates. But I mean, she was hitting shots. But it continues to be my issue that I've been calling out all along with Olivia. I just feel like, and people keep people's takeaway is like, oh look, she doesn't have help. She has to do everything. That's not true. And she did shoot tour dates, 6 for 16, like 1 for 7 from 3. She did have a double, almost had a trip dub. I guess she was 3 assists away. Had she passed the ball a little bit more, she probably would have gotten it and they probably would have won. Let me look at her turnovers. Yeah, 4. Marta Suarez, Lord child, 2 points, 1 for 6, 0 for 4 from 3, 9 turnovers. She almost had a double with rebounds and turnovers. She had 7 rebounds, 9 turnovers. That's no bueno. Silva, I thought, was a mixed bag. I thought something about Silva that I noticed. If she's able to run at you, she gets blocks. But if she actually has to play you for real, she gets fouls. But I digress. And then I thought Big B came in, was pretty good for them. She was their next highest scorer, 14 points, 5 for 10, 4 for 6 from 3. Yeah, it was kind of meh. Jelani Cambridge also tore dates, 7 for 22. She ended up with 18 points, but I just felt like her effectiveness wasn't quite there. She was missing shots, but again, like I said, came through when they needed her. So, congrats to Ohio State.
Yeah, that game, it was a good game. I think one thing that I found interesting about it in those final closing minutes, I think it was TCU down a point, and Olivia decides to take the three. When you're
Correct.
one of six before that,
Mhm.
you're only down a point, and you've been able to get to the basket. Whether it's all right, her being able to get the penetration and
Kick out.
and kick it out, or be able to get it off to the big, or take it to the hole herself. It just didn't make sense to say, all right, yeah, I'm just gonna hit this. We're just gonna hit this setback three. For what purpose? You're only down a point. You don't need a three. And so like that's the mind-boggling thing to me. When it came down to crunch time, you decide to take the three. And then on top of that, after that, Ohio State comes down and shoots free throws, I think. Puts them up 4. You got like 15 seconds left on the clock, whatever. The analyst talking like, yeah, quick 2. Just go get the quick 2. What do? Instead of just going to go get the quick 2, let's just throw up another 3. It's just like, it's like, all right, you want to be the top dog, you like this your team, whatever. Well, like those decisions are also on you. When it comes down to late game situations, you just wanting to just take threes. Like, hey, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do, but it's not winning basketball. And another thing that I found interesting, I don't like listening to the broadcast on games. I had the broadcast on this one. That lady said
Okay.
Olivia Miles was a two-way player. I said,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
two-way what?
Yeah.
I said, I need people to stop coining players two-way players just because they get a steal or a
Or
block.
block. Yeah, the block was really. I was
Yeah.
like, she gets blocked. She's tall, but like, I don't. Yeah.
I was like, let's stop throwing around the two-way player thing. Because every player isn't a two-way player, and hey, that is okay. Everybody doesn't have the stamina and the ability to go out there and go defend either the best player on the floor or the best player at that position, and then also go on to go get key and timely buckets and participate a lot in the offense. And that's okay. But let's just stop putting things out there that's just this completely not true. Like, especially like, ma'am, were you not paying attention to what happened last year? There are plenty of times as the season went on, like right before they went, was it like right before they went into like the ACC tournament where the questions started popping up, like why is Olivia Miles not on the floor in these closing minutes defensively? Why are they doing offense for defense? Like, it's just like, come on, let's not do that. Can she score the basketball? Yeah, sure. Can she pass the basketball? Yeah, sure. But let's not make up this whole thing. Yeah, she's a two-way player. Because homegirl, I don't. From watching the game, I don't think she played many possessions, many defensive possessions guarding Jelani or guarding Chance.
Right. She was like off ball in the corner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where she needs to be. Off ball in the corner, you can hide her, let her play the passing lanes. That's what you do. You're trying to make sure that draft stock stays at a top 5 pick. All right, yeah, we're gonna have you do that. We're not gonna ask you to come guard on ball. Not gonna ask you to do that. Let alone against. I need you to come defend the top scores on the other team. Yeah, no, not asking her to do that. But I just found that interesting.
Yep.
Who gained more from the game?
Ohio State.
Yeah. Because the other thing for TCU is it also came down to you getting a stop. You couldn't get a stop, which you lost to Utah. You couldn't get stopped. So we continue. Your losses have all been, first off, your shot selection, and then you not being able to get stops. They can't get consistent stops. So your defense continues to be a problem.
Did Ohio State make it seem like they could win the Big Ten? Like, what does it mean for them? Did anything change about how you feel about Ohio State from what you saw?
No, because I've told
no.
you UCLA is winning the Big Ten.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the.
Ohio State is solidifying because they've already beat Maryland. Well, TCU is not a Big Ten team, so actually, I take all that back. So no, it doesn't have any bearing.
Okay.
That wasn't a Big Ten game.
Okay. I just didn't know if you saw something out of Ohio State that, like, okay, maybe they could compete a little bit better.
I mean, I think
make some more noise in the Big Ten than you actually thought. I thought it was a gritty kind of win. I was glad to see him kind of come back from something. I thought it was not a signature win, but one that'll go on the resume, right? For Jelani, especially with the slow start.
I don't feel like that's a Jelani game. That's not a Jelani. I don't.
No. A grit game. A grit game. Not a
yeah,
I
game, still don't even. I still don't even give Jelani that. Like,
really?
Yes, okay. No, yeah, no. I give that more to her teammates than her. That doesn't go on her resume.
I like that. But I think it goes on the resume as like a grit game that they won, right?
Ohio State, yeah, but Jelani, no.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: when we never mind. I won't say that. Go ahead.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, when you tell me about a Jelani Cambridge moment, this game will not cross my mind.
Oh no, I agree there.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree there, and I was going to say something else, but it's early, and if you don't have a lot of nice stuff to say, don't say too much. So
yeah, I know what you were going to say. That's why I repeated. I put this on her teammates.
Yeah, what's going on, y'all? I see y'all in the chat. The Chance, great game. Okay. Audrey, what's happening? Malik, Big Draco, was good. FM, what's happening? Vibing with Ty was good. Danny Joy was good. Emily, what's happening? Amber, what's happening? Oh, got to get the music out. 1 second, ladies. We appreciate the support. Appreciate the support, fam. Joe Mama with the super chat. Strong defense will lead to our offensive boards. Our priority, get them any and every way we get. Grit. Name of the game. Oh, absolutely. We're gonna talk Gamecocks. Appreciate the support. Commissioner, I see you. Commissioner Kai. I should say. I see you saying that the Gamecocks in trouble. Yolanda Wells, what's good? We gonna get to the Gamecocks. We're gonna get to the Gamecocks soon enough. What's the next game? We want to go to?
Michigan Vandy.
Oh, Michigan Vandy. Let's talk Michigan Vandy.
Michigan Vandy. At the start of the game, it didn't start off well for Michigan whatsoever. For Vandy, it started off great. Whenever you can have a quarter or a half in which Michaela Blakes doesn't have to shoot a ton of shots and everyone's involved, making shots, assists, all that good stuff. Yeah, it's a great game for you. And that's very much what it was for Vandy in the first half. For Michigan, it was a nightmare of a first half, first quarter. I I'm starting to wonder with Michigan in terms of their turnovers. Is this a your young thing and you're still learning, or is this just like, hey, y'all are at the start of games? Sometimes y'all are just not focused. Um, and that's very much what it was to start the game. Michigan was just, I was at the beginning of the game, I was really trying to figure out, is this going to be a blowout from Vandy? Like, is Vandy just going to blow Michigan off the floor? Because Michigan just isn't getting it together. But thankfully, Michigan in the second half was able to cut down on the turnovers, and then kick up the defense a bit to cut the lead on Vandy. And then from there, I think it became a pretty good game. And Vandy squeaked it out. For Michigan, it's just another one of those games where it's like, hey, we have to have better starts.
So, do you think it's just the start that fixes it? If Michigan starts better, they can win this. They win this game, or just they have a better shot at winning the game.
They have a better shot at winning the game if they start this game, if they start it better, because therefore you're not having to build up all this energy to get back into the game. Like you.
Is it somebody specific that you want to see start faster for Michigan, or just in general? Just Michigan start faster?
I would say in general. I want all of them to start better and stop turning the ball over. My goodness. You just can't have it. Because in games like this, it ends up being a close game, and then you don't squeak it out. Then now you're wondering, okay, maybe if we started better, would we have been able to put ourselves in a better position come fourth quarter or come like the end of the game? Like your starts do in close games like this, in big games like this, your starts do, like it matters how you start the game. Because you're building up all this energy to get back into it. Like, okay, and what typically ends up happening down the stretch? You're tired. And it's like, all right, you don't have that energy to go and make those really big plays that you need to end the game. Because you spend all the energy trying to get back in it.
Okay, and I think that's AB down there saying Michigan needs to learn how to close. So for you to close, it wasn't the start. It was they couldn't close. Even though they got over the start, when it came time to close the game, they couldn't do that. Is that a team thing? Is that a coaching thing? Is that more like, hey, Silo, we want to see more from you. Olsen, we want to see more from you, or what we got?
It can also be a young thing, because remember, this team is full of they're only sophomores. So the learning how to close thing is a as it goes, because for them now they're how it was last season. This season we weren't expecting Michigan to be like as good as they are. So it was like, all right, yeah, they were a young team last season. They did better than what people thought. And then coming in here, wow, didn't think y'all were going to be like this great, whatever. So now it's them learning how to build those, be consistent and learning how to close, and the details is what is now needs to be built, the details. Because it needs, like, similar like to the game with UConn. They had a poor start, but what were they able to do? They were able to get back in the game, and then now you're at the end of the game. Now you also still need to be able to close. So it's those better starts, learning how to close. Some of this is all right, we're a young team, and then some of it is, all right, yeah, we just need to get more consistent and start and just be consistent in the bridges to becoming a really good team. Junior year, I will say for the junior year, I don't want to see this. In terms of like junior year, I should be seeing, okay, y'all are winning some of these really close games. Y'all are closing them out well, and the turnovers aren't much of an issue. Come the junior year. For me, my expectations for them.
Okay. I like that. The junior year, that's the big year you want to see the jump anyway, or when we should see something different.
Yes,
So I got
junior.
it.
That junior year is the jump. The junior year jump. Because if you're not jumping at junior year, yikes. Senior year is very because by senior year we're focusing on you're focusing on, hey, the draft by senior year and putting together those last little pieces that, all right, the of your game that the league wants to see in the last little pieces to make you become a winning team in terms of long term, to look at, all right, Sweet 16, Elite 8, those type of things. So come senior year, but junior year, yeah, that's when we typically see like we want to see the jump. All right, hey, this kid has been in the gym, and we see that they've been in the gym, and now we're seeing all the time that they've put in the gym. Now we're seeing them reap the benefits of all that work.
Absolutely. Commish, what did you dislike? Your thoughts on this one?
I think Brittany's captured it all. I'm trying to decide yes, they're sophomores, but they played a lot their freshman year. So I feel like they're not your typical sophomores. Regardless, assuming they continue to learn and grow and fix some of their stuff, when they're seniors, they're going to be a problem. So I guess wait and see. I wholeheartedly agree with, if you start better, then you don't have to expend as much energy. And we saw that with that final shot, both by Sila. Sila was like a heave at the end. But Sila and Olsen, they both were short on their final shots. And so I do think it just takes a lot out of you to try to have to come back in that manner. So I think Brittany covered it.
I like it. I didn't have much on this game. I'm still trying to give Michigan a little time. I think I expected a little bit more out of them. But what I realized, I think, in this game is, for what I thought being able to go 6-1 across the board would look like, they still look really, really small at that time. So, yeah, but that was all I have for that one. Let's see what we got here. Okay, you say you think it's youth. Very good point about the start of the games and energy. Juanita Moan, good morning, fam. Good morning. Let's go, Gamecocks. I believe Michigan had a lot of games where they started out slow, but in some games they were back in the game by third quarter, because it's harder for them. Then it's harder for them in the fourth to close. Okay. Which you really no excuses next year.
I will say though, I do think they're a bit of the with how much they played last year. I think they are about ahead of schedule and or at a really sweet spot where they are at this year for them. It's like, all right, like we did what we did last year. This year we're a bit ahead of schedule. We're in that little sweet spot.
Okay.
So now expectations for me, when it comes to them, expectations will start to come next year. Where I'm saying, hey, I expect you to you should be one of those teams, all right, talking Sweet 16. If not, you in play for a Sweet 16 now. But at minimum next season, I'm saying, hey, we should be talking Sweet 16 with you, right? Because you should be doing the things in conference to put you in a good position for seeding come tournament time.
Okay. So, oh wait, I wanted to do this because we appreciate the support. Sound of money, Augie Davis, thank you. Appreciate y'all pulling up and rocking with the brunch. So when you say you expect the growth, right? Is that growth into like winning the Big Ten, just competing in the Big Ten? Is that in Elite Eight, Final Four? Where do you, or is it depending on what they add? Is what
I think it depends on what they add and also what other teams around them do. Because the other part for like this year, I don't expect them to win the Big Ten just because you have bets on UCLA. There's not much that you could do with bets for you, and especially because they still have a question mark at that big position for me. But they have a big coming in next year, right? Um,
Sorry. Yes, they do.
okay, they
That's
do.
their recruit.
Okay, yes. So yeah, them, and I would hope in the portal they will also go in and go get another big just so that you have a veteran big in there. Just because, hey, a freshman is going to be a freshman, they're going to make the freshman mistakes. You still need a veteran in that bigs room for you. Yeah. So for them, next year will be very interesting because you'll have, depending on what happens at Southern Cal, they'll have Juju back. Depending what happens with UCLA, they all still have Baby Betts. She's not playing this year, but next year, see what they look like. But yeah, they should. I would say next year should be talking. Hey, yeah, we're looking to win the Big Ten. And then also looking what Ohio State looks like next year. Because it'll just be very interesting for them. But they should be talking, hey, winning the Big Ten next season, and we're looking to kind of get into Sweet 16. Let's be a Sweet 16 team next season. And especially if you're not a Sweet 16 team this season. If you're a Sweet 16 team this season, then I expect you to be an Elite 8 team next season.
I would actually say I think they should be aiming for Elite 8 next year.
Okay, boom. There you go.
I just fundamentally think that they're young enough and they're skilled enough that Elite 8 should be their goal, regardless of what happens this year.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah, Elite 8 for next year. That's the goal for them. Win the Big Ten, Elite 8. And then if you don't win the Big Ten, at minimum, come in second in the Big Ten. Though they should have a good shot at winning it. But they need to figure out the big. You need to go get that portion of your team together because you do need to be bigger. And especially talking not only just matchup wise in the Big Ten, but also matchup wise come tournament time. You're gonna run into an SEC team in there. So you need to have your bigs ready to go.
Yeah, I think they need.
I want to see. Yeah, who do they add? Who do they bring in? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, you're good. I was going to say they need more production out of their point guard. Is it Maya Holloway?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just hasn't been quite there, or it's taking too long in the game, or it's spotty. So I don't know if it's sophomore slump or what, but because last year, I mean, when we did our preview, I actually was saying they should feature her more, and then yeah, it hasn't been good. So she also needs to figure out what's going on there.
Absolutely, because the other part about it is, okay, getting a big, what's the purpose of getting a big and you don't have a point guard that knows how to use and get them the ball? So but yeah, for Michigan, for me the time starts
game now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, time starts next year. The clock starts for me next year.
That's fair. Give him a little bit more time. I don't have anything else on that game. Y'all got more that y'all want to talk about that game, or where you want to go next?
I mean, did we talk about Vanderbilt?
Oh,
or we can save it for later if you guys want. I just feel like there's a whole team we didn't talk about.
Let's go.
Yeah, you guys go ahead.
Vandy. I think kind of what we said about Vandy earlier in terms of like Vandy looks great when everyone's involved. And I think they need to keep it that way. I'm also going to in terms of what I've seen from them just in conference play, some question marks that I have is defensively in terms of like why are some of these teams scoring as high of games against you? Have some question marks there, which would be interesting when we get to the discussion, the Gamecocks discussion and what we expect to see from that game later. But yeah, that's what I have on Vandy. Y'all can elaborate more.
I mean, everybody got involved was out of was not voluntary. I feel like it felt involuntary. They were forced into it. One, I think Michigan, the way they were playing Blake's early, got the ball out of her hands, and then her foul trouble had her on the bench. So I don't know how much kudos I'm really giving, but nonetheless, it kind of is a demonstration of the fact that Michaela or Bus is not really the best. And then quite frankly, down the stretch, they almost lost it. Or it got tight because when Michaela came back in, she was pressing and just shooting. And it was like, you literally watched your teammates like at least build a lead, whether they started to lose it. But nonetheless, there were points and times in this game where there were ebbs and flows. And I felt like she was taking bad shots. So I guess the overall question of, is Michaela the reason they're Michaela or Blake's, or is Shay Ralph the reason they're Michaela or Blake's? I lean towards Michaela's the reason right now, but I don't know. It's kind of
do say more. Why do you think it's Michaela?
I just said it.
why would Shay let that alone? Why did Shay let that go?
Well, because people like to get on certain other coaches. I think a lot of coaches are susceptible to your best player. They let them do what they want out on the court.
Hey, y'all know, I think this conversation can be had about that team in Oklahoma too. See how they look like a different team.
Same thing could be had. We've talked about Notre Dame. Like, it's not a lot of coaches do this. So I just think when people are winning, what does Asia Wilson say? Winning disguises. I think when people are winning, nobody points the finger, or fans or analysts. But once they start losing, then it's like, okay, here are all the things. Now, if you're like us, you point things out regardless if you're winning or losing, even though we get called haters. We'll get back to some of those as we talk about some of the other games. But I lean towards it's Michaela doing it. That's what I just said.
But okay, I guess my question more is like, is it like she's selfish? Is it she doesn't trust her teammates? Is it she just doesn't know better and she still needs to mature?
You know, a lot of these girlies like Kobe, and I'm going to tell you something about Kobe from my perspective. I feel like there are certain people, or maybe let's not go Kobe because people get touchy. Let me stay off lightning rods. Let's go with girl who wears the number 22 but is not the best number 22 to wear.
Her 22 ain't loaded. Go ahead.
Right. I felt like there's like a prototype of, I work hard, I work the hardest, so I'm going to take the shots. Now, on one end of the spectrum, that can be really selfish. On the other end, like, is very much like, you don't work as hard as me, type of mentality. And there's a group of players that do have that mentality. So I'm not gonna necessarily call it selfish. Yeah. You're going to have to ask her that. But I also feel like the team feeds into it too. I feel like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because once she's out there, it also feels like they revert to all these ball screens are set for her to get the ball rather than create opportunities and mismatches per se.
Yeah, sure. That's fair. That's fair. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. Oh, we got an old Husky in the corner. What's up, Mondo? Jackie, what's happening? MJ in the building. Okay, he say Michigan too short to close consistently. Okay. California team coaches are not good at all. I'll play Angels advocate for both coaches in LA. They may be good coaches, but not for the teams they are with now. What do y'all think?
I feel like we've answered this multiple times.
Yeah, so I think I told you. Like, I think I saw an interview where I was like, "Oh, Corey Close, I like your basketball idea. I like your ideas about growing the game, and that I think maybe she fits better in the GM type role." And Coach G, I don't know. Did we say she was a good recruiter? What did we say there? I don't quite remember.
I think for me, when it came to the one at Southern Cal, it was, hey, maybe coaching ain't really it. But you can recruit some talent clearly because they keep coming.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe it's okay. Yeah. But and then the other thing about this question is we also can't act like they haven't recruited really talented teams.
No.
So it's like okay, like Corey, like for Corey Close, you have Betts. For Lindsay, like you had Juju, you had Kiki last season, and then the other part about that was we were trying to figure out why Kiki looked the way that Kiki looked, and then especially watching how Kiki looked when she got to the Dub, because we knew how Kiki looked when she was at Stanford. And then so we thought, okay, yeah, like this gonna be a match made. Like, all right, this will be pretty great. And then there were plenty of times where we were like, what is going on with Kiki? Why is she not really as involved in the offense as we expected? And then she goes to the Dub, and it's like, oh, boom, well, there she is. Well, clearly it was a problem at Southern Cal. And then the other thing for her is you still have talent there. What are you doing with it? Nothing. You're just using them as though you're just using Jazzy as if she's Juju. Like at some point, you can't just say, all right, I have a real talented kid or I have some real talented kids. Let me just use them strictly on their talent. And then everyone else, y'all figure it out. Y'all figure out how to play around this really talented kid. And not actually figure out how to make them gel well. So then seeing how she would look coaching Betts, I don't think that would help the situation, because for UCLA, some of us think that like, hey, they don't feature Betts, they don't use Betts enough. They don't get best of ball enough. So I don't think moving Lindsay over there is going to make them any better. If anything, I think moving, all right, sending Corey to Southern Cal, they might be better. But I don't think moving Lindsay to UCLA they'll be better over there. I think they'll be worse. And it might just be for Lindsay. Maybe Lindsay's just a coach that doesn't need. Well, you need talent to win, but when she gets talent, she doesn't know what to do with it. it's too much talent, so she just becomes reliant on the talent, and it's just like, all right, the coaching everyone else, like what happens to coaching everyone else up? Because that's a part of the job. You have to, not only do you have to coach up your star, but you need to meet everyone else. Like Dawn said, she meets them where they're at and coaches them up. So like you have to coach up everyone else. For like, so with Lindsay, I think like even if you move her over there to UCLA, I think they get worse. Move Corey over to Southern Cal, hey, they probably might get better. But yeah, I just don't think Lindsay is just a good coach in general. Maybe she's one of the coaches that, hey, with Lindsay, might be she's just one. With Lindsay, it might be she's one that doesn't. She might be a better coach for a team that doesn't have to rely on a big star or of someone like Juju, to where it's like, hey, all right, I can figure something out with all these other kids because I don't have someone that's like super, like a superstar like Juju. So it's easier for her to meet them where they're at because they're all on similar levels. Maybe it's that. I don't know. But
the problem I have, I'm not sure Corey Close. Well, here's the challenge. Corey Close going to Southern Cal doesn't feel like Southern Cal would be better, because to me, part of the issue of Southern Cal is their roster construction. Now, if you want to tell me Corey Close would aim to have a better roster construction, then I will give you that.
Yes.
I do think, though, that roster construction, and to me, that's Lindsay's biggest issue, is roster construction. I think if Lindsay had UCLA, I don't know, some of her sets are all right. The problem is her girlies just don't be running them. So it's kind of hard to say, because y'all remember what Corey looked like before she got Lauren. Not like she was a world beater and people were calling Corey the best coach ever.
True.
So I just feel like some of this is like, it's so counterfactual, but I'm not convinced either way. I don't think
they'll get like wildly better if Corey went to Southern Cal. No. I don't think they would get wildly better. I just think they would be just a little bit better than what they are now. I don't like we had said earlier about both coaches. Maybe in a GM position, y'all might be hitting over there, but y'all ain't hitting right now. And I think flipping the roster, all right, Corey, you might be able to do a little bit better than what Lindsay got right now, but not all right. Yeah, this team is all right. They're an Elite Eight team. Absolutely not. Not at all. Not at all. But yeah, they're. I don't think if they switch them, there'll be a change. I don't think it'll be like a really dramatic one where it's like, all right, yeah, let's hire Corey Close. Like, she's the one for us. No. But just, I think she'll do a little bit better in terms of trying to figure out how to use everyone else. Because the whole Jazzy or bust, I can't do it. And that kid shouldn't have to do it either.
Yep, not a fan.
Oh,
yeah, but they really should. Look, they should look into the job choices that we offered. They should look into them.
Lindsay, good mid-majors coach. Okay.
Yes, that's what I think. She seems like she's right there.
Not like, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Mid-major. Gosh.
Mid-major.
What is it that you like? What is it that you like about mid-major?
No, I just think that she would be a good mid-major coach. I just think that if for you to get this Southern Cal job, you had to be a good coach in some way, somehow. And she has coaching experience.
She came from the NBA. Don't forget.
Exactly. So you got to be something. There's something there.
I wouldn't always equate that to good. I'm not even. I just yeah. She came, and it shows in the way that her team is constructed. It's very NBA like. Oh, I got Juju. Juju will do everything. She'll shoot a ton of shots. Da 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 da. It's just like, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. I'll give her some hope. And maybe like if she's a mid-major coach, hey, I got a little bit of, I won't say faith in her.
Well, they don't really use bigs that much, or the bigs aren't centered as much sometimes in some mid majors, especially some conferences. So
It
yeah.
might be much made it happen. But clearly, hey, she can either try mid-major or the whole GM idea. Because you can clearly recruit some people. So can you? And here's the thing: she might be able to recruit some talent that wouldn't be at mid majors to be at mid majors. Maybe get them like, hey, I know you looking to be like a top D1 talent, and maybe that's just not where it's at for you in terms of where you might need time. So why not come here and you can build those things to be able to go to that D1 school that you wish. Or if you like it here and you want to stay here, you can stay here. Maybe that. I don't know. But what's she doing right now over there in Southern Cal? It's just not working for me. Just not working.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I stopped watching their games. Like, it's just not. I have nothing new to say. It is what it is. We've talked about them ad nauseum. I don't watch anymore.
Big Draco want to know what you think about Jazzy the UConn.
Why?
I have no comment.
Why did you pick UConn? Why,
right. That's why I was like, I have no comment.
UConn.
Yeah, I have no comment.
Yeah. What is it that you said? Let me know why UConn. Big Draco. It was interesting. Yeah. I didn't see UConn.
Wasn't it in her final?
Oh, Kikiola agrees. Men what? I don't know what you're talking about. Eels. Men what? What are you saying? Did y'all say something about some men? I'm not sure what your point is.
I said NBA. She came from the NBA.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You have to let us know, Hills, what you were saying. Jazzy the UConn. You got to tell me about that. Like, I thought Jazzy took with her best friend. But UConn.
Why? And the other part is why UConn when I like the Sarah Strong show that they're gonna have next year. Sarah and the freshman that they got.
What about Quinones? The strong Quinones show.
Yeah, right? I like that. That's what I want to see over there. Let them have that opportunity. Yeah, like, but there's plenty of other places. Could have sent Jazzy.
You say for her to go to Greppy. Is it that you think he can help her game? Tell me what that is. Okay. I think we were in Jazzy finalists. We take her, but she is coming off the bench. Ooh. You think she would come off the bench at UConn? Jazzy to LSU. Okay. Interesting.
I'm gonna shut up on that one.
Why? Tell us. I want to hear.
No. They already with what they got right now, adding Jazzy to that does not do her any favors. It does not help her. You're just throwing a bunch of talent over there at what they call it, the Showtime, whatever. You're just throwing a bunch of talent at the show and saying, "Hey, they're gonna figure it out. They can, You have guards that need the ball, and no. How come y'all ain't sending? How come y'all ain't sending Jazzy to somewhere like Maryland? Like send her to Maryland. I don't know. Maryland a good program.
So Jazzy with Gucci Lucci. Okay, what do you like
Yeah,
about that better?
I wouldn't have any problems with that. I probably would like that.
Okay, now let me see. Why not Brittany? Let's see. They need her position next year, and they didn't recruit it, so she would fit right in. Oh, you don't think Gino got a point guard coming?
Jazzy is not a point guard. The end.
Yeah, no.
Oh, they're not running her as a point right now.
But just because they're running her, they're not really running her as one. But if you want to say they're running her as one, just because they're running her as one there, it does not mean that that's her natural position.
Oh, I agree there, but I just think that's what they're trying to make her.
No.
You want to send her back on to Oregon.
Okay.
For Jazzy going to LSU, Kim would have her playing the 4.
Exactly. Send it over to Maryland.
Now listen, Davidson, Fiso. I like it. I'll take it with Etute. I like it. Why not? Y'all know I love to send somebody somewhere in the portal anyway. I'll always send the kids somewhere. What else? Jazzy with Ohio State.
Which guard are you sending her to the bench, or are you sending?
What year is Chance right now? Is Chance a junior or a senior? I know Kennedy's a junior. I don't know. Ohio State. I don't know.
No. How come ain't nobody say Senator South Carolina? We was on the list.
Is that the point guard that y'all would like to see come in there?
Jazzy is not a point guard.
Y'all want a point guard, so I'm a runner there for y'all. We don't need no shooting guards. We don't need no wings.
Kennedy Smith to South Carolina.
Already been calling for that since the beginning of the season. Jazzy's a toss-up team ball or me ball. Senior, she did 2 years at Oregon. So maybe she could go take Chance place at the shooting, which I want to put her at the shooting guard. You want her, she's a small forward. You gonna run her at a small forward? Okay.
Absolutely. That's the perfect spot for her right there. You're small forward. Not a point guard.
So at Ohio State, y'all want her to take Kylie Kidd's place? Where y'all see her at Ohio State? Send her to the Gamecocks. They need her for sure. I don't think so. But I like her going to UCLA. Go play with Sienna Betts. Finalist was USC, UCLA. So are you saying USC like South Carolina, like what we call USC, or are you talking about the Trojans, Mondo? UCLA, Duke, Connecticut, TCU, Texas. I don't know. Y'all got any more on them?
Can we move on from Jazzy's not leaving? Let's move on.
Yeah, I was about to say, I got any more on that? I don't know. Where that?
She gonna have a smile on her face. She gonna play with Juju next year, and everything's gonna be okay.
Oh Oh, well, then you need to refer to them as the Trojans because they gave up that name, bro. I keep announcing that to y'all. They are not USC in this chat. USC is University of South Carolina. We definitely do need wings, but I want Kennedy more than I want Jazzy. What other games y'all got? What other games y'all want to talk about?
Your favorite twin over there in Tennessee. You can kick us off.
I mean, if you talk about Tennessee, I just was shouting out Pardo for taking over her team. It was like she's figured out how to be the leader. She's been scoring well. They've been winning. They leading the SEC. It wasn't it wasn't much there. Just
okay.
Shouting her out for that. Y'all said y'all really didn't have much on the Tennessee Kentucky game. We don't have to talk her.
I'm gonna keep it short on that in terms of I don't know how many times we have to tell people stop turning the ball over when you're playing Tennessee. I don't know how many times I gotta say it. Cause you can out rebound Tennessee. You can You can out rebound Tennessee. You can shoot more free throws in Tennessee. You can double them in free throws. And in free throw makes. And you can about go even with them in 3-point shooting, and you can still lose. Why? Because you turn the ball over, and how many points they generate from you turning the ball over. So, for Kentucky, turnovers atrocious. Tony Morgan 6, OI 2. Oh no, 5. Sorry. Strack 4, Hassett 3. Yeah, nasty. The only people that didn't turn the ball over was the bench, but he only played them 17 and 3 minutes. 2 people coming off the bench played 17 3 minutes. Them was the only people that didn't turn the ball over.
We need to have a conversation about Strack and her fouls.
Oh yes, please go there.
Strack reminds me a lot of Liz Kitley, and not to say she can't be good and at the next level, but I just find that she just Liz Kitley was the prototype. I see a lot of similarity in the game. I don't think they both don't handle physicality pretty well, and then I think the fouls are problematic. This is reason number 3,000 why I don't always believe in blocks as the sole determinant of a good defender, because when you be going for blocks, you get yourself into foul trouble often, especially when you swipe down. So then you're not as effective. So, and then you're a shot blocker. Now you have 4 fouls. Everybody can just go at you and you can't do anything. So I just find it's a dangerous game to play.
Absolutely. Is it when it comes to Kenny? This is just his archetype of big?
Yes.
Or this is okay? Or is it like the only big that this is the only type of big that he can recruit?
I don't think it's the only type of big he can recruit. I think Kenny is highly biased.
Yeah, so it limits his pool of choices.
Okay, let me see what y'all saying in the chat. My apologies. I was also Jazzy might like Sandstorm. LSU versus Florida Monday. What you think? LSU should beat Florida. Kylie played the 4, so she wouldn't impact her minutes. Hall of Fame Kim Caldwell never lost to Gino. The refs don't like Strack. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
I might have to put Pow in that ear for Davidson. Tennessee hasn't played the team at the top of the SEC yet, so I'm still holding on them. I mean, yeah, they might not have played the team in the top of the SEC yet, but they beat 2 ranked teams back to back, so I'll give them that. This kid is an SEC analyst, so not a good omen. Why you say that? I like these pros making sure that they got a check come in if they don't know what the WNBA going on. Plus, Liz got to find a home somewhere. She got to find her. But I wonder, is she healthy? Is she healthy enough to play now? I don't know. I just never seen Liz get back in the gym for real after Vegas. It didn't seem like. So, and I just never thought she was healthy at Vegas. Russell, only bring the facts to the chat. What's going on over there on the Instagram, fam? Who y'all got next on the docket?
The one that we've all been waiting for.
Oh, let's talk it.
Let's ourselves.
I'll let y'all kick it off.
I'm gonna let Kamish go because I know watching that game. Was you screaming at the TV all night?
Yes.
I'll be right back, y'all. So, Kamish, if you want the highlights, give me 1 second. Y'all go ahead.
All right, let's do a little participation time. Brittany, help me out here in the chat. You got the chat open?
Yes. Okay,
thanks. Help me out with some of these. What have I been saying all year? Just list them in the chat. And Brittany, I don't have I'm trying to get.
I'm gonna tell you what they say.
Okay, thank you. Chat participation time. What have I been saying all year?
Come on, y'all. She's been screaming it.
They're saying I've been saying, come on, y'all. That's it?
I'm telling them to come on.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
they might be on a delay, you know? We got to give them.
Oh, there they go. It's coming. It's flooding in. Rebounding.
Oh, okay. What else? What else is in there? Anything besides?
All right. All right. Everyone's typing rebounds. All right. Give another one, y'all. There's another one. Make the easy ones.
Ah, great. Okay. Keep going, class. Keep going, class.
Boxing out.
There it is. Keep going.
Defense.
There it is. Keep going.
Layups, free throws.
Okay. We'll give it like a few more seconds, then I'll get into it. See if anything else comes up. Okay,
bunnies, layups. Okay, yeah. Get out of here, Mondo, with that. Move your feet.
Okay, I got my chat open. Pass to the open man. Yep, that's a good one. Play unselfish.
Communication.
Rankings mean nothing. Yeah, that's also true. Grit. Okay.
Is this an open book test? Laziness.
You know? Okay, glad. You know, sometimes when I talk, I'm just curious if people listen. It's good job, class.
Stop being selfish, Joyce, and pass the ball.
Okay, I haven't called. I personally
not selfish.
Yes, I was going to say that is incorrect out of my mouth. I have not exactly said she's selfish. I say pass the ball to the open man.
Yes.
Move the ball. The ball gets stuck. That's what I have said. Other people call it selfish. I have chosen not to use that word. I do say play unselfish, but I have not put selfish and Joyce in the same word. And I do it in the same sentence, and I do it purposefully. Okay, great. Good job. Everybody gets an A. Except for MJ.
MJ.
I actually took notes because I was beyond. They sent me to the moon and back again. Okay. Let's start off. Rules of the game.
I'm back, Commish.
No, you're good. We had a class participation session, and I said, "What have I been saying all year?" Rebounds came up in a flood of early flood. Defense, passing the ball, playing unselfish, layups. Yeah, make the easy play, convert. Free throws. Okay, these are all the right things. Good job, guys. Let's start with Yes, there were trash calls, but we're gonna move on. Like I'm not about to sit here and spend my time doing it, because at the end of the day, in spite of all the trash calls, we still had a chance. So yes, it was trash. We can't do anything about it. So I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Um, it is what it is. But they were trash. Okay. Yes. I've been telling y'all about rebounding and defense the entire year for a reason. I was told, oh, but we won the game. Oh, let's throw out the film. No, the Florida game, I told you guys what was happening when I saw that Florida game for a while. It was not a one off. You have to watch these things and watch the trends. If I keep seeing it game on game on game, it's a problem. Now, one aside, I will say, as a whole, our free throws were fine. Certain individuals, not great, but for the most part, what I will say off top, Joyce hit all her free throws. She went 6 for 6. Good job on that front. We'll have other things we need to discuss, but on the free throws bit, Joyce hit her free throws. Other people who are generally good free throw shooters, but we just got to take the positives where we can, because we will have a discussion. Brittany, you want me to keep going, or you want to interject it? Because I got a lot. So
I'm gonna interject as you go at certain points.
okay, cool. Off rip. Oh, effort was the one you guys forgot. Effort. I mean, it's kind of like encapsulated in a lot of what you said, but or laziness or whatever. Like the effort component and starting off the game with better energy applied to this game too. I didn't, outside of Tessa hitting shots, I thought our energy to start the game on the road was not there. We weren't there. We weren't locked in. We weren't crisp. And that also perpetuated itself. And then we got into the flow of the game. And then we ended the second quarter up 7. Then we came out in the third quarter flat and let them go on an 8-0 run. Like, what? We cannot do that on the road. And that's why I kept calling out the energy. The energy wasn't always there. And this is why I call it out. Like, you really have to watch the game and some of these habits that we are exhibiting. And the thing, before I go further, part of the reason why I'm so watching basketball, like Dawn told you in her post practice, which we need to make sure we talk about that. So I'm sure Auntie will keep us with the quote unquote pressers, but we do need to talk about what Don said. But the game of basketball is simple. I mean, simple doesn't mean it's easy, but it's simple. Rebound the ball, put the ball in the fucking hoop. Period. Stop the other team from scoring. That's how you win. It's simple. Right. And then it has all the machinations of 3-pointers, layups, free throws, boxing. Like, at the end of the day, that's what you have to do. And it's so funny you guys said rebounding first, because y'all know I've been asking for rebounds from Joyce. We'll discuss that later. But at the end of the day, the reason why I'm hard on her is because I know she can do it. We watched her do it in Texas. We watched the effort in Texas. And then to turn around and not give the same energy consistently, because there were points in time in this game I thought I started being like, okay, Joyce is crashing the boards, but it wasn't consistent. And that's the challenge that I have. It cannot be when you feel like it. Defense is not optional. Rebounding is not optional. They are things that have to be ingrained and have to be second nature to us. Fuck that. First nature to us. Given where we are as a team. So, people joked about it, but I saw it and I foresaw it. Like, you cannot have your starting 4 spot not give you consistent rebounding efforts and be like in the South Carolina system. We have to have that. And then I remember there was the game, Medina was out for Penn State, and I talked about rebounding then. And I was told, well, when Medina gets back, we'll get rebounds. Well, Medina, if she's in foul trouble, if she's injured, if she's, whatever, there are reasons people are not on the court. So you cannot solely rely upon one person to give you rebounds, to defend, which we'll also talk about. One person can, and a team sport cannot be it. It's a lot easier to scheme one person out of a game than it is to scheme 5 people who are doing the things that they need to be doing out of a game. It makes it much harder. So again, this is why I've been talking the way I've been talking. And then the effort well, there were spurts and stops, but outside of those last 3 minutes of regulation, we did not see the defensive effort to that level of intensity. That's how we have to play. And like this optionality of effort and energy is just, it doesn't work for me. So we have to fix it. It is a non-negotiable. It can't just show up when you're playing Texas. It can't just show up in certain parts of the game. Like especially on the road, it's so critical. These are overarching thoughts, and then I'll go into individuals. Transition defense.
Oh gosh. It was the oval game all over.
Yeah. The communication and lack of talking and the lack of attentiveness is what I still don't understand why we pick and choose. Like, this is something that has to be innate. Like, we cannot choose, oh, we're going to be like the scout, I don't know who did the scout for this game, but I'm not even saying the person who did the scout did the wrong thing. You have to go execute it as players. Everybody who's watched Oklahoma knows this is exactly how they play. Nothing they did was a surprise to me. Not one damn thing I watched them do that I said wasn't a thing. Last baseline, Auntie, you asked how much or what needed to be true for us to win. And the first thing I said to you was, we better fucking rebound. Then I said defend and make sure you get those loose balls, because you cannot give a team like Oklahoma 5-6 chances at shooting and shooting threes and just between beers when they remember to play through her, which they were very intent on playing through her. So kudos to them. They actually remembered when she was on the court to play through her. But you can't do that. And the communication lapses continue to literally, again, they blew me. I mean, they didn't, because I've seen it, but it was like to a point where, okay, that happened first quarter. Okay, that happened second quarter. Third quarter, we're still doing this after halftime.
Yeah, it was like, this can't get worse. It can't get any worse. And then it just kept getting worse. It was like, bro,
but it
what?
got better, ironically.
Yeah.
But that's my point.
Picking and choosing when it got better. So it was like, what?
Yeah, and certain lineups did a better job than others,
Yes.
right? And so that's also another thing that I'm sure the coaching staff saw and are going to evaluate. But for example, on transition, this popped up on the broadcast, which actually was helpful because sometimes they give useless stats. In the first half, Oklahoma field goal, they made 4 of 14. So they had 14 attempts in transition. First half, they were 4 for 14 in field goal attempts. In the third quarter alone, and this stat popped up, I think with still 3 or 4 minutes left. Whatever, there's still time left in the third quarter. Oklahoma was 5 for 7 in field goal attempts. They, in one quarter, had half as much, and there was still time left on the clock, as they did the whole first half. So we really didn't do a better job coming out of the half. So that was a problem. And then defense in general was just, it was taking too long to recognize who to pick up. There was, in my opinion, there was a lot of fake defense played, especially in the first 3 quarters of this game. There was a lot of, I've been talking about, hands need to be up more in passing lanes. There's too many people guarding the ball without their hands up. There's not enough closing out on shooters. Like, know your personnel. Like, again, in overtime, Aaliyah Chavez went off primarily because we were not closing out. You cannot give someone that many times who's a shooter, a volume shooter, that many opportunities and that many free looks at the rim. Like, that's just You can't do that. You were 2 steps too far away from the shooter, those type of things. So that was a problem. I got 3 more and then we're done. Well, 4. While we're talking about Aaliyah Chavez, she had 9 points and 7 assists early in the 4th. So we actually kind of did our job. And then for the rest of the 4th, but really overtime, what was that? What was that?
Well, I will say about that is you did know that there was a matchup switch.
Correct. I was going to talk about that. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
But we did our job.
Absolutely. The first 4 quarters.
3 and a half, 3 and 3/4.
Yeah.
Like the majority of the game.
Let me know when you're ready for your
my clips. Don't worry, we're getting to our clips. Let me go through the high level, then we'll get to the clips. Exactly. Okay. Now, stop complaining and get off the floor. You are making it 5-on-4. Fix your attitude. That is a direct quote from my notes. Stop complaining. Let me read it one more time. Stop complaining and get off the floor. You are making it 5-on-4. And we already talked about our transition defense when we did have 5 people upright. Sometimes wasn't the best. Well, now making it 5-on-4 isn't helpful. Fix your attitude and stop complaining. The 2 people I'll wait for that. There are 2 individuals I have to call out about that, but I'll wait. And then missed layups by everyone. I forget what the statistic was. I think Lulu tweeted it after the game. I think in our last 3 games, we're like 10 for 31 on layups or something. Maybe it was 2. It was something ridiculous. I forget the stat. I'll find it as other people are talking, but not good. And then my last note was I thought Sierra Williams out-toughed everyone, in my opinion, especially Joyce, ripped 50-50 balls out of her hands. Okay, those are my overall thoughts. I was trying not to call specific people out, but we can get into specific people. Any other overarching thoughts before I get into people? Brittany or Auntie?
Yeah, the effort, like you said, the effort coming out was just crazy. And it was crazy because it was there was no excuse of overhang from this is just like from yes, exactly. There's no excuse of all right, they just came off of playing Texas, so we expect all right, they might have a little bit of a slow start just because of a game like that. All right, you might have a bit of a little hangover. Yeah, no, you played Coppin State. There's no excuse for you to come out in Oklahoma, and then on top of that, you have to realize that Oklahoma just got their behinds beat at home by LSU. So this team is not happy with the way in which they just played. So for them, and actually they were on a 3-game losing streak.
They were on a 3-game losing streak. Yeah, I was just going to call that out.
Yeah, they're on a 3-game losing streak. So this team is like, hey, they're fighting for their lives at this point.
But what I will say to that point, Brittany, Dawn kind of warned us because before the interview scrum or whatever that she did before we flew to Oklahoma, I forget who asked her. It sounded like it was Matt or somebody like that asked her, what good can you take away from the Coppin State game? And remember, she struggled she said one thing, I forget even what the one thing was, and then struggled. And that was actually very telling to me because I was like, huh.
Exactly, because you're getting ready to play a desperate team.
Right. And that's why even the Coppin State game, I had my pros for people, but I really didn't have anything I wanted it to be a tune-up game. And in some ways, I did feel like it was. I will say what did carry over was Tessa and Aaliyah, and we'll talk about Aaliyah in particular. Yeah. Tessa's shooting, at least. Her shooting, which I also have thoughts about that, but her shooting to start the game was hot, and she was our offense. So maybe we just jump into people now.
Yeah, because
let's start positive. Aaliyah, loved her minutes. Don't love the fact that she had 4 fouls, but honestly, I would have put her out there to foul out. I think she could have given us one more foul, and I would have just at that point, Aaliyah played what? about 1/3 of the minutes of some other people and had
Let me pull it up for you.
yeah, thank you. I think half as many rebounds, which like the math shouldn't math like that. So yeah, or more than half. That's a problem. For example, well, I said I was going to be positive. Let me stay positive. Okay. Aaliyah, I thought was not afraid. She doesn't need to work on her fouls. But I can eat that. You know what I mean? Like I can eat that.
Yes, Aaliyah played 14 minutes.
Yeah, she played 14 minutes, had 9 points, 3 rebounds, 1 turnover, 4 fouls. Actually, while we're at it, let me just let me just list everybody's stats. Joyce played 40 minutes, 12 points, 3 for 12. That is a tour date. 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 turnovers, 2 personal fouls. Medina, 17 minutes, 6 points, 3 for 9. Rebounds, 4, 0 assists, 3 turnovers, 3 personal fouls. Tessa, 32 minutes, 19 points, 6 for 14, 3 from 8 for 3. 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 0 turnovers, 2 personal fouls. Latson, 32 minutes, 6 points, 1 for 10, 0 for 2 from 3-point land. That is a tour date. 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 turnover, 2 personal fouls. Raven Johnson, 40 minutes, 16 points, 8 for 14, 0 for 2 from 3, 5 rebounds. Our starting point guard had 5 rebounds. Repeat it one more time. Our starting point guard had 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 turnovers, and 1 personal foul. Aaliyah had 14, like I said, 3 rebounds is really more. 3 rebounds, 9 points. Tack had 10 minutes, 2 points, 1 for 4, 6 rebounds. So let me just stop there. I could read everybody else, but Tack had 6 rebounds, played 10 minutes. Medina had 17 minutes and had 4 rebounds.
4.
Joyce had 40 minutes, had 5 rebounds. Raven Johnson had 40 minutes, had 5 rebounds. Does no one see a problem with this? I've been calling this out all year. That cannot happen. Okay. I said I was staying positive. I lied. I clearly lied. Let me just keep going. So yay for Aaliyah. Thank you for your minutes. I would have put you out there to get 1 more foul and just foul out a game. F it. But yeah, fix your fouls a little bit, mama. And rebounds. I think you should have gotten more rebounds. But again, I give some grace for certain people. While we're speaking of Raven Johnson is that girl. I have been saying and calling out that Raven is our best player for the Gamecocks this season. And while that is great on Raven and good for Raven, and I'm super proud of Raven, and yay, Raven, it is a problem for the construct of our team that Raven is our second leading scorer more often than not. There was a game, and I know people said it in a loving way, and I tried to warn y'all, where someone was like, I want Raven to go for 30. I said, it is a problem if Raven is our leading scorer. Doesn't mean Raven can't score. And I want that to happen every once in a while. But for that to consistently happen means the rest of our team is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Right?
Exactly.
This is what I'm talking about. Like Raven can't be 15, 16. That's great. That's actually a great game for Raven. You should be able to win. You should be able to win a game that Raven is giving you 16 points from the point guard position, given Raven's position on our team. Raven, the irony is I thought she was cold for a little bit. There was a point in time where I was almost like, Raven, I don't know. Your shot is short. Her 2 threes she missed were short. There were a couple times I thought there was a transition. She came down. And Auntie, stop me if I say anything that is, I'm trying to remember what I showed you as clips or what I requested as clips. There's a time she came down in transition. I think her and Tessa were on the fast break. She pulled up, which wasn't a bad thing, but I think given Aaliyah Chavez was on her, I think she should have just taken it to the rack a little bit more. But like, I also kind of get it. She pulled up, shot a shot. It was short. I don't think we got the rebound, if my memory serves me correctly. But other than that, like, she shifted into gear and was our offense, clearly.
Raven was out there making the tough ones.
Yeah.
Contact, man.
She was our best player because of her effort and consistency on both sides of the ball.
Absolutely.
And of everyone on the team, Raven plays her role the best, the most consistent, right? And so that's the thing we have to watch. Like, that is why Raven is, to me, has been our best player all season. And while we did do the comparison of the Wooden Awards and National Player of the Year, like, Raven should be on the list. Like, she has, while there were some mistakes, which we will talk about in a second here, that Raven did make this game. At the end of the day, I can eat her well, more than two, but two critical mistakes at critical moments, or at least pivotal moments. I can eat that because of what everything else she was giving us. And what I'm challenging the rest of the team to do is, like, step up for your leader. Step up for, like, you see Raven playing hard. You see every time Raven is guarding someone, and that's another one. Raven cannot guard everyone on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Raven cannot be the only person locking down her assignment. That can't happen. Like, I don't care if you have slow foot speed or stuff, like, you have to find ways to create an advantage on your defensive assignment. Worst case, give me effort and give me rebounds, right? Boxing out, communicating. Like, Raven, I honestly want Raven, and I know we always equate a lot, or I do, because the Aces are my favorite team and Asia is my favorite player, but I actually want Raven to reach out to Asia, or Asia to reach out to Raven, and, like, they're a little more a mentorship there. I don't know, it could be happening, but if it's not, if you can hear my voice, if Asia Wilson is listening to this, I just need someone to reach out and help Raven not necessarily be a better leader, but lead in these times. And again, I forgot to say this at the beginning, the sky is not falling, but I do think I'm challenging Raven to be more of a vocal leader this season. I know she said before everybody's a leader, but, like, she should, like, at this point, Raven, I need you to get in your teammates' asses. Like,
yeah.
Like, there needs to be a little bit more of a meeting about effort and intensity and, like, that type of thing. Like, Raven is leaving it all out on the floor. For me, that, like, not that we're here assigning blame pie, but, like, Raven is going to get the least of the blame pie in spite of the two things we're about to talk about. So anything you guys want to add on the Raven piece before we talk about the two plays that were critical?
Yeah, the Raven put the cape on the other night. She was like, look, and I knew it was coming when Dawn had took her out at, like, the 7-minute mark in the fourth quarter, brought her back in at the 5.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, all right, she gave Raven these little 2 minutes of rest. Hey, we all out of whack. We taking a bunch of quick shots. I need you. You got to go in there and get us right. Whether that's how like, whatever means necessary. If that means you got to go get the bucket, then go get the bucket. I don't care. Just get something going. Because it was really at that 5-minute mark, it was like, bro, they're rushing. They're just throwing stuff. They're just throwing stuff out up at the basket, hoping that something's gonna go down. And when Raven came back in, it was like, all right, like, Raven's like, all right, if I got to get the steal, I'm gonna get the steal. If I got to go down here and go get this tough basket, I'm gonna go get the tough basket. And I think the worst part about it was seeing how much energy and how hard Raven was working, and hoping that, all right, y'all see her out here working. Y'all need to bring it. If anything, do it for your teammate that's out here doing it all. And they did for a couple minutes. They did it in, like, the final 3 minutes. Which I was saying, I was like, Oklahoma's going to give you opportunities to get back in this game. You're only down 6. If you would just get a stop and actually run some offense and not like, all right, let's just chuck up something real quick and just hope it goes down. Like, yeah, no, run something. Let's get something going. And that's what they did for those 3 minutes to get them to be able to have a potential to go win the game in the last couple seconds, in the last like 15 seconds or so. But the thing is, like, if you could replicate Raven at all 3 guard positions, oh my gosh, it would be amazing. But
it's not just the guard position to me.
True,
but
true. Not just the guard, but positionally, yeah. But like her intensity and all that. If everybody would have showed up with the same intensity that Raven had, oh yeah, this would have been the game that I predicted.
Yep.
And the thing that I will also say is, as we noticed, all right, Raven was on Aaliyah throughout the first 3.5 quarters. And Aaliyah wasn't finding much there. She was getting her assist in through transition. All right, there's nothing Raven can do about that.
Or on like loose balls.
Yes.
Because we didn't secure the rebound. Heads up play, but was making, pretty timely passes to people under the rim. Because
exactly.
We didn't have our hands up, but I already addressed that. Keep
so
going.
Like she was able to do that, but homegirl was contained for those 3.5 quarters. But when everything just started to shift, and it was like, all right, Raven, I need you to come guard Verhulst.
And why did she need to guard Volhorst?
Volhorst, she was cooking Tessa. And cooking Tessa in terms of with guarding a guard like Peyton, the thing is that you thinking that you can give her a little bit of space, yeah, she's going to get it off.
Correct.
And Dawn decided to make the switch in those final like 5 minutes or so in the fourth quarter. Like, all right, we're going to throw Raven on Peyton because Peyton isn't contained. And so with that, Raven comes in and takes up the space. So, all right, yeah, there's no room for you to get this off. And what did she do? She passed that ball every time. All right, yep, ain't nothing here for me.
Well, that's where the cookies came from at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Raven specifically got cookies off of Peyton. So even someone made the comment, and I've seen other people see it, that it was a mistake to put Raven on Peyton. Well, I don't necessarily think so. The problem is we were playing whack-a-mole defensively.
Yes. And
we move Raven here, and then whoever Raven wasn't guarding was
went
able
off.
to get off.
Exactly.
That is not like, to me, if you had left Raven on Chavez, I still think Peyton would have gotten off because of exactly what we just articulated. And Peyton had some good, like that fadeaway off shot that she made in the lane, that turnaround, like,
yes.
That's like impossible to guard. That's really hard to guard. The way to guard it is make sure the person doesn't get to their spot, but that's a hard shot. Like, you can't really guard it unless you're just a taller defender and, make it hard for her to make that shot. But that was one. But the other ones were, the solution is you individually have to win your matchup.
Absolutely. And that's what wasn't happening. Raven was winning her matchup, and then it's like, all right, somebody else is going off in their matchup. So now we got to make the switch. And then, all right, the minute you move Raven over, that person's like, and in this case, it was Chavez. All right, I don't have Raven on me. I don't feel suffocated anymore.
No, sorry. I was going to call for a thing, but I want to let you finish.
But and the thing about it is, it's not like Raven has something defensively that not many guards and people have. And some of it is just her, some of it is the wingspan. That's just something she has. But the intensity defensively and just the IQ defensively specifically that she has, that not many people have that. But it's the fact that, okay, yeah, you don't have Ravens wingspan, but that still doesn't mean that you can't get in somebody's shorts. Go get in their shorts. And that's what should have happened in that couple minutes in the third quarter and in overtime. I mean, in the fourth quarter and in overtime. They should have said, "Hey, we need to go get in Aaliyah shorts," and nobody got in her shorts because Raven was in Peyton shorts. And for someone like Aaliyah Chavez, homegirl was probably waiting all game and all because homegirl was waiting all game for Raven to not be on her. To where it's like, all right, I'm waiting. And to be honest, I will give the kids some credit in terms of not shooting them out of the game. There was a moment there in that fourth quarter where she did take some bad shots. Yep. But I do think it was understood this game from between her and Jenny, like, hey, I don't need you to be just throwing shots up there. I don't need it. I don't want it. I want you to get your shots off within the offense, and I need you to make sure that, hey, whether it's making sure that whatchamacallit was getting the ball, your big was getting the ball, Beers. Or Beers getting the ball, or Shahara Williams.
Yep.
And also Peyton got it down there a couple times.
Sierra won whoever was guarding her, which included Joyce for the majority of the game.
And it was, we can get into that matchup when we get into talking about Joyce, but it was. I will give Aaliyah that credit for not shooting them out of the game, because there were plenty of opportunities where she could have done it and where she probably wanted to, but a conversation was had.
I'm sorry.
Hey, we need to win this game.
Let me jump in here because I got some of the stuff that y'all say in the chat kills me. How in the hell did you get so Johnson's defense is sucking pretty much?
What? No.
How did we get to that?
What?
How did we get to that?
And it's not that I don't think the defense I don't think anyone else. I don't think the team as an entirety played good defense at all for the entirety of the game. And right. I think Peyton was just able to pick on Tessa just because Peyton is the vet. She's the senior. She's the fifth year senior. I expect you to go out there and find ways to kind of affect this game, especially going down the stretch. And she found a way to pick on Tessa, and in part because she's bigger than Tessa. Am I?
Well,
it's not bigger than Tessa. She's able to create space.
Right, and she's a great shooter. Yeah. Remember, the girl is going to the W next year.
Exactly.
She's also the more experienced. Like where we are right now is exactly where we're supposed to be. Raven is supposed to be the best player on our team because she's our fifth year senior. Raven is the one who has seen it. Raven is the one who understands it. Joyce, second year. Don said, what? You don't even understand the system yet. By the third year, that's when you get it. Okay, so Joyce, you're going to look like a sophomore. You have the most upside on our team, but you're going to have sophomore moments. Got to live with that. Also, Tessa, got to live with it. Got to live with it because you don't know what you don't know.
But I disagree with your classification being your best player. I don't think those two, yes, they are correlated, but I don't think they're entirely a 1-for-1. I think your best player can be your sophomore.
She is, but she's still going to have sophomore moments.
Okay.
But I feel like in this system and what the Gamecocks do, Raven is supposed to be, just like I said last year. Tessa, Lay, all of them, they came on. Even in their freshman year, they came on. They had moments, but they still had games where they looked like freshmen. They still had moments where they looked like sophomores. And we still had moments when Sanaya, Raven, Bree, Tahina had to close the show. We don't have as much of that as we had last year. The chemistry that comes with some people playing together for 5 years looks different than some people playing together for 5 minutes.
Yes.
We're also dealing with a young lady who, if we listen to it, is having a tremendously hard time adjusting. Based on what Don talked about. And it's a variety of things. And it didn't sound like it was all just basketball. So it's a lot of stuff being managed at the same time. But the sky is falling. What we gonna do? Oh my God! Get all these. I don't know where that energy comes from.
Well, I guess
we dropped one game in the SEC. We dropped one game in the SEC and 2 games overall in the season. We're still going to be top 5 in the nation, and we're still learning, growing, and figuring it out. Go ahead. You was going to say something?
Well, I'm just making sure I'm clear. Are you addressing certain people in the chat?
Yeah, okay. I am.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the overall energy, and not even just in the chat. The overall energy with the. Here's the thing. I'm gonna get on the soapbox here for a minute because I'm sick of these so-called Gamecock fans showing up with their garnet and black shirts on, and I don't know if it's purple and gold draws or whatever it is y'all got on, but you're on the fence, and I'm over that energy. I'm really over that energy. This is a team that's growing. None of these players have played together. None of these players, besides Joyce, Tessa, and Raven, who went and won something together. Who even knows how to go win something? Besides them 3, who even knows? Nobody. So you don't know until you know. Yeah, Emily, straight up turncoats. I'm sick of it.
And one thing I will say is to say that, okay, Johnson sucks defensively or whatever the person said. That's not something fair to say. That's not what we're saying. And then on top of that, that's not fair of you to say for her. And then especially because you're comparing her defensively to Raven. And these are 2 different types of players. Let's not forget, Tessa wasn't playing defense like that until she got to South Carolina. She said it herself.
Well, and my other thing is defense. So this is what I wanted to address. Defense, defense to me is a team / individual thing. You can play good team defense and not be the best individual defender.
Exactly.
Right. So it's a little bit of both of what's happening here is like the individual defender can still not be the best, but if you have the right principles and you shade them to your help, and that's also another thing, your help side needs to be there. Your big being the anchor. We've talked multiple times about how South Carolina's system generally has a big to anchor that back line. Well, that is Medina. And Medina isn't all the way there. Either she's off the floor recently because of foul trouble or whatever's going on. So that's also part of the challenge that we have is that our bigs are not
they're human. They're human. They're not robots. It's a lot of stuff going on. They're not basketball robots.
Right. But speaking of the analysis, right? Like at the end of the day, there's not that trust is not trust, or I think part of it is trusting each other and not saying they don't get along with each other. I mean, part of this I do agree with, everybody's kind of new to what they're being asked to do in whatever capacity it is. And so then that creates challenges if you don't have a true anchor back there. And I think that's part of what we're also seeing defensively. So I think that adds to it. And then you try to bring Raven over to say, okay, we're not getting what we need, or it's not working, or we see some challenges. So let's bring Raven over, because to that point in time, Chavez hadn't really had the best shooting night. So that's you're kind of playing, like I said, the whack-a-mole game. You're trying to make it all kind of gel in the melting pot together. And so I think that's what we're seeing. But individually, I didn't use the word sucking. I just said Tessa wasn't able to hold Peyton. And then when Tessa did get on Aaliyah, Aaliyah got shots off because Tessa was playing too far off. That's what I said.
Absolutely. Them in the chat, that is crazy to sit there and say, oh, out of everything we said, that's what you got out of it, which wasn't even what was said. My goodness, comprehension skills. Gosh.
They're in the basement.
In the toilet. Like what?
Now,
Like,
and I would, and I again, I have. It's not just Tessa, and I wouldn't use the word sucking, but if we're gonna point out people's defensive deficiencies, it wasn't just Tessa. Again, this is a team thing, right? It does help if your front line can play one-on-one and ball pressure a little bit better, because then that doesn't put pressure on your back line and your rotation as much. But all of it is interconnected. And so kind of your first line of defense kind of from that standpoint. So, you know, from that standpoint, like, I think while we're on the Tessa topic, that second foul was bad. Who got the second foul on her? Peyton, by the way. That second foul was bad, and it was bad for me more just because I think Tessa still needs to recognize and realize the value she has on this team. And not saying she doesn't, but like, I flash back to when Tessa was like, I don't really care how many points I score. And Don was like, I do, right? Like, to me, it's in that same vein where it's like, Tessa, you were the only one hitting shots for us early. We can't have you on the bench. You cannot pick up that second foul. Like, that's just kind of part of that maturation of like realizing kind of not time, you know, possession, but kind of in that same vein of like, all right, I got it cooking. I'm literally in fuego. Like, I cannot be off this floor. Like, if that means Peyton just gets this easy lay, like, I kind of got to let it go, you know, so that I can still be on the floor for my team. So I think that's something I'd like to see Tessa also be cognizant of. Like, I appreciate the effort. She was trying to fight, but in that moment, that wasn't the right time to do that. It was too early in the game. Yeah, Tessa, you're no longer a bench player. That was my note.
Yeah.
Like, you are starting three. Like, you have to be on the floor. So, you know, figure that out. We already talked defensive transition. She was guilty of that a couple times too, and closing out to shooters.
There was a couple times I was just like, Tessa, why are you backpedaling? Stop backpedaling. Stop backpedaling. Stop backpedaling in transition.
Right. Stop ball.
Stop ball. You're backpedaling and they're not stopping. If you're gonna backpedal as the offensive guard, oh, you want to backpedal? Okay, cool. I'm gonna keep going because you're not gonna stop me.
They do need to come together as a team and figure out why the communication continues to be a challenge. I don't know if it's just individuals being a little flighty, but especially after made baskets, like, we cannot give up layups on the other end or open threes because we didn't get back. And there were times where Tessa was in no man's land and then would realize it and then would run out. A couple times, luckily, they missed those. So I don't know. They need to come up with their own system of like, we got to point it out. We got to call out who you have. I have 5. I have, you know, whatever. Take it back to kind of basketball 101. Point out who you have, because that was a challenge for us.
Yes, because I think that's how Aaliyah got off one of those threes to start overtime.
Overtime. I was going to say overtime. I have nothing to say about that. I mean, I have nothing to say because overtime was a mess. But yes, that's exactly what happened. We had Medina guarding Chavez. Like, no, absolutely not. So yeah, but they got to figure out a system. I feel like it was the communication.
At this point, the system has to be to over communicate.
Correct.
Over communicate. That's your system right now. Like Amazon, I want you to email me, text me, call me, show me that my package is 9 stops or 8 stops, 7 stops. At the sidewalk, on the porch. We opening it. Like, I need to
take
see
a
all
picture,
that, bro.
Get the picture of the delivery,
bro.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Sign your name. I want to see the delivery driver's name, everything. Over communicate right now.
Let me know 3 days out that we received your order, and then
we got your order. We opened your order. We putting stuff in the box, like over communicate.
Packaging in the box.
Because like doing the only pointing, like the only pointing thing to say who you got,
I don't
have that chemistry. We don't have that chemistry. We don't have that luxury. Yeah. I want y'all to get tired of hearing each other's voices where you just turn around and be like, will you shut up? I got her.
And you notice
communicate to that point.
And you noticed in practice, which I found funny, with Don, Dawn doesn't usually hold her media scrum while they're still practicing. I was so elated to see that. It was almost like in a sick way that I was like, yes, she's holding practice and they're still practicing. And you couldn't even hear half the questions because they were yelling in the background. And I was like, good. Like, we need more communication. Like, it's a non-negotiable. Like, everybody, you should have no voice by the time the game is over.
Right, because like there was pointing going on, but there was also switching, especially in the transition trying to pick up. I was like, why are we pointing and then you're switching? And I was like, yeah, there's no, and now it's leading to a wide open free throw line jumper.
Yep. Auntie, I'm gonna ask you to pull that clip.
Yeah, I just seen that. I'll do
Okay.
as best I can, but they're pretty much in time order because I was.
Oh, okay. Then no problem.
We were talking, so
no problem. So it's in time order. So
for the most part, with the exception of whatever you said last, is actually last.
Okay, I got you. So then maybe we'll talk Maddie in a second.
But I can try to.
No. You're good. You're good. We'll come back to it because it involves a lot of people. So don't worry.
Okay, my bad. I should have asked, but my bad.
No, you're good. And I appreciate you pulling them.
Sure.
Tessa, I was getting a little frustrated with Tessa at some point in the
third quarter.
Yes, I was literally like the third quarter on the
shot selection was.
Yes, exactly. Brittany, you and I watched the game the same. Exactly. So we already talked defense, so we can lay that for now. We'll pause on the defense, but on the offense, the shot selection, it felt like she was pressing and then she went cold. At some point, she did start getting to the basket. This is something I've noticed with Tessa. So one of my issues in general about basketball now is people don't finish with their left hand on the left side of the damn rim no more. What are we doing? Stop finishing with your right hand on the left side. Tessa did try to finish with her left hand. She crossed over Reagan and was able to get on the left side of the rim, but she just did not finish.
Yeah.
I find that Tessa has been short arming a couple of her of her layups. I think at this point with Tessa, I'm inclined to believe it's a focus thing. And so for her, I think she has to figure that out. And I understand it's a fine line between playing loose and playing tight, right? But I do think Tessa could, I don't know, she needs to drink one of them focus energy drinks before a game or what, but Tessa, babes, we got to get it. We got to get locked in a little bit more. So that's kind of my feedback on that. But there were times where I did feel like later in the game, I felt like she was going to the rim. She was able to finish at the rim as the time progressed. But I think finding that balance is going to continue to be an opportunity for her. But, that's kind of where we are. Oh, I didn't finish my thought about the media scrum. Yeah, the fact that they were still practicing, I just loved it. That means we're more locked in, and they got the message, and I'm smiling because we need it. I need a little bit of old Dawn to come back. Like the TikToks and meeting the kids where they are, real cute, but I think when they're not getting your message, we got to switch it up. So I am here for anything and everything Dawn wants to do. If that means people's minutes get adjusted, or what needs to happen, or we look at who's producing well defensively as a unit well together. I think that's another point that maybe won't get talked explicitly, but Isla, Gotti, I think it was Raven, I think it was Alicia, and one other person. They were able to be a little bit tighter defensively.
I think it was Joyce.
Was it Joyce?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I felt like them as a unit were better defensively. Again, this is where kind of defense is both individual and also like that team component. It's a lot easier for the team to be good if individually you're solid. You know what I mean? But whatever it was, they were solid, and I at least wanted to shout them out for that.
Oh yes, I think I think the bench did what the bench was supposed to do. When they got
Yes.
minutes, they went out there and they produced.
They did. Yep. 100%. The bench did what the bench needed to do. I
Yeah.
100% agree.
It's like the role players don't play like stars don't play off of role players. Role players play off of stars. That's how it goes. Your stars have to set the tone. So the bench came in and did. Thankfully, the bench was like, "All right, our starters they're not playing all that great. We need to figure something out." And being thrown in there, just they did what they needed to do.
with a slight, okay, let's talk Maddie, because I think
Yeah.
Wait,
that's
before we talk Maddie, because I
Yep.
see Roach, you Roach Anthony, you typed something else before you answered my question. So you said it was no dogs on the floor except Raven. When exactly did we not? When exactly did South Carolina get down to one dog? Was it just this game? You've been feeling like that all season? Let me know. And then who is your team? I see you type something else, but I'm not interested in that until we get back to till we finish this part of the conversation. So let me know. Let me know.
Yeah,
So
but
Joyce ain't a dog and all of that. Let me know. Let me know. So when did you make the decision that Raven is the only dog on the floor? I want to know. That's how you've been feeling. You felt like that last year, just this year. Let me know. And then who's your team?
And he also made a comment. Who's the 3 people in the starting lineup that don't want to rebound?
Yeah, I was gonna get to that after we get to that because he tried to type that. He or she tried to type that shit after I asked the question. So, who is your team? And then when exactly did the dogs get off the floor? When exactly did Raven become the only dog on the floor? Let me know. I think Dawn is letting them work through their growing pains. She'll be yelling in the SEC NCAA tournament. No, she's gonna yell now, so she doesn't have to yell in the SEC NCAA.
Yeah, no one's waiting for them to do that.
Now. To fix the problem when it becomes that's no, hell no, that's not when you do it. You yell and scream right now. You take L's right now. You play with your lineups right now, so that in the SEC and the NCAA tournament you stacking wins.
Right.
You put that work in right now.
We're not forming
what
habits.
In the fuck would you sit around for and be like, you know what? Nah, I'll fix it when we get in the SEC tournament.
Right. I'm not
fixing it now. But I'm gonna fix it when everything is on the goddamn line. Make it make sense.
That's when I go home. Right now, it's
but when Don did let them
be wild to me, bro.
When Don let them work through their growing pains in the non-con.
Shit is crazy, bro.
In the non-con was the time that Don let them work through it. Now we have established enough patterns and habits that she needs to break or reinstill or fix or whatever word you want to say, right? And the thing is, there's still time for it because, again, back to the whole doom and gloom. As much as I am going in respectfully on everybody on our team, because at this point, like we've talked about other players, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't call some of my own players out, right? Like that's who I am. I have to do that, right? Like I'm not one of these wish-washy people, right? But we have to call them out because now we've seen it and we've been calling it out for a while. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we tied the game in regulation in spite of how shitty you could say we played. And that's the thing that's ironic and interesting about our team is we have yet to play our best ball and we still we've lost 2 games, one in overtime and the other on a buzzer beater that Rory hit over Tessa, right? Like, and there are reasons that we can point to that the tie would have changed.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Commish. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just until people are finished.
Here's the thing. If you're looking for her to lose it on the sideline, she's not supposed to. I'm not supposed to be losing it on the sideline. I'm not even really supposed to be talking on the sideline if I do my goddamn job all week.
Right.
If a coach is coaching all week, by the time we get to the goddamn game, it should be nothing for me to say. The only time that I should say something is if there's something that I didn't prepare you for. The first thing that y'all ain't paying attention to is, number one, we ain't even running that many offensive sets. Raven is out there, goddamn, she's
Raven is doing it all, which I didn't realize how much she was doing.
Come on, man. Like, come on, man. Like, we really got to talk about the basketball game, not the antics that go on. Dawn ain't showing out on the sideline. She's not gonna do that.
Right.
And I also think
if you notice, Dawn does most of her yelling at the fucking refs when she's on the sideline.
As she should.
Literally.
As she
That's
should.
what she's supposed to be working them. I'm waiting for Dawn to get like, what's my man's name? What's his name? Is that Oregon? Is his name Kelly?
Kelly.
Sit down with your legs crossed. Because there's nothing else to say. All the work is done.
Yeah.
It's like y'all want her to y'all want Dawn to perform on the sideline.
I got you, Kappa, but you wasn't replying when you said the other thing though.
No. Kappa was replying to FM. One of them. One of the comments I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Dawn, she not gonna do all the performing that Moki be doing. Ain't nobody doing all that.
Yeah,
but hold on. Can I remind everybody? So I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. I don't know if people are new Gamecock fans, but if you've been a Gamecock fan and you listen, right, we got to listen and comprehend, because Raven has a whole article, or there was a whole article, I think Lulu did it, about the art of a timeout and why Dawn doesn't always call timeouts. And in that article, and we've heard Raven quote before, I'm cool because I got Don Michelle Staley as my coach. And if coach is cool, I'm cool. Like, that is a quote from Raven. So like, part of it is, and Dawn has articulated when she was point guard what was helpful to her from a demonstrative standpoint from her coach. So Dawn is not overly demonstrative with the players. And I think especially she knows the pulse of this team, right? She will get in them in huddles, right? A little bit. You can see her talking to them. And some of that is just a reminder of like, hey, I need you to hustle a little bit more. We're getting beat. We're getting punked or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's perfectly fine for a coach to do, because that's part of the coach's job, is to point out what she's seeing from the sidelines. So we're not going to do the hitting the clipboard out of my assistant's hand. That is not Dawn. But it is on Dawn to make sure, which I think she has done, to get on them and say, we're not rebounding. We're not boxing out. We're not defending. And those are the right things. Half of y'all at least watch Unrivaled. We saw Noah Henry cuss out Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers for Unrivaled, and said, I don't have to remind you guys to play defense. Like, she cussed them straight out, right? And we're not saying Dawn has to do that, but again, it's the job to be like, hey, it's a reminder. You're not doing these things. And I can tell you that calmly. I can get in your ass about it calmly. I can be matter of fact about it, and I can cuss about it. But all at the end of the day is I'm telling you what I'm seeing. So I do think people asking for her, not in this way, but like for her to be memeified in a way, like, you know, and this is still a Black woman at the end of the day. There's a lot of Black women
very
here in
cognizant of that too.
Yeah,
like how cognizant she was about it until she made the comment about ESPN seems to catch me.
Exactly, because
somebody
they have
like,
it on her
this
face.
meme. She was like, they always catch me with these in these moments. So it's something that she is very cognizant of, and she's like, yeah, maybe not.
I'm not trying to be on that. So
exactly.
Anyway, anything else y'all have to say about this? Otherwise, let's get into Maddie.
Yeah.
No, I just want to be clear that
I got you.
We don't fix problems at the SEC tournament and in
100%.
March tournament. This is 100%. Why I keep saying that when Dawn is coaching in November, she's not even looking in December and January. She ain't even looking at the player out there, the team out there. She's coaching for April. When this happens in April, what's going to happen? How do I fix this? What are my options? And even about right now. Go ahead.
And no. I just wanted to put a real pin in it for the Raven component, because what you just said is a good reminder when we get to the last 18 seconds of Raven. But let's talk Maddie, and then we'll get to that because you have it in order, like you said.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
So let's rock it.
Don't apologize. Brittany, do you wanna kick us off on Maddie? Or if you have anything else to say about Tessa? I don't know if there was anything.
No, I don't have anything else to say about Tessa. I think it was one of those, all right, everybody needs to kind of get it together defensively, but definitely not going to be like the freaking out folks. That's the world's falling folks. Yeah, no.
Okay. You want to jumpstart us with Maddie?
No, you got the Maddie one. I do. You got the Maddie one.
Okay. I'll start, and then you build on anything that comes to mind. Okay. So Maddie, by the way, this applies to everyone, but again, we're talking this. Okay. Sorry. Let me catch what we're looking at here. Okay. So Maddie in general has to give more, but particularly on defense. And this kind of applies while this clip is rolling. Watch Maddie in both of the this clip. And the reason why I'm particularly pointing this out for Maddie, well, the reason why I'm pointing out is because she does, right? Like there's no other reason for it. She does, because at the end of the day, Raven is going to give you what Raven is giving us from offensive play sets and all that stuff. So when Maddie comes in, Maddie needs to make sure that one, the ball is moving with that second unit, but in particular, if you're going to be out there, especially with Raven, give her some reprieve on the defensive end, right? And so I do think Maddie, especially given her stature, I've said this before, but especially given her stature, for given how small she is, she needs to be a pest. She needs to be a defensive pest. That is actually where I see the value for Maddie a little bit more. Because yeah, so she's young and she's learning, but like at a certain point, like guys, everything can't be someone's young and they're learning. Like learning is instituting what you learn, right? Like otherwise it's just, that's not learning. Learning is the retention and the action. And I'm not saying she's not there, but like sometimes it feels like we just regurgitate the same things, right? But at the end of the day, sorry, can you go back to the Maddie one if you can? Because I didn't articulate what I wanted to say about Maddie, but she needs to be more of a pest defensively. I think on ball defense, she can be a little bit more pesky, but Maddie, so watch Maddie, she sinks for no reason. Like she comes off a van on this play. Why are you coming off a 3-point shooter to sink in the lane and then you give up a wide three? Now, ideally someone else would have rotated, but Maddie should have never been the one to sink. You have Isla, and yeah, just you can't do that. That's a bad rotation. And then do you have the other Maddie clip, Auntie?
Probably somewhere. Let's see. No, this isn't the Maddie clip.
Okay, that's fine. I'll talk it. If you don't have it, I'll talk it. So there were 2 plays in the first half. We watched one of them. The other one was Maddie checks into the game in the second quarter at the 2:56. So that's after this play, or she goes out for a little bit, then comes back in. And immediately when she comes in, Van hits another 3 because she sunk again in the paint off out of bounds play and gave up the 3.
Sorry.
You found it?
I think I cut that out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. So like our help side D is not where it's supposed to be, right? And this is where on ball defense will save you if you can stay in front of your player, but also on the backside, we're not doing what we're supposed to do, especially some of the guards, right? So I just wanted to highlight that to be like, we need that. we need it, and Maddie's gonna make her bones by being better defensively, not only on this current team, but when I project her in her future, her being pesky defensively will change the game. Given her size, that's just something that has to happen. If there's anybody who is a non-negotiable for, it's actually Maddie. You have to make sure that you're a plus on the defensive end. So I would like to see her mature in that space a little bit more.
See, that's,
and I think also with that maturity is just going to be. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just was going to say real quick. I think what comes with that maturity also is just like you were talking about too, the chemistry and the trust. Like Raven has that trust because
you don't need to see
because. Well, but Raven's been in situations where she's like, shit, I ain't got to go back there. Ashlyn back there. Camilla's back there, right? So she's been able to build trust with people and know that they're back there. Like, they're going to have to build that trust with each other and just know, yo, Mo is back there. Deli's back there. Like, I think that they still have to get to that. And that comes with just like the chemistry and like you said, the growth.
Yeah, but okay, maybe this is unfair because I'm not Maddie, but respectfully, Maddie, what are you gonna do? Like, you're not blocking nobody's shot down there. Like, if you want to take a charge, I'm with it, but a block shot, you're not really doing that. And she did that with Madison Booker the last game too, and she ended up getting a foul. So she does need to adjust that. She's now done that a couple games. I agree with the trust point, but like, you have to do something a little different. That's where, like, maybe watching Rory tape is good for you from that standpoint.
I think also on those plays, it's the like plays like that. Sometimes it's like players just be forgetting, like the principles. You forgot, like the principle. Hey, you can't just. All right, I think my teammate's getting beat. Somebody and it's looking to go and make a play. Yes, right. Should you be trying to make a play? In the big scheme of things, you're looking to make a play, but you need to be looking to make a play within the principles of the system.
Yeah.
Not the like I can see, okay, she was hoping that she was going to be able to intercept that any pass that was going to come into one of the bigs flying down the middle of the lane. And or at least deflected, and it's like, hey, yeah, no, you're not gonna be able, no, because you have to remember who you're playing. This is a 3-point shooting team. You got to say, oh, that okay. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 people here in the paint. Somebody's not here.
But the thing,
but these are the muscle memories and the bad habits that Dawn is having to break as people are coming into college too. Like,
right,
yes,
so,
right,
yeah.
But even on that play, Brittany, that's where it's like, okay, film study, right? And it's some of it is still like, it's hard to break a habit, but like, even if there was no big coming because Aaliyah was up with the big. So everybody was high. So why are you, you sinking now and then the pass ended up going right over her hands to Van.
Yep.
So you didn't accomplish anything, So
yeah, not the,
yeah. So like, I think the other thing too is, and this is where you get better by watching film, right? Like we all saw Asia walking around with her big Goyard ass bag and it clumping she was walking around with her laptop, right? Like she was constantly watching film and seeing how people were playing. So like some of this, and I get it too, it's a lot easier in the W, you don't have school, blah, 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 blah. But some of this is being a student of the game, right? And this is where I always challenge some of the girlies to be like, you need to also be a better student of the game, right? Raven said that Gotti reminds her of DB. And I don't think Gotti meant it in a, I don't want to be DB way, but more like a tall, skinny girl. You're just calling me DB. But you can tell who is watching other people and taking things from them. So again, Maddie, my challenge to her is you need to find more people who are of your similar stature, see how they have been successful or what works for them, and start studying up on that. Or figure out your unique thing you can bring defensively to the team. I think being pesky on defense, getting in passing lanes, disrupting, that type of thing, that tends to happen with smaller stature players. And that's where I would like to see her kind of do that. Any ball that gets put on the ground is mine. I'm closer to the floor than you are. That type of thing. Like, and that's where I want the grit and tenacity.
And then with her speed, like it's just that's where you're gonna have to be. But with the size and the speed, that's just gonna be needs to be your lane defensively. And especially if we're talking about like even just talking about the next level, that's gonna have to be your thing because you're just like your size, like you're gonna have to be a pest because you're not big enough to really erase shots or force someone to change their shot because they're able to shoot over the top. So you don't have a choice but to be pesky. That is definitely what she's gonna have to do. Be pesky, cause like I need you to be out
cause
there.
Havoc.
Wreak havoc. I need you to wreak havoc like Hannah, but within the system.
Yeah, you don't have to go rogue, but
don't go rogue in the system. I need you to be creating turnovers, 10 second counts, things like that. Turnovers just because, all right, I got to get his ball up, and whether it be a travel, so on and so forth. But that's just where it needs to be.
Agreed. Anything else you guys had on Maddie?
No, and I also think the way in which the game was, Maddie
She
only
didn't really
getting
get
what?
many minutes, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest. Part of the reason why she didn't get minutes is because of the 2 plays I just articulated in the second
Yes,
quarter.
those 2 plays, and then it's those 2 plays, and then you can't have her on the floor with the way that Tanaya wasn't playing very well. But I don't think she played well defensively either. So like those the 2 pairings you can't have on the floor at the same time, because it's like, all right, she's having a bad defensive night. You're having a bad defensive night. I can't have it. And then how important Raven was, and how bad Raven needed to stay on the floor. How badly Raven needed to stay on the floor. And then I think like Gotti was just great, so there wasn't going to be a bunch of minutes to be had, because if when it came to the guard switching out, Gotti got those minutes.
Do you think Gotti should have gotten more minutes?
Yeah, kind of. And I think the reason why Gotti probably should have got more minutes, and I think probably more of.
And whose minutes? Yeah, because that's always got to be
that's why I was like, let me look at the minutes log, because I won't say I wanted her to get more minutes.
I feel like the only answer is Tanaya or Tessa, right?
Yes, and I want to say, because she got most of her minutes when Tessa was out with the foul trouble.
Right.
I want to say probably some more of Tanaya's minutes, just because, and it wasn't just because of how bad Tanaya was struggling offensively, but how much impactful Gotti was defensively, that you probably needed some more Gotti minutes compared to what Tanaya was doing defensively, and just the wingspan of Gotti. So it was like, yeah, like more Gotti minutes, yes. But the other part about it is, coming down the stretch, you would have wanted and needed Tanaya to be in more of a rhythm.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, there is a world where Tessa could have played the 2 and Gotti could have played the 3, but I understand why that didn't happen, but in theory it could have happened.
Yep.
I do think Gotti's tough, because I do look at it and I'm like, I do think she played well, like on both ends. I think she attacked downhill, and she was one of the few people that finished her layups in transition. God knows.
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, yeah, it's so hard. It's hard for Dawn. I really feel for Dawn, because I guess
Gotti had already played 20 minutes, so that's the other thing. 20 minutes is a really great spot for her. So it's like,
for who? For Tanaya?
For Gotti to get 20 minutes.
Yeah, she got 20 minutes.
Yeah. So trying to squeak out some more, yeah, could you? Maybe, but could have been at the detriment of Tanaya, or size wise. I don't know. I think they could have pulled it off. So.
Yeah, they could have. I'm not just. I don't feel strongly that she couldn't have played more minutes. Go ahead, Auntie.
Oh no, go ahead. You answer. Go ahead.
No. That is my answer. So go ahead and add in your thoughts.
No. I was gonna ask a question. I was actually gonna ask a question.
Okay, go ahead.
No, but that's why I said you answered it. You was like, oh, as far as like her minutes. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I thought you kept saying, go ahead.
She had already played 20 minutes. So it's like, how much more minutes could you have found out of it? Especially, it would have been a struggle.
Okay, let me say this. I see this in the chat. Do you think playing in the SEC is taking a toll on Latson? No, I think that she's learning how to play in the SEC. But even more important than that, she's learning how to play in the system. She came here to show that she can play in the system. So no, I don't think it's taking a toll on her.
Not a toll. If
I don't think it's taking
anything,
a toll on
I
her.
think it's just like anytime.
I personally do not think that. I personally don't think that Tania Latson is playing at 100% health. I think that she's still nursing an ankle, but that's just me. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I don't know if
She
I
was
agree
playing-
with
she was
that, but I hear what you're
she was-
saying.
yeah,
She was playing on a hurt ankle all season. How long ago did the ankle get hurt? When they acknowledged that it was hurting the game, they said, "Is that the bad one?" Right?
Yeah.
So
Well, here's the thing. I'm sorry. I'm the person that if you're out there on the court playing the minutes you're playing, you can't be like, and not to, this is not to be disrespectful to Latson, but like, if she's playing hurt, she sure as hell is going to the rim a hell of a lot.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think
mean?
that she's
Like,
healthy. So I don't think that we've seen her best basketball. I'm not using that as an excuse for what she's doing on the floor.
Right.
I'm saying, like, I just don't think that she's at 100%. So she's laboring through some shit, and it's some plays where it's like, damn, we needed you to be there a little bit quicker. But I'm not gonna act like, like I think that she's at 100%. I know that she's not, but I think that more importantly, like you said, what she has to get used to is how the game is called in the SEC.
Correct. That's what I was about to say.
More than anything else, she's got to get used to when you go to the basket and go run into the land of the bigs, blow the whistle for ACC. That's what will happen to SEC over here.
Right.
So you got to be strong enough to go up and go through it and complete that bitch, like play through the contact and finish, or you're gonna have to stop and pop. And I'm not gonna act like I haven't seen her stop and pop at the free throw line. I haven't seen her. I've seen it. But I've also seen her get in there and dump the ball off. But more importantly than anything, and it goes back to what I heard Dawn say last season, stop dribbling into the paint without a goddamn plan.
Exactly.
Get in there, you get in there, then you stop, and then you hop it around looking. What was your plan when you took off going in there? Right? And if it was to just run around in a circle, don't go. If it was just to run in there and come back out, don't go. But the other thing that I see us do more that irritates me more than anything, and this is something that Latson does, is Latson is really good with her little ass with getting down in there and getting a rebound. Somehow that motherfucker be coming up with that little rebound. But don't go straight back up with it. Kick it back out. We got time. Out.
Exactly.
It's the reset. It's the reset. And I don't know if everybody is just used to being hurt. And so it's like, shit, it's in my hand. I got to make something happen now. And they got to get used to, like, hey,
I think with
it's a team of hers.
I think with the game Latson had, she was pressing, right? Remember, she didn't score her first field goal attempt. Her first field goal attempt came in Q4. No, I'm just saying this is what happened. Because when
I'm not even talking about you. I want to address Brown Sweetie over here.
Okay,
go ahead. Keep going.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah, how long? Here's the thing. You said, well, it's about to be February. How long is it going to take the team to get used to everything? By the end of February. Because the time that they got to be ready, Brown Sweetie, is in goddamn March. So if it take till February 28th at 11:59, long as they ready when March start, we on time.
The other part about it is for them, it's
go ahead.
The thing that we're waiting for is for them to be consistent.
Yeah,
and not just that's where we're at with them. It's them being consistent. They've had quarters of them putting it together, but not the entirety of a game. They've had minutes of them putting it together. There's glimpses, but they haven't been able to put together an entire game. That's the problem. They haven't.
Or there are individuals who have been able to do it, but not the collective.
Exactly.
What did Drip say? I wish everybody would have a good game on the same day.
Right.
That's all she waiting for. Everybody have a good game on the same goddamn day.
Everybody has to remember, the only returning starter is Raven. So these are 4 new pieces. You're adding 4 new pieces, 1 piece that's new to 2 pieces that are new to your team, and one of the pieces also hasn't been playing basketball that long. What they said, 5 years?
5 years.
She's only been playing basketball for 5 years, and then on top of that, the position that she's playing is a very key position for South Carolina. So that's
a critical position.
Yes, the post position is not something that I can just get on a whim. Yeah, no, it's not, because of how important that position is. And so I need people to remember that when they're talking about Medina. She's only been playing basketball for 5 years, and now she's playing at one of the key positions at the University of South Carolina.
Before we go on Medina, let's finish Latson real quick. So what I was saying is Latson didn't get her first field goal attempt until the 4th quarter when she got that breakaway. I think she stole the ball, or Raven stole the ball and tossed it to her. That was her first field goal attempt. It was like 7 minutes, 6 minutes. I can't remember. Other than that, the other points she had were at the free throw line. Her first field goal attempt made was in the fourth quarter, like halfway through. So back to the point of her slicing in there, which Tessa was open at the top of the key, but we move.
Okay, yeah, that one.
She sliced in there. She got in there. Reagan Beers had 4 fouls, right? Reagan, doesn't move. Beers doesn't move, right? Because she low-key can't. She gets the rebound. Great job. She gets the rebound. She taps it. Again, agreed. She should have reset, brought that back out. But I think part of the reason why she did that is because she was pressing, because she didn't get her first field goal attempt, right? I think she just pressed. And I think my thing for Latson is, and I had previously praised her because at the half, I thought she adjusted well. This was the first game that at the half, she did not adjust that well. I do think she if anything, I do think that being a little amongst trees, she just has to realize by now, like, she's not getting these foul calls. So you got to go in stronger. You got to finish. Or you need to find other ways to be more effective. And that's my challenge to her. If it's not going for you offensively, what she has done before is she's gotten better defensively. She's gotten in passing lanes and stuff like that. She's created for others. And so I would like to see her do more of those things. And then also, I think she needs to take advantage of not just shooting threes and not just being at the rim, but the in-between game. Find something that's comfortable for you and find some spots and some middies there. But that's, I think, what I'm seeing from Latson more than it being, and she's in a new spot where she doesn't have the ball in her hands all the time. Now, at this point, we have to adjust, right? So I think that's just kind of what we have to do. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know Raven probably doesn't want to do this per se, and she wants to like be leaders by committee. And I still think you can be, but I would like to see Raven have conversations with the team for people to talk through either what's happening or what they're seeing. And this is normal, by the way. Every team does this, like have a meeting, have a conversation, air it out. And not that it all has to be bad. I just think everybody is pressing in different ways, right? So have a conversation about what you need to see to trust the person behind you more. You just need to have trust, or you need to let it go. You're too valuable. We can't have you in foul trouble, or slow down, or you don't have it. They're doubling you. Kick it out. Like everybody has something they can work on. So
yeah, it wasn't a great night for tonight, and I knew how bad it was when she had a layup. Coming down the lane, she had Chavez there, and she tried to dump it off to Raven.
Yes,
And
Auntie, please bring up the clip. This is my other clip I asked for.
Man.
You can talk through it, but this is my clip I asked for.
That one.
Which clip is it?
The Latson clip.
Is it the last thing you asked for?
Yeah, it was the last one I asked for. Sorry.
I don't remember.
One more.
Oh wait, I think it was.
There it is. Oh, you just passed it. It was her running down the lane by herself.
That's end of regulation right there.
No.
It's this one. Yeah. Is it this one? It's this one.
Yes, this is it.
So this right here, Tanaya needed to take that. There was no, because Aaliyah
finish with your left hand.
Exactly. All she had to do was finish with the left, because had she just went up with the left, one of two things was going to happen. Either she was going to make the bucket, or Aaliyah, or it was going to be a foul on Aaliyah.
Definitely going to be a foul on her.
Exactly. Aaliyah played the middle, so she said, "Okay, cool. I'm gonna just play the in between." And just in case you try to drop this off to Raven, which there was no angle to get it to Raven.
Correct.
So it was
that was even if she had gotten to Raven, that would have been really tough, because there's someone running behind Raven. Raven didn't really have the best angle. But the thing that on the broadcast, when they re-showed it from the aerial view, you can actually see that Latson had already predetermined that she was going to pass the ball.
Exactly. When it was, hey,
she left her feet and was already angled. You see how she's contorted? She was like contorted
she already
sideways.
angled towards passing it to Reagan.
She wasn't gonna go for the layup. She had already predetermined she was passing the ball off.
That's when I knew. I was like, oh yeah. It's you know, it's just she's in, and I think at one point she was in her head.
She's definitely in her head.
Because that right there was in her head. Because any other time tonight would have took it herself.
Correct.
Said, let me bump this. I'm gonna make this layup. But it's like I really have either only made one shot at that point or hadn't made a bucket at that point. Let me just give it up to Raven. Raven has it going, and it's like, yeah, no, you got to take that. You got to take that shot. You got to take that layup because either you make the bucket or she fouls you. Either or, it's points on the board.
Now, if that had been Reagan Beers, who really isn't that great of a shot blocker, or the other one that came in for Reagan Stewart, then I would have been more okay with her passing that up. But again, it's who's on you. It's Chavez. Like, girl, go finish that, you know? So I think Latson is continuing to struggle with the throttle, like when to be on, when not to be, and that stuff. So I feel for her in that capacity, but she does need to read it better.
And I think what would help her so much is using, like you were saying, getting to the mid range. Use it, because if anything, if she starts getting to the mid range and knocking down some of those shots, it's gonna open a lane for her to get to the basket because of how fast she is. So the defender is gonna say, "All right, okay, cool. I keep giving up these," and especially in like the pick and roll game with the big, you're gonna force the big to step up because you've hit some mid range shots.
And
so
we
now,
used to, earlier in the year, she was running that more. And I don't know why we've gotten away from that. So that's the thing. If you can hit a free throw, you can hit the midi.
Exactly.
Especially at the free throw line.
And especially against, and especially at that point in the game, like Reagan Beers had already had 4. She already had 4. So homegirl is not that mid-range shot is going to be there because it was there for Raven. That mid-range shot was going to be there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So one of two things. All right, you make a couple of them, then they're going to have to figure out, like, okay, Reagan, you're going to have to step up higher. Okay, she steps up higher. Now you're just going right by her for layup.
Yep.
So she got to get back into that. And I think there was a couple times where Raven tried to get her going, and it was like, yeah, all right, nothing's there.
Right. The other thing I'll just add on Latson is I appreciate she eventually did it, but I thought she waited too long to turn on her defense and her hustle. I felt like
confirm for me.
She
could have done it. Latson is a 3-level scorer. Latson has a midi that we've seen, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. That's my point. Is like,
yeah. So that's why I was confused by the chat when they was like, maybe Latson don't have a mid range. We've seen her pull up her mid range in the game.
We've seen it at South Carolina. Yeah,
right.
Like she's did it this. She's used her midi this season. Like I'm not sure if you're not watching all the games.
As of late, she's just been settling too much to just go straight to the rim, and it's like, hey, at some point, you gotta take the mid range. Just take the mid range. Like I know you want to get to the rim, but some of these, it's not there. The rim's not there.
I don't know if I said that. No, this is my last point on Latson. Her late side help was late, or her help side help, or her help, whatever. Help side, she was late on. She was late way too much in the game. There was one where there was the screen. Sahara ended up passing it directly to Peyton Cutting for the easy layup, and Latson she was too far off from the midline. So, we gotta, like, if your offense isn't going, be a pest defensively too, especially given your size. So I'd like to see her get back to that.
Absolutely.
Should we go to Joyce now?
Yeah, we can go to Joyce.
Do you want to start? You still want me to start?
Joyce. I'll start on Joyce.
Okay.
Oh Lord, Joyce. The thing with Joyce is it was a night where Joyce didn't really have it going offensively. Well, but can we say, okay, well, what about the fouls? Yes, okay. The foul calls aside, we wasn't getting the calls. But there were plenty of shots that at the basket that Joyce had that she didn't make either. And I did notice that in
But
the
why? But why? Do you have different reasons for why?
um the why she didn't make them, I
Uh-huh.
think some of them was she was crowded,
Uh-huh.
but I also think some of them were also some of them was she was in a crowd. So some of them, I think there was a moment, I think, to start the game. She ended up getting crowded and she was able to kick it out to
Yep.
the perimeter.
To Tessa, who shot the
Yes,
three.
for the three.
Correct.
She was
I
able to
saw
get
that at
that
first and
one.
I said, okay, here we go.
Oh,
We're in for a good
absolutely.
one.
I said, okay. I was because it was one of those tough passes that I was like, oh, I don't know how she got it, but she got it, and it was especially because she zipped it. She zipped it out there. I was like straight in the shooting pocket. Um, it was partially was the crowding that was going on down there, and then wasn't no calls getting called in the paint. Period. Point blank.
Yeah,
Um,
she did get mauled. The one where Dawn
yes,
basically came out on the court and
that one
was
was
ripping up
crazy.
the refs. That was crazy. She got mauled on that one.
And especially because I think that one was on a fast break, was it not?
It was.
And they didn't call it. I did notice. I will say, Sahara Williams, Joyce was getting bullied by
Yep,
Sahara,
she
and
was.
I didn't like it. It was the yes, Sahara. She's the senior. She's the fifth year senior. Whatever. There's going to be some difficulties there, just because. All right, she's been playing for 5 years at this level, so I would expect her to outsmart you at some turns.
But some of
But
that was out hustling.
exactly, yes, because Sahara Williams had 10 rebounds.
Yep. Smaller than
Sahara
her,
had
had
10.
10 rebounds. How
Beers
many
had
points did she
14.
end up with?
She ended up with. Let me open it up.
I think she had a double-double, no?
Yes, she did have a double double. She was in
Yeah.
double figures.
Yeah.
And she was bullying Joyce, and I was like, all right, Joyce, don't. She's a vet. She's gonna have moments where she's gonna have those little tricky moments. But there's no reason why she should be bullying you. There's a couple times she snatched the ball from
She
Joyce.
snatched the ball literally out of Joyce's hands on rebounds.
She had 12 points, 6 to 12, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 6 turnovers too for Sahara Williams. But she did the dirty work for him. And then there was another time where Joyce bounced off her like a pinball. I said, "What the heck is this?" I said, "This is supposed to be the other way around. They're supposed to be bouncing off of Joyce, not Joyce bouncing off of her." So I don't think she matched Sahara Williams' intensity. I don't think she matched it. But I did notice come the fourth quarter in that like 3 minute stretch, I think 3-4 minute stretch, Dawn made the switch of putting Joyce on Beers.
Which I did think worked really
Yes.
well until it didn't work. But I think it
Yes.
worked. I was like, ooh, I like this. This is good. Joyce is competing. Like, she's fighting for position. She's fronting her really well. I actually liked that. That was, to me, the best part of Joyce's game, the entire game.
Yes, that was the best part. Her being in part of it was just because Joyce is very quick on her feet, so she's able to front and move quicker than Medina was, and we'll get more into the Medina struggles. But I did like that matchup switch until like the last possession. She didn't secure the rebound. But yeah, it wasn't a Joyce night. Would I have preferred? Would I have wanted her to rebound better? Absolutely. And you needed her to rebound better. She only gave you 5.
Just as a side note, I'm sorry, real quick. I have to get this in here. It's the end of the half. Georgia's up 34-26 on Kentucky. I'm sorry, continue.
I'm kind of not surprised, but
Kentucky up and down team, they're probably getting bullied. They're probably getting bullied.
And Claire Shack is probably in foul trouble, if I had to guess.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, we got to get to that final play in regulation. That turnover.
We got it as the final, but before we get there, we got another play we have to show. Auntie, do you have the I think I saw you might have a couple Joyce plays. Let me see what you got here.
Yeah, so the Joyce play is going to start first with the up close, and then it'll break out to the whole play. So it's slow motion first right here.
Okay.
This was the challenge play.
I don't know why they challenged that.
And then we're gonna show the whole play next. So this should be the play right here. Bang bang.
Right. Like, Joyce, why is that ball floating in the air and you not aggressively getting it? Like, I know you're faster than that. Like, that thing just floated.
She moved the tire. She waited too long.
Go grab it with two hands.
Exactly.
Like, go get the damn ball. And then, okay, anything else anybody has to say about this play? I mean, in theory, Raven could have been there too, but whatever. Oh, last one on that last play. Aaliyah sunk. She shouldn't have sunk. That was her man.
Yep.
So at least I have to give, because there was between Gotti and Aaliyah, they messed up. It looked like Gotti had 21 Stewart because she's down there.
Yes.
But that's not actually her person. So there's a miscommunication between Aaliyah and Gotti on, like, maybe Aaliyah thought she was covering 21, but then that means Gotti had to sprint out to get number 3. Anyway, this is kind of the miscommunication that I'm talking about. Okay, can we do the behind the back play too from Peyton?
Oh yeah, the just watching, letting your man cut, just letting her cut.
Correct. I was going to say, everybody watch what happens on the behind the back whenever Auntie gets to it. I know we putting you through it on the production. The production.
That's right. I'm pulling it off. Here we go. I think this is it.
Okay. We're going to watch it again. Watch Joyce and her man. What was it? Yeah, Joyce. Who gets the ball? Boom.
Because Joyce just sat and watched because she thought,
she turned around.
The ball.
Didn't
exactly.
Box out. Didn't, like, you can't do that. You can't do that. Yeah, the behind the back was a lucky kind of play. Tessa still came over. Tessa soft played that one too. Like, girl, if you're gonna do it, you gotta hard close. Yeah, you gotta commit to it. Like, you gotta do it. To be honest, Tessa was floating a lot for me, but that also happened on the final play with Reagan's putback. Like, Tessa was kind of there. Do I think she's gonna out muscle?
Well, we're gonna that's where we gotta get over with, the kind of being there. Be there or don't. So somebody else knows to get there.
Too much in no man's land, getting caught in no man's land too often.
There's a lot of watching. Yeah, like,
yes.
I liked what Gotti did on the behind. She at least, like, hard close, right? She made it hard. Peyton made a good play, but everybody else, if other people had cut off where people were, and Tessa was already in a tough spot, right? Because Gotti came over and helped. That was Tessa's man. But Tessa, that's your man. Why are you, like, if you're gonna move, go move and find someone to go intercept the pass, not just stand there. So either way you cut it.
Well, it was also Tessa was fighting to make sure she didn't give up position on Peyton. And so they ended up getting the pass in there. So it's like, all right, you're all right, do I go? Am I going? It's like, Tessa, go.
But
go. Put your hands up.
She was fighting, but it's almost like she knew Peyton didn't get the ball and stopped. But Peyton kept running after the ball. That's the stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's like the play wasn't over. The play wasn't over. You thought the ball was going to go out of bounds, but she ended up making it in there to get it enough to just throw it back in play. And then that's the other thing with Joyce. I think Joyce thought, okay, this ball's going to go out of bounds. No, it didn't. And the minute you turn, Joe, you just looking, your man cuts and gets this ball.
And that's my overall theme, is there was just, like, too much flat-footedness. I think that's why I asked for both of those plays. Like, just this concept of flat-footedness. Like, we're flat-footed. What are we doing? Go get the ball. Make sure the ball is out of bounds before you give up on plays.
The defense all night was being very
reactionary. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It wasn't being proactive, and then also it was
dictating.
Oklahoma was dictating what we did, and it's like, no, as your defensive mindset is, hey, I'm going to dictate where you're going to go. You're going to go where I want you to go. You're going to take the shots that I want you to take, not the ones you want to take. You're going to take the ones I give you.
Right.
That's how that's supposed to go. But all night it was okay. We're moving based off of what they're doing. Some of that was okay when you could come to all right how easily they were getting the ball into Beers. Was some of that on how Medina and Tag and all them were struggling? Yes, but some of it is also the guards were letting the ball get in there too easily
because their hands were down. There was no ball pressure. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, look, yeah, there's certain plays I can call out one person, but it's a collection of people. If the front line isn't doing their job, it makes it harder for the back line. And then, to be kind of frank, I mean, a lot of us know this with Camilla in the Sky. Camilla was getting in a lot of foul trouble because her guards weren't guarding. So if now you penetrate and I'm the last line of defense, not a lot of guards are disciplined enough, not a lot of bigs are disciplined enough, especially those who can block shots and make a lot of blocks.
To not go chase the block.
Foul. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To not foul. And on top of that, back to the Medina conversation. So this is where Medina comes back in, and we can talk her specifically now. Medina isn't basketball experienced enough that I can fully, like, while I do get frustrated with her, it's hard for me to get that frustrated with her because I know that this is stuff you should be learning when you're like 15. You know, like, you're coming through AAU or whatever version of basketball you have, and you're learning some of these things as you go. I mean, even Aaliyah is subject to it. She had 4 fouls. So it's just really hard for when you're the last line of defense. There's like this innate feeling that it's up to me. I have to make the play. And sometimes that results in fouls. Exactly. So everybody can do each other a favor. Guards need to trust that their back line is there. The back line also needs to be there. And then guards also need to do a better job of preventing the ball from coming in.
Right, exactly. Like, those are like the 2 things that as guards that you can do and you need to do to help your bigs out. Don't give up straight line drives.
Right.
And then pressure the ball.
Exactly. And I wanted to make this point about the bigs. This is the first time in Dawn's system in a long time that we don't have a veteran big showing how to be a Gamecock big. Nobody's in front of Medina. There's no fucking Camilla. There's no Aaliyah Boston. There's no Elena Coates. There is not a big that is showing her what to do. She didn't get to sit behind Camilla. And this is why I'm sad that Delhi is kind of where she's at, because I think that Delhi has had the opportunity to have that mentorship, even though she wasn't playing, but the opportunity to sit and talk and get that experience directly from Camilla.
Delhi's body is just not all the way there.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I know.
Yeah, I'm adding to it. Yeah, it's just not all the way there.
Her minutes and what she has to give is what she has to give based on where her body is right now, and that'll continue to get better as she keeps stacking days. But we don't have a big showing how to be a big. We don't have anybody in front of Joy showing her what that looks like. So we got to go ahead.
Chloe. I mean, Chloe's acceptable answer now, but I agree with you. Chloe's on the bench. She can only do so much. And I still feel like Chloe was really quiet this game, in my personal opinion.
I still haven't done my third rewatch to like really watch, but we talked about that. I didn't notice Chloe engaged, so I don't know if it was just an off day for everybody, but I think that gets lost sometimes in just how we're spoiled as Gamecock fans. Like, we just expect it to be how it is. It is a system, and so Medina has to be able to come in and learn the system. And I don't know how many of y'all walked on the job and didn't have to shadow somebody or spend some time with them before they turned you loose on the job. They didn't just say do it. Like, usually there's somebody in front of you, but she's trying to just figure it out while also learning a whole lot of other things. So there are going to be some spaces where Aaliyah definitely looks way more polished than Medina, because she is. Aaliyah is also a second generation pro. Y'all know how I love second generation pros. This is someone who grew up around the game and also just finished playing a pro season. Even though she didn't have a lot of minutes, she still had that experience, and that's important. So while we talking about what all our bigs ain't doing, let's also talk about like what are the challenges around them. Go ahead.
And for that reason, that's why I wanted to point it out. Like, there are stuff Medina individually can do better, regardless of how much basketball she's had experience with. That's fair. But also there are things that other people on our team are doing that's making it even tougher for our back line. So I just wanted to at least reiterate, right? Like, I'm trying to actually be fair to everyone, even though it sounds like I'm not. But I am actually trying to be fair. And
no, I think you've been really fair. I think you've been really fair in the assessments.
But you know how people are. Apparently, critiquing is like wishing them to eternal damnation. Like, I don't know how y'all grew up, but like, critiquing is part of what gets you better, right? Like, and if you have aspirations to play in the W, which majority of our players do, then like you need this, because that's what's going to make you better. And I've always said this before, like, everybody wants to compare everybody to Asia and wake up and be Asia, and this person's Asia. First thing, many people are not. But part of what comes with being Asia is that Asia wasn't going to get MVP this year if she didn't figure out a way to get the rest of her team to play better. Like, they didn't go on a 17-game win streak. They wouldn't have won the championship. She wouldn't have gotten an MVP. Like, and I think sometimes with a team sport, it's an individual and it's a team aspect. And it's the combination and the chemical reaction of both of them that exists here. Part of the reason why I love team sports. But I do think we have to give Medina some grace, but there are some spaces where Medina can be better.
Absolutely.
Medina does need to bring her energy that she started off with the season a little bit more. Now, to your point that you made, Auntie, I do think, again, y'all need to listen to Don more. Don has told us that Medina is going through something. We don't know what it is, right? Let's also be honest with the state of our country right now. Immigration. She is from another country. I'm sure it's really tough for her as well. So you just don't know what exactly is going on, who her familial units are. And on top of that, she's getting a lot of vitriol from whoever these trolls are that come in the chat and say stuff like that. So like, it's tough. So I'm trying to give her grace, but I'm also trying to challenge her to step up for her team as well, right? Like, it's and I think this is why I think, Auntie, you asked me a question, like, is Raven being too hard on Medina? And my answer was no, mainly because someone has to talk her through it. You know what I mean? And I think Raven has gone through this with Camilla, granted had more time with Camilla, especially back, in prior life experiences with AAU and whatnot. But I do think Raven is the right person to do it. One, she's controlling the show and she needs to be able to articulate what she needs. So to your point, there is no big who's here, but Raven has played with the great bigs of South Carolina. So for that reason, it's even more important that Raven has to keep talking to her, breathing life into her, trying to encourage her. But Medina also has to accept that too. You know what I mean? It's two-sided. It's a two-sided street. Like, she has to be willing to accept that. And not saying she's not, but I'm just saying, like, she has to be willing to take that on.
So
and meet the moment.
Hold on, because I'm sorry, because I see Eldrin. Did you say that Medina was going through something, or did you say that it looked like Medina don't love basketball?
No one said that. Where do you guys come up with this?
I'm talking because Eldrin said I cussed them out when they said Medina was going through something. What exactly did you say? And be exact with your words, Eldrin.
Eldrin.
I'm talking in the chat. Be exact with your words, because you didn't just get in the chat and say, "Oh, Medina going through something," and I cussed you out. That ain't what you said. Say what your exact words were. See, that's the thing, and I keep telling y'all when y'all over here fucking with me, words matter.
Y'all gotta stop playing with Auntie and realize that she actually be reading the stuff.
I read the goddamn chat for this is what the fuck I do for a living. So you didn't come in here and say Medina was going through something and I cussed you out. You was like, body language, it don't look like she loved basketball. Do she want to play? That's the shit that you said. Be exact with your words. Be exact with your words. And don't come here and fucking with me. I done told y'all now, words matter.
Her body language doesn't give that she doesn't like basketball. Her body language gives that she's defeated. She's frustrated and she's a bit defeated.
Yeah, and I believe that I said she's over here in a new country. Yeah, I believe I said that she's coming from being out of a dunker spot at a team that she didn't have any responsibility on. I believe that I said that she's over here trying to figure out how to be a Gamecock, and I believe that she said it's kind of like the same thing that Miriam Daughter was going through. But what I don't let y'all do is come over here and put jackets with no receipts.
But what I'm
always gonna get them because they steady fucking with me. And Eldrin, you be in the chat like half you. It don't even be genuous with the shit that you be in the chat with.
Not genuous.
No, for real.
You know, disingenuous. It's just I can tell.
She said, "I'm gonna make it that word genuine.
No, for real.
You not
Yeah,
genuine."
it's not, your shit ain't genuine, bro. You not over here.
That's funny.
What's up? What's up, Bryce? Yeah, words fucking matter.
Yeah.
Are we ready to move on to
I don't
Medina?
know if she's happy. I don't know if she's happy. I can't tell you that.
I mean,
I told you all of those other things. But then you just got back in the chat and was like, I said this and you cussed me out, and it wasn't your fucking exact words.
I guess my question is like in general, not just
dude. I don't know if male, female, sir, ma'am, don't really matter to me. The stuff that you come over here with, it don't be seeming like you really want to be in the conversation. I'm just keeping it a book. Hey, Bookie, how you doing?
And
you ain't gonna calm me down. I'm here. I'm tired of bullshit. I'm tired of people. You did this. Nah, say what the fuck you said.
I guess
matter.
Here's my question, right? Let's just be factual about it. And I'm hard pressed to find out someone who wouldn't look a little downtrodden in their demeanor. She's playing for the number 2 ranked team. In the past 2 games, right? She's been off the floor. She's not converting her layup. She hasn't had a double-double in a while. Like at a certain point, like I'm not surprised she's looking frustrated and a little dejected. What I'm challenging her to do is figure out how to get past that quicker. I think that's the thing sometimes that people like. I think the emotions are human and I think they're natural. The thing that makes you a great player is your ability to get out of that as quickly as possible. That resiliency. Well, resilient, because resiliency isn't really resilient. But like, your ability
you can make words here.
I try not to make up words. Like irregardless is not a word that people use a lot. It just irritates me.
Like right now, you still typing the same shit in the chat. So what did I say back? Give me them exact words back. Since now we on exact words. What did I say back? What was the exact words back? Because I know that we just said all this shit to y'all. And I'm sick of y'all tuning in half the time, coming in the middle of fucking conversations and jumping in shit. I'm dealing with shit in real time. Let's get with it. Let's get ready. Now. So what I cursed you out. What was my exact words? Because I know we done fucking told y'all that Medina ain't looked the same since she put her hands in her face and left the game because she was sick. We said that on Baseline. We said that on Gamecock. I said it live in games. Like I'm sick of saying shit over and over and over again. If you want to be in a personal conversation with me, hit my fucking cash up and buy some of my fucking time, dog. That's where I'm at with it. If you want to have a personal conversation, hit my cash app, bro, and let's set a time. What is it that we talking about?
And I also think so
here's the thing. Let's get into the full. I'm really. It don't matter that much to me.
But this is from a while ago. Wait.
Yeah, this shit was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
I said send the cash app to book my time. God damn it, listen to the words. If you want an individual conversation with me, it's a price you can pay to book my time. Are you interested? Yeah, the cash app to book my time is $150 an hour. What day you want to talk? What day you want to talk? You missing my point. Sending the cash app to contribute is different than booking my time for a one-on-one conversation. What day you want to talk? I'll wait. Tell me the date and time.
Do you mind if I finish my Medina stuff while y'all work out your schedules?
Please, while I get my appointment scheduled.
Yeah, your schedules.
I'll wait. Go ahead. I'm looking at the cash app now. Let me know the date and time.
Yeah, put that in the cash app. So for quarter 3, actually,
as long as the 150 hit, we talking tomorrow. I ain't heard the clink yet. Soon as that bitch hit, clink. I ain't heard it yet. Soon as it hit, 150. Soon as it hit, we'll talk right before the game. Go ahead.
Okay. So the things I did. Well, let me start with that way I can end on a good note for Medina. What? Okay.
All right. As long as it hit. Did it hit light work? Let me see. Because I want to make sure everybody pull up for the conversation. Let me make sure it hit. 60 minutes. Go ahead.
So, and while we out here just cash apping people, I got a new purse I'm trying to buy. So let me know. Let me know.
Give it out,
light work. Shoot.
It ain't
light work.
Wait, let's get it. 60 minutes. I got time.
So
Go ahead.
Medina just, I mean, she just has to be better all around. But I guess, well, not I guess, one of the things that I specifically want her to stop doing, and this is one of those where, you know, you always have to determine when you give people, you know, criticism, right? What can they action on? And sometimes some of Medina's stuff is just like, you got to work through it, baby. Like, you got to play more basketball and you just will figure it out over time, or you'll just like, so, but this one is actually very actionable. I want Medina to stop bringing the ball down and going 2-on-1. And again, Medina's not the only person on the team that does this. Our bigs in general need to stop doing this. Stop bringing the ball down to the ants. And this is where Maddie can be really good on the reverse end of that. Like, be pesky, because unfortunately, the way basketball is taught these days, people aren't really, not all bigs are good about keeping the ball up. It's a weakness that people have. So they'll bring the ball down. And at the end of the day, if you have to dribble, the ball has to touch the ground before it comes back up, so you can touch it. But that's the thing with Medina. She keeps putting herself in tough positions. I think she was trying to go one-on-one with Beers a little too much, but I also kind of get it because Beers is foul prone. But the thing is, if you're going to do it, you need to have really assured moves. I felt like she was rushing a lot. When she did make good moves and she would get to the basket, it was like she was off balance. She was fading away. It just wasn't really a strong foundational move. So I want her to continue to work on that. It felt like she got sped up a little too much for me. And then like at this point, I think Medina and Joyce need to just accept the fact that the doubles are coming. Like, they're coming. Like, it's been put on tape now too much that everybody's going to bring doubles. And until you show that you can move the ball effectively, the doubles will continue to come. Actually, they may come even if you move the ball effectively. So I think they both need to be cognizant of that and adjust.
The cash app hit. What time you want to talk? What 1 hour before the game? Let's go. I keep it a buck. I keep it a buck. What you gonna pull up? What you gonna do? What time? What time? You want me to email you the link? Let me know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just let y'all have your private conversation over there. Anyway, so they're sending doubles.
You was gonna talk, but I told you if you want to talk to me for an hour, that's what it's gonna cost. So where you want me to send the link to now? Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So and your point is true, Mocha, where Allie does keep the ball high. I think that is where she does a good job, and I think her high-low is more evolved than others on our team. So those are her two strengths for me, definitely. But I think the what I noticed is that they're sending doubles, especially off of Raven, which makes sense. I would do the same. But you know, it really is important that that those things occur, that as a team collective, you got to move and make yourself available to the big, and the big also has to pass the damn ball. So it's two-sided again. That's where I'm actually like, y'all need to sit and talk about this, because some of this is all not just like truly individual. It's like individual plus with what the other people are doing. If you're standing flat-footed and not getting into the eyesight or a clear passing lane of the big, it makes it hard for them to pass the ball. But the thing I'll finish on is at the 44-minute mark, not 44-minute because there's not 44. Well, 44-second mark of Q3, Medina actually got the ball. Someone bounced past it to her. I can't remember who, but someone bounced past it to her. She was in the middle of the key, basically, like at the free throw line, essentially, in the middle. Got the ball, turned, which I do think schematically there's things we can do to help Medina. So that's on the coaching staff too. But she turned and then was able to see and assess. And instead of just going straight to the basket, the double came off of, I think it was Agat. It was off of Gotti, I think. Yeah, it was off of Gotti. Gotti got the ball and in her relative shooting pocket, shot the three, was short, but was able to go get it and lay it back up over Reagan Beers. So it's there. I know the coaching staff is talking to them about it, is now just actualizing on it. So I do think there's a component of the individuals need to do better, but I also do think there's things schematically and that our team can do better to help people in the situation. But I think at this point, everybody should just recognize the doubles are coming. They're coming. They're coming. Be
Yes,
ready.
and I
Figure it
think
out. They're coming. Be ready
with
to shoot.
Medina,
Yeah.
there's things on both sides of the floor.
Yes.
Like you're saying, offensively, it's I think sometimes they'll empty out there are a couple times they emptied out the corner for her, and she went one on one with Beers. And it's I think for her the thing that is gonna be next for her to learn is playing at her own pace
Yeah.
as a
That's where she's
being.
rushing. When she does make
Exactly.
the moves, she's
She's
rushing and she's off
rushing.
balance. Yeah.
All the really great bigs, they play at their own pace. I don't care what they don't care what the defender's doing. I'm gonna put this ball on the floor as many times as I want until you bring if you don't bring a double, okay, cool. I'm gonna make my move when I want to make my move.
Right.
If you bring a double, I'm gonna make you pay for it. And so she has to learn to get the footwork needs to be better, and she has to learn how to don't let what the defense is doing, your defender doing, dictate what you have going on.
Right.
It
And don't
don't
get sped up
exactly.
by the double coming or things like that.
It's like don't panic. It's like the panic sets in when the double comes. It's like, hey, don't panic. Pick the ball up. All right. If you have the ball on the floor on the floor and the double comes, grab it, pick it up, put it above your head, and survey the floor.
Exactly.
Not the
I think the other thing I'd like her to do is not immediately go into dribbling the ball. I
yeah.
think it's
That
in that same vein where it's like turn around and before you dribble the damn ball or you
see
get the
where the
ball,
defense is first,
yeah, keep it high, assess the defense, assess your ability to take
and
a
then
shot,
go.
assess the defense, then go.
Yes, I think she might do it a little bit better if when she gets it at the
In the middle of the
high
paint.
post. Yes,
Yeah.
in the middle,
Hmm.
because at that point you can see the entirety of the floor. But then
Exactly.
when she's in the corner or just on the block, it's okay. You don't see what's going on behind you. So like if there's anything, if there's a teammate on the other side, you're not on the other wing that's not directly in front of you. You can't see it.
Yeah.
Because a bunch of like teams love to just end up okay when the ball's on one block. All right, we're running some type of screening action on the other wing for that guard, and as soon as the big turns, okay, boom, there's that cross court to that guard on that opposite wing.
I'm gonna
Because
have
there's so much going on because they typically put a shooter in the corner and a shooter on that wing, whatever block the big is on.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to put on my auntie hat for a second. Y'all gotta stop disrespecting Lauren Betts. Like I know I'm higher on her than some other people, but like we're getting to the point where Lauren Betts is a good big. Like she is. If Medina actually well, she's not there yet, but if Medina was able to do some of the stuff Lauren Betts was doing, we'd be undefeated right now. Like
Yes.
I'm being dead ass.
Why
Like
they acting like Lauren Betts can't pass out? Don't be passing out of that
she's
joint.
like their leading assist getter, and she's like, guys, we have to watch basketball with some reality. I do agree that Lauren isn't the most swift big, but she is fundamentally old school five. Like if Medina would assess just a little take a half second to assess, she wouldn't have as many turnovers as she has. She would be more effective. So like even if she took two dribbles, I actually would appreciate that instead of turning around and trying to go through two people. That's the problem.
Yes, because it's like she doesn't realize the minute you turn your back, that's when they're coming. The minute you turn your back, they're coming.
And that's the problem because she's turning her back or she's already starting moves in her dribble. Look, when you're 6'6" and you have to dribble the ball from your hip, let's assume you dribble from your hip to the floor and back up is a lot higher and takes more time than if you're Raven.
It's tall as Hannah.
Yeah.
Like, guys, like it's actually in a way that's why if you want to call her two dribble Betts, you don't want Lauren Betts dribbling more than that because it's a little too much. The taller you are, the more time it takes you to dribble. Like that's physics. That's science. So like, there's a reason she doesn't take too many dribbles, okay? Medina could actually be well served in the post to watch some of Lauren's stuff and to take some of her practice habits and her drills that she does. Medina needs to slow down a little bit. I think Medina and Joyce are highly susceptible to both the predetermination of what they're going to do.
Yes.
Because I agree that also that what are we disagreeing on? What part are we disagreeing on?
What? And then here's my thing. Y'all talk about bets, but y'all cannot name another big that is in college right now that can handle bets. Please give another one.
Because Reagan Beers got in foul trouble when she played her, by the way.
Like, what are we talking about?
We saw that game.
Like, I really think a bunch of y'all do not respect post players, traditional post players. Y'all don't want real post players. For real.
I didn't say it wasn't two dribbles. Brittany, did I say it wasn't two dribbles?
No.
Guys, we have to work on comprehension skills.
It's like y'all say it's two dribbles.
I said you don't want her dribbling more than two dribbles because of physics and science. That's what I just said.
Exactly. And then the other part is she doesn't need to. For what? She's right there at the basket after the two dribbles.
And guess what? You know who Betts does pass? She passes the ball. I gave you one example that Medina passed the ball. Medina needs to pass the ball more. So again, those are two examples of which I just refuted your point of what I just said that Medina could learn from Betts.
Bryce Smith, you would like to see Crooks against Betts in terms of what and with what outcome do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, Crooks isn't playing against Betts.
Yeah. What do you think the outcome is going to be?
Well, Crooks can get her fadeaway off on Betts, maybe. But Crooks isn't getting rebounds, and she's not defending. She's going to be in foul trouble against Betts.
Exactly. So,
or she's not going to foul and let Betts get all the points. Either one.
But yeah, I don't see anybody giving out a list of bigs that they think that are better than Betts. So moving on. In college, I don't see anybody saying.
I think we're and guys, like, if you're a South Carolina fan, like, let's go to like Gamecock History 101. One of the things that historically has made Gamecocks the way they are is the big position. So Gamecock fans generally are aware of the big. And yes, she can dribble once and make a move, or maybe no dribble. If I'm right at the basket, I don't need to dribble. I just turn around and hit it off the backboard.
Yeah.
Whatever issues you have with Lauren, like, you got to sort that out on some lady's couch. Like, I can't help you with that. Like, she doesn't have to be your favorite, but to act like the girl can't put the ball in the hoop is wild.
Yeah, we're gonna let y'all have that one. But yeah, with Medina, it's just too much predetermined, too much. Yeah, it's just like she has to find her own pace. Okay, if you want to put the ball on the floor, find your pace. But then you also need to be prepared for that double to come and have yourself in a position to where you can turn and see. But that part of that comes with footwork. The footwork of turning and seeing. The feet aren't together. So, like, some of the best bigs are never off balance. They're never off balance.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, look, no one's saying Medina can't surpass Betts. Again, comprehension. I'm just saying what Medina can work on. And this is, again, I said this at least an hour ago. All the girls, and it's not just Gamecock, but if you have to be a student of the game, that's where, like, looking at Lisa Leslie tape, looking at Tina Thompson tape, look at, I know we don't, but like Jokic, like Aaliyah Boston, like, all these are bigs, but they all played slightly different ways, right? And so that's where Medina's skill set is unique. But when she specifically gets in the paint, I think she can learn from other people about patience, about seeing the floor, making effective reads. And by the way, that is not typically 101 basketball. That's 201, 301, grad level studies, doctorate, like, those are advanced. Yeah. So that's where she needs to improve.
You can tell what she prefers. She prefers to be able to put the ball on the floor and get downhill.
Exactly. Her first thing is always to put the ball down. including on fast breaks sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, no, don't do that. Because once you pick it up, now you're stuck. You can only pass or shoot. And if you're
Exactly.
forced down the court, you can't shoot.
And it's most of the time in the position in which she's picking up the ball, she's not. She's not. She's unstable, and it's like, hey, you have to you got to get the footwork. Get the footwork.
Exactly, Danny Joy. Like Tim Duncan is a great person to. Like Tim Duncan was slow. That man wasn't fast. He wasn't super athletic, but what was his nickname? Mr. Fundamentals. The fundamental. The big fundamental.
Exactly.
And fundamental basketball, I hate to tell everybody this, but fundamental basketball will beat talent 9 times out of 10.
And then here's the other thing that they also don't be realizing. Some of y'all best players, they be doing a bunch of fundamentals.
Oh yeah. Right. Eldrin, I'm still trying to get you scheduled, homie. I don't want to lead the live and you don't have your link. So.
Okay. Is there anybody we didn't talk about that we need to talk about?
Oh wait, I wanted to hit the Bonita defensively.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I still got one clip for you, so I don't know when you're ready for that.
That's the last play? Is that the last play
of regulation? Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Brittany.
Yeah, and then Medina. That's Medina offensively. Medina defensively. I think she did better in overtime when they because they switched back. When she was guarding Beers. I think she moved her feet better in terms of when she was trying to make sure she didn't get pinned by Beers. I think she did better in OT, but I think it took 4 quarters to kind of figure it out.
And can I tell you something? I remember I was looking forward to Medina playing Gracie. And I think had she played Gracie, I think she would have been better at her angling and positioning this game. Yes,
it's it's when she's fronting, she's fronting too much to where it's, hey, if you don't bat this ball down, she's just turning over her shoulder and getting a layup.
Yeah.
It's when she's trying to front, she's putting herself too far out of position. And
no, sorry. This is where she's not fundamentally sound defensively and probably hasn't played to too many people at her size.
Yes. I think
I got you.
It's her needing to recognize that she has to do the work early.
Yep.
In terms of like, she can't let whoever the big is just to come down straight to the block and then you're fighting with them for position. No. It starts before they get to the block.
Do your work early, get her off her position. Yeah. And I did think that is what Joyce did well.
Yes. It was and especially for Joyce, Joyce was moving quick enough to not allow herself to get pinned. And that's one thing that Asia does well. And that's one thing that Asia talks about when she plays bigs like BG.
Mm-hmm.
She does not. Asia's very light on her toes and quick to where it's, hey, yeah, I'm not letting you pin me because once I get pinned, I'm stuck.
Correct.
So
but let's also be honest. It took Asia some time in the league to figure that out. So I don't want to, I think sometimes the collective we get very enamored with what Asia is right now, and she had to work to get there. But what's the adage basically like? A stupid man like has to burn their hand. A smart man burns their hand and doesn't stick their hand on the stove again, and then a wise man never has to burn their hand, right? They learn from other people.
Yes,
exactly. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like for Medina to accelerate up the curve, right? Because invariably there's going to be just she has to play through basketball, but her acceleration is going to be dependent on her ability to rebound quickly mentally and to study other people so that you don't have to learn the same lessons over and over again, because that's just going to take longer. So that is while she still gets grace, that's the thing that we can call out is like, you don't have to learn all these lessons on your own. Partially, that's why you came to South Carolina. So you don't have to learn them on your own, that you can get accelerated quickly and be more fundamentally sound.
if push comes to shove, when you're fighting for position, if they have to lob it over the top of you, good, because the help should be there.
Well, we talked about the help, but
Yeah,
yes.
the
But
help
yes.
should be there, right?
The
Yeah.
help should be there. I agree.
But the other part is they didn't have to throw a bunch of lobs this game either.
No, they threw around a lot.
Yes.
Because you were
So it
shading.
was just,
But Adele was, to be fair, Adele was guilty of that too.
yes.
I didn't feel like Adele played Beers that much better, but Adele did get more rebounds.
I think once Medina saw how Joyce was able
playing,
to play, yes, in overtime, she figured out, oh, okay, this is how I should do it. And
Right.
then instead of me just trying to just lean on her and trying to lean on her and move and just put my hand out there to front, it's like, man, no, bump all that. No, you're gonna have to move and actually like get in front of her, get in front
Right.
of her, so
I think,
that
like
they
I said,
can't make that pass.
hopefully Medina learns from this, right? Because again, this is what we keep talking about. Learn from this, because the day we have to play, as y'all call her, 2 dribble bets, right? The sooner you learn this, the earlier you learn this, the more effective you can be. And then we don't have to do different type of defenses that overcompensate for bets.
Right.
I actually think that was part of our issue last year at UCLA. I think we overcommitted to bets, but I get it because of who we had. But the more that you can individually win your matchup, that's the theme of today. If you can individually win your matchup, it helps everybody else on the court.
Exactly. Because
for the
offense, the minute you have to bring a double, oh, they are excited.
But you should beat that. That's exactly where on our end, I feel like we're doing a bad job, and it needs to be fixed ASAP, because they're doubling both Joyce and Medina, and your inability to pass out of that and make the defense pay is a problem, because that's the thing that you should be able to crush on. Is doubling should be like your last resort, but it only works if you don't move the fucking ball.
Exactly. I think Joyce has gotten better in recognizing them.
I don't know, picks and chooses.
Yes,
but it's not consistent. It's not consistent.
It's not consistent at all. But it's okay. We've seen it's like, hey, we've seen shades of you seeing it. Yeah. So I need you to do it consistently, because we know that that pass under the basket,
that was an A+.
Out to freaking Tessa, straight in the shooting pocket. Yeah, no, that's not an easy pass to make. And now that I know you can make it, yeah, we need to be expecting you to get this ball out once that double comes, because you can do it. You're choosing not to, because sometimes it's, hey, I think I can get this basket. Yes, there's some times where you say as the big, yes, I got this one. But there are other times when you say, yeah, no, let me kick this out to get from a good shot to a great shot.
I agree. And that's the thing, is like, I don't use the word selfish, but I understand why some people are. But I'm not using the word selfish because I feel like that has connotations that are just.
Yeah, I think it's more maturation.
Yeah, I want to use different words.
She's got to grow into that.
Yeah.
I do want to acknowledge Loretta Turner. Man, y'all up here explaining this stuff. Let's go. Way to go, ladies.
Is music playing? Got it. I only know by her sound.
That's all. We're gonna have this conversation. Now, you said you don't. Cess the only person you paid to cuss you out. Eldrin, you are cracking me up in the chat. But before we get out of here, before we get off this subject, I wanted to back up a couple things that y'all said. There was a question in the chat, and I think it might have been Eldrin. Y'all remind me. Adele, does Adele have any offensive value? Absolutely, Adele has offensive value.
Honestly, when I say
the boards,
I mean all of our bigs, because Adele has
got nice touch around the board too. I mean, around the basket.
She has to slow down too, because she's rushing her shots to go back up. But Adele's I hate to say this, but no, because y'all aren't listening well. Okay, I have to spell this out. Let me go slow on this. To cue this up, I am not saying other people are not smart. Let me be clear. I am not saying other people are not smart. When I use the word IQ, I'm referring to people's ability to quickly assess, maybe for the assess and react, right? That when I say IQ, that's what I'm referring to. Your ability to see, to recognize, and to assess, and then to implement or action on it. Okay. When I refer to IQ, that's what I'm referring to. Adele's IQ is high. I think it's outside of Raven is currently what people are demonstrating on a consistent basis. Hers is probably up there. The challenge with Adele is her body is forsaking her from all her injuries. Her mind is faster than what her body can do currently. Okay.
Yes.
So with that comes with, I think she knows, oh, I got the rebound, let me go back up. But the problem is when she goes back up, her second jump or her first jump in that instance, or second, yeah, because she jumped and she jumped back. Her second jump isn't as explosive. So then she's short arming some of her shots, or she's just off kilter. It's not consistent, right? Like she's still dealing with her body coming back from injury. So those are the things that I'm personally seeing with Adele. And I think often she's rushing some of her shots because her mind and her body are not on the same wavelength.
Okay, so the next thing I wanted to say, for everybody to keep comparing Joyce to Asia, that's fine. If you just have to compare Joyce to Asia, but what I need you to do is compare Joyce to sophomore Asia and not 8 years in the goddamn WNBA Asia. If we could just, let's keep the comparison apples and apples. Sometimes I think we get, like, she's not doing this like Asia, and it's like, well, was Asia actually doing that when she was a sophomore, or is that something that came later in the game? I think sometimes we got to keep that in perspective if that's what we're gonna do. They're doubling both from Dina and Joyce. Yes. Yeah, Malik, I'm with you. If Georgia closes this damn thing like they could, yeah, I gotta rank it.
Oh yeah, Georgia's ranked if they win this game because they already beat Ole Miss. And then they would, it's Kentucky, right? They would beat Kentucky. So
yeah, they'll be in the top 25.
I tried to tell you guys,
and I don't think it should just be at 25 though.
Yeah, I think everybody 20 and below is very questionable.
Yeah, 20. It feels like they'll be flipping in and out.
Yeah,
you think they're flip in and out? Okay, because you expect them to still be a little inconsistent.
Yeah, I think a little bit.
Okay.
You kind of have to.
I don't know.
I'm not watching the Kentucky game, so I'm not seeing how they're doing it. But if they're doing it in the same manner that they did against, like, it depends how they're doing it, right? Because if they're doing it in a way where is Woolfolk back? I assume not. She kind of looks like she's out.
Can they replicate it? That's the thing. Can they replicate it?
How easily repeatable is what they're doing, right? Exactly. Because Carnegie going for 40, 35, whatever she went for, 30 plus.
Like 36, right? Almost a 40 ball, right?
Right.
That
is not exactly. If that's
not replicated every night. You can't do that every night.
If that's they don't want that to be their identity.
If that's how she's playing against Kentucky, then I'll put you at like 23. If now other people, Gonzalez, the other girls and stuff like that are getting involved, then I'm gonna put you at 20. You know what I mean? It depends how they're doing it. So I'll have to check it out later. But well, maybe your Georgia aspirations are coming true.
Hold on now, Aldrin. Now I know I just played this music and said that was for the Cash App too. You need some special music. We'll play a little. This the Cash App. But you getting a combo. You getting a combo though. You pay for a combo.
Yeah, you paid for a whole combo. What you need?
You need some music too. I give you some music, but you getting a 60-minute conversation. I mean, yeah, you come on out. You gotta make up your mind.
I disagree with that comment. Can you go back which one? The one that was like, "There's no room in the paint because our guards aren't being defended."
Right here.
If someone's not defending the guards, then
they're open.
Oh, like what are you talking about? If no one's defending the guards, someone's open.
Okay. Are we ready for the final play?
Well, I don't know.
You have other comment. Let's keep going.
I don't know if y'all saw the comment about Isla.
Should she have
She
gotten
didn't
more
Wait,
minutes?
what?
Is that the comment?
She didn't play very many minutes, but it seemed like it was kind of I think it was good minutes.
So here's the things I like about Isla. Well, at least what I've seen. I think she came in, she got to business. She got to business. I like that.
Absolutely.
I like that because before we were begging Isla to shoot. So at least
Mhm.
she got in, she got an open shot, she hit it with confidence, right? I love that. The other thing I love about Isla, and this is again where you got to watch the game, her seal outs on box outs are really good.
Yep.
It's not always consistent because it's kind of hard, right? Like if you're on the side of someone, you can't seal them out without like literally offensive foul or fouling them. But she does a really good job of sealing. I don't know what more Isla needs to. I think Isla's confidence is the part where she would get more minutes if Dawn saw that from her. But Isla does the things that you need someone to do on the court. She also had that block. I did feel like Isla had a good game. I don't know if I feel confident enough that I could have said that Isla should have gotten more minutes and over who. But I reserve the right to say this though. If the way we were playing earlier in this game, I was more, I had more of an appetite for being like, fuck it. If we gonna lose, because we were playing like we didn't want to win. If we were gonna lose, you might as well go with the young guns. Like give them minutes, give them this experience, right? But if someone wanted to make that argument, cool. But we got back in the game and we had the opportunity to win it at the end of regulation, which we're about to talk about. So I really kind of can't get too angry about that. Like I'm not gonna come for Don's neck because Isla didn't get more minutes. But if you guys feel differently, let me know.
No, I don't. It's just the hard part. Fine is the tough part for Isla is finding the minutes because yes, you can. It's just because of the lineups, and yes, there's a plethora of lineups to that Dawn can do, but it's depending on what the other team is throwing out there that it becomes a little bit tricky.
And correction, Woolfolk is back today. Woolfolk.
Okay. Okay. Well, that explains it because that would make more sense. Because I would think with no Woolfolk, it would be hard for them to compete with Clara and them. But yeah, and OB. The other thing I will say is it's on Isla to demand more minutes. Kind of like the conversation we were having with Gotti earlier. Like I feel like in the pecking order of more minutes, Gotti has more of a case to me than Isla. But it's on the freshmen to come in and really demand more minutes. And I think Dawn is to the point, which I understand why you don't want to make some of these changes a little too early in the season. But I think Dawn's now to the point where it's like, I've given you runway. And if you're not demonstrating the things, because the same thing with trust on the court, Dawn has to also be able to trust who she puts in. Right. And so that trust comes with consistency. And I do think for some personality types, if anybody watched the Post Moves podcast, which is good, you know, everybody has different feelings about different people, but it is really good with AB and CP. They did one with Kelsey Plum, and Kelsey Plum has talked about this on the Bird's Eye or whatever with Sue Bird. But I do think it was helpful to hear her say it again now that the season's ended and the Aces got the championship. But Kelsey's disposition, while Kelsey at times give me heartburn on the court when she was with the Aces, but what thing you'll never say me, like Kelsey always had heart. At sometimes I thought she was a little overzealous in her shot selection. But nothing I will never say Kelsey doesn't try. She's probably one of the hardest working people.
If nothing else, Kelsey will be that pest that you talk about.
Exactly. That's another one. Kelsey's another.
Some of the stuff
she can still be better defensively
earlier.
She's a competitor, yes.
But you can count on her to get in there and fight.
Yeah,
she gonna get in there and fight. Now, she might not. It might be like a gnat on a goddamn bear, right? But she'll get in there and fight.
And one thing she'll do, she'll set a nasty screen, screen, nasty. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that is one thing I do love about KP. She got Asia open a lot.
She's fucking tough now.
Yeah, wasn't it KP that set that screen for that lob to Asia against Chicago? Yep, against Chicago.
Yep.
Yep.
KP will set
Yeah.
a nasty screen. And that's what I'm talking about with like Maddie. There are so many things that I don't even have to get to like her shooting the ball that she can do on the court. And so that's what I'm just saying. Like for certain personality types, you do need someone like Kelsey has flaws, but one of her flaws I will never say is that she was pesky.
Right.
She's annoying. You don't want to play against her. She's annoying. But KP talked about where was I going? Like how Becky, when she came in, KP had already been a 6-man. I think she had won 6-man by that point. And remember, she was the number 1 pick. So she had her own ebbs and flows in the league. And that's why she has her dog camp, even though I will say, I think watch out for KP. I don't think she's with Under Armour anymore. I think she's going to sign with somebody else. My money is a little bit on Adidas, but I
would be out of there too. Well, especially Steph didn't left. Oh yeah, this thing going down here.
I don't think Under Armour is going to be having basketball as a focus area anytime soon.
Not
But
at
I
all.
digress. I think she might be with Adidas, but we'll see if someone throws a bag at her. You know, the Skechers people be doing that. But I my money's a little bit on Adidas. Part of the reason why I think she might have been on the Post Moves podcast. But anyway, she did say that when Becky first came, she sat her down to be like, hey, I'm going to have you coming off the bench, and tried to have that conversation with KP. And the way KP tells it is funny, but it's also like truly the dog mentality of like, how can you even say I'm on the bench? You've never seen me play. And she was like going all out that practice, that training camp and stuff like that. I do think people need to look at that as kind of an indication. And KP talks about, part of the reason she plays the way she does is because she had to go through the trials and tribulations, right? And I do think sometimes some coaches may play games, but sometimes like they're trying to get something out of you. So maybe with some of the changes we see, like Don is trying to play the game of, if I do this, then what? You know what I mean? Like, is this the right person to play with their minutes or to light a fire? Or how do I light a fire? Is it more effective to light a fire in this way or that way or blah, 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 blah. And so I do think like, as we watch this as fans of the game, we also have to like keep that in the back of our mind of like, maybe Don is not playing games with the kids, but like either you're not giving it to me and I just need to like, these people are, or it's a function of like, I got to light a fire under you. You're like, your spot isn't solidified. If you want to tell me that Isla maybe should have gotten some more minutes over Joyce this game, I could see it.
Okay. So, and I want to keep us moving too, but because I know we want to get to this last play, but one more thing that I saw in the chat, I don't know if we talked about this one. Douda. Wait, before I do Douda, I just saw we got a new member, Juicy. Welcome, Juicy, to the membership. We got VIP coming soon. Be on the lookout. Now, Douda, last year versus now. I know we talked about a little bit off camera out of the show. But Douda played a lot last year versus Beers. I think was a comment in the chat. And she had a lot of hair out there. She did have a lot of hair. But what did you think about Douda's minutes, and how are you feeling about Douda's use in this game, ladies?
This game or this season or both?
Let's do both. If you got to take on them both, let's do both.
They weren't long minutes.
It sounds like you're thinking too, Brittany. So I'll just start chatting and then you think too. And
because she only played.
I can start. I can definitely kick it off.
She only played 3 minutes, so
she only played 3 minutes compared to what she did against, Beers in the SEC tournament. She was a terror against Beers in the SEC tournament. I think I was saying this. I think probably the Gamecocks. I thought that I would see more Douda. I thought that she was really effective against Beers, so I expected to see more of her. So I was a little surprised. And I have to actually go back to the rewatch to actually watch those 3 minutes to see what we got out of her.
Right.
To kind of see why we didn't get back to her, or if you saw that, if you thought that Dawn saw something better out there, or was this about getting some other people experience? In the
I feel like,
go ahead.
So Brittany, do you have a direct answer to
I
that?
think so. I think because of how well Aaliyah played.
Okay.
I think Aaliyah, and specifically the lineup that she had out there with Aaliyah, because that it was Raven, Gotti.
Was that the youngster lineup plus Joyce that
Yes,
I was talking about?
yes, that youngster lineup
It was
and
the youngster
Aaliyah.
plus Raven. Was that the
Yeah,
lineup?
I think
Yes,
so. Yeah.
that lineup was that second quarter second quarter lineup that played really well. I think she
The
found
lineup that got
something.
us back to lead or within two or
Yes,
something like that.
yes.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
That's
Yeah.
that lineup played really well. So it's
Okay.
like, all right, we're looking for something, found something, and it was going very well. And Aaliyah wasn't picking up. She only picked up like what, one foul at that point, or yeah, she might have picked up maybe one foul in the second quarter.
And
So
this was the lineup where basically Aaliyah was making the shots.
absolutely.
Exactly.
So it's they're not messing with it, not touching it. They found a rhythm and it was working, and Aaliyah was causing problems. She was causing problems. So
and I was gonna add to the point that Miriam got in the game because we weren't getting what we needed from Medina or Tack.
She was looking for an answer. She was Dawn. Dawn was literally looking.
Dawn was searching.
And once Aaliyah touched the floor, there it was.
Yeah, it worked. It clicked. So,
but speaking of Aaliyah,
wait. Can we go back
before we go to Aaliyah? Before we go to Aaliyah,
yeah.
My question is with Dauda, is it what she's done or not done this season that didn't have her in that game?
Okay.
Is that
I got one answer before I answer that question, or it's part of the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
So to your point around she did well versus Beers, well, by that point in time, Beers had been in foul trouble and sat down. So not to say you didn't need Dauda, but like if Beers is not in the game, I'm getting production out of Aaliyah.
Yes. Aaliyah created an advantage.
You know what I mean? Ipso facto, like
yeah.
So then why would Miriam be in the game? I guess I think it's hard. I think like I encourage everybody who's your questions are valid. And to be honest, we all ask the questions too. So it's not me being disparaging on anybody. So again, comprehension. I'm not being rude towards anybody. They're fair questions. But when you ask these questions, you also have to ask yourself, get minutes over whom and what is happening with all 5 players and who they're playing against, right? Basketball is chess with matchups. So I think that's important. I think the production that you get out of a collection of people, and Dawn has told us this, is that it is something to think about. She is searching for groups who play well defensively. And contrary to popular belief, we are still supposed to be a defensive-oriented team. Yeah. I don't care how many points but if defense is what we are supposed to be known for, no matter what iteration of Dawn Staley in South Carolina exists, defense is still at the center of what we do. Although, to my chagrin, not as much this year. But Dawn is searching for answers defensively, especially transition defense, which we already talked about. Beers was cooking us in her limited minutes. So she was trying to find answers that still limited the perimeter, still limited the inside game, and she was trying to search through all that. Now, you can come up with pros and cons and critiques of Dawn and what she did or didn't do this game, but you have to keep that in mind. It's not always just a 1-for-1. It's the collection that we're trying to optimize for. I saw a couple comments about we gave up on Dauda. I wouldn't say it that way. I feel like that's just going 0 to 100. I think the back to the question you asked, Auntie, about Dauda. I mean, were we all not watching games?
The one thing I know for sure is that Dauda, it's been made clear. Sorry to cut you off, Commissioner. One thing I know for sure is that it's been made clear to Dauda what it takes to get on the floor.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, either you do it or you don't. Damn it! That's the one thing that you can say it about other programs. But I'm very confident that in the South Carolina program, it is transparency. and it is very clear what gets you on the floor and what gets your ass on the bench.
Correct.
So,
I think when Dowda comes in, and I encourage you to go because it's on YouTube
I got
somewhere.
a third rewatch because I got to watch for Chloe and Dowda. Those will be my
and
focus
watch
on my
Maddie.
third watch.
Watch all your people when they get in the game. I do think because I think the starters it's clear, but you should watch Maddie. You should watch Isla and Gotti. Quite frankly, there's good stuff there. I do think everybody. I encourage you to go rewatch the games at the beginning of the season. Don gave Dowda a lot of leeway earlier in the season. Mm-hmm. Something I will say, I've not given up on Dowda. I've adjusted my expectations of Dowda, and I think I got Auntie there one day. I forget which day, but we eventually got there. I've adjusted my
I think we also got to the go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, we got to that place. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. But the reality is at certain points when Dowda's lack of confidence and I don't know herself offensively, that's the best articulation that I have, has been at the detriment of the team in some ways. And I think Dowda has to dig deep, read scripture, talk to whoever she needs to talk to figure out her offensive side, because what she does give us, I do think, is defense and rebounding. And I do think at points in time in this game, we could have used that. But again, like I said, Dawn is searching for the collection of people defensively first, and then on the offensive end. Well, the challenge is going to be, and like I said, Joyce at points in this game had monster defensive efforts, literally in a series. And it looked like, okay, here goes Joyce, like rebound, and then only ended up with 5. So, there's that. So I could see how Dawn also is looking at that, like, okay, I'm giving Joyce the ability. Joyce has the highest ceiling of our team. And so if I give her a chance to figure it out, there's that. Dawn is being a puppeteer and a maestro with 11 individuals who can go on the court. So like you also have to keep that in mind while also trying to play chess against the other team. And I think people need to recognize it's not just like an easy substitution of A equals B. No, they don't always equal. And people play different positions. And there's certain things I'm trying to run. And there's certain people I'm trying to give rest to. Like, she has to balance all that. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to interrupt you right here because you did a great explanation of this when we were talking.
Okay, remind me.
I'm going to ask you to expound. Because what I said was what we're seeing Dawn do successfully right now is what the fuck Steve Kerr wasn't able to do. Right? Yes. And so you talk about...
Yes, I think I brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah, so we talked about like balancing, bringing the people in. Well, I'll let you explain.
Yeah.
You expounded on it. That was like my start to it, and then you kind of went where you went. So yes. I feel like Dawn is right now doing what Steve Kerr hasn't been able to do with the Warriors, and I use them because I'm a Warrior fan.
Yep.
If you could help
elaborate.
Elaborate. I'm rough around the edges. Commish, explain, please.
Yes.
Make it eloquent.
No, yeah, sure. No, so, and I think maybe people aren't always picking up what I'm putting down, or, sometimes you got to say things multiple times for people to realize what you're saying. I've said it before on Baseline, but let me bring it back. So I just talked about Dawn is playing with 11 different people. And the thing that makes Dawn really good, and it's funny because there's all this talk about burger girls and this, that, and the other. But the thing that people don't realize and what makes Dawn unique versus others is she has this collection of talent, but is trying to balance the present with the future. And that's also really hard to do. So on top of everything I just articulated, you're doing matchups, you're trying to dictate, you're trying to find energy. If it's not happening, this is now Dawn has to play a different set of games and she's like playing Uno while playing chess, while playing gin rummy. I don't know, like spades, like she's playing lots of different things simultaneously, and she's human. So not all the times does she get it right, but more often than not, she does, which is why people need to stop playing on her coaching abilities. Dawn is trying to, especially the role of a coach, is to get the best out of the talent in which they have. Sometimes I only play 6 players. I only play 7 players. But ideally, I'm playing everyone. I'm giving the freshman, and I'm putting Aaliyah in that freshman category just for all intents and purposes. She's a super freshman, but she's a freshman. I'm trying to give my freshman experience. My sophomores ideally have already been here, and now I'm trying to instill what I want out of them. Now I can demand a little bit more from them, right? Because you've been here. You shouldn't, quote unquote, know better, right? Know better, do better. Then my juniors, I really shouldn't be talking to you because, as Don says, you've been in the system 3 years. And then my seniors is like another level. Like in the seniors are either trying to showcase themselves, prepare themselves from the W, and I'm going to put seniors and fifth years kind of in the same category, right? So she's trying to play on all these different timeline dimensions while trying to win a game. Like that's what's happening.
So, and
She's
also
trying
give
to,
these kids the opportunity to dot the I's and cross the T's in their fucking NIL deals. Don't forget that
Correct.
shit. They got some responsibility.
Correct. So there's a showcasing. So there's a multitude of things that Don is balancing at the same point in time. And while I've had critiques myself about some of the stuff Don did, like I didn't love when she threw Isla in Vegas, right? But upon pondering and reflection, I was like, you know what? It's actually good for Isla because especially how she came back. She got in the gym. She realized she wasn't ready. She didn't like how she felt. And you know what? When Isla came in, it didn't end up in a win, unfortunately, because of the other things we've talked about. But when Isla came in and got her limited minutes for Oklahoma, she got to work. Because guess what? And KP said this too. Other people have said this. It's a skill to come off the bench, contrary to popular opinion. Like coming off the bench, you have to bring your own energy. Well, everybody needs to bring their own energy, but like you instantaneously need to bring your own energy. That's why I don't understand why people get offended by spark plug. I don't understand why people get offended by coming off the bench. If your ability to impact a game and you get more minutes by your ability to impact and your trust that your coach has in you, it shouldn't really matter, right? Like you're playing. There are a lot of people not playing, but you're playing. So I think at the end of the day, like we as fans, I also encourage us when we're watching, we also have to think about all the dimensions that Don is operating against. But to me, I anchor more I want to win, but if we're not going to win, then I want, which is what I was alluding to earlier. If this was the game that Don said, I'm not playing my starters or my usual people because they're not playing with the effort and the energy I want, I'd rather go with my youngsters. I would have actually been okay with it for this game. It's just unfortunate we had the chance to win the game that we didn't, because at that point, then I could have argued Gotti, Aaliyah probably would have fouled out, but I put Aaliyah back in there and give them the minutes to even struggle through. I think maybe if we were down 30, that probably would have been the thing. And it's like, you got to just struggle through it and you need the playing time and it's important for you. So I think that, did I hit all the points that we talked about? It was a long conversation. So I don't know if I got anything I missed, Auntie.
No,
And
that was
maybe,
perfect. I just wanted you to elaborate on it.
Yeah,
I thought it was real valid, like all of these things. And then she's still trying to do that with 200 minutes. It's only 200 minutes a game.
Right. And only 5 people can play on the court at once. And I think the thing maybe to connect it to the Steve Kerr and what Steve Kerr hasn't done, which is perpetuating itself every day, is the whole Kuminga, Moody, even though Moody's getting more minutes, but it's not consistent. Wiseman, the plethora.
What player have you brought in and been successful with, Steve?
Correct. That isn't Draymond, Clay previously.
It wasn't there when you got there, Steve.
Right.
Yep. So, and the thing is, they're still losing anyway.
And they're still losing.
They're still losing. So you might as well just play them.
Then we went out and got my buddy. We went and got the Milton. We went and got D'Anthony. We went and got who else? Jimmy Butler. Like we.
Man, the whole Jimmy Butler and Kuminga K mix. Oh my gosh, get out of here!
Don't get started. And really, then you threw away somebody. We threw away somebody that went in the foxhole with us and won a championship. You should have kept Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah,
Wiggins too. Now they're trying to get back. Yeah, Poole.
Yeah, they're getting them back.
See, them second generation pros are different. Andrew Wiggins is second generation pro, man. You keep that in your organization. That was the identity of your organization anyway. It was built on second generation pros. Should have stayed with that, buddy. But never mind. I digress. Let's stay where we at.
But exactly. But what I'm trying to say is
shout out to Georgia. Shout out to Georgia. They did close.
Good for them.
No,
So Kentucky, come on down.
Looney's not a good example to me because I think Looney played his role, and that's the other thing.
Kevon Looney? Oh no, we
Yeah,
can't. Yeah, we can't give him no
Yeah,
credit
no.
for Kevon.
yeah.
Kevon
No.
was gonna be Kevon wherever he was at.
But
Go ahead.
maybe FM means Looney. I don't know if FM means Looney from a development standpoint or Looney was already kind of. I don't know what because I just saw the Looney, so maybe FM
Oh,
elaborate.
yeah, tell me what you mean.
But my point is, I think when we look at Don, we should, as
Oh, maybe you're saying we should have kept Kevon Looney. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Kevon Looney had a lot of respect within the organization from the players, and I don't think that they value him. So
and
he was
Looney,
a very quiet leader.
And Looney and Poole were boys from Milwaukee days, so it just all was a mess.
Oh, speaking of Poole, did you see the little kid actually what it felt like to get punched by Draymond?
I did. That was so
Kids.
disrespectful.
Oh my goodness.
That was so disrespectful.
Was it disrespectful or was it just a kid? Hey, he was this man. You up there talking about how good it was in Golden State. He was like, well, hey, how did it feel to get hit by Draymond? Kids say the damnest things. It cracked me up. Go ahead. I'm sorry, it did.
How old was the kid in your mind?
Just between 10 and 12.
Yeah, you know better at 10 and 12, but that's assuming you're raised right. But let's get off that topic. You can't ask that. You can't ask that. Like whatever. I don't know. You're uncouth. But I'm gonna just move on.
Yeah, uncouth, but funny as hell. Go ahead. Kids say the damnest thing.
Where's the couth? Where's the genuineness?
No genuineness there.
Anyway, the point is
okay. Commish, Brittany, do y'all have Cash App? Eldrin is trying to send y'all Cash App.
Send it to Auntie. We'll work with Auntie.
Yeah.
Send it to Auntie,
and I will make sure that they get it. I promise. Now you just want us to play the music again. That's all. I see what's happening with you now, Eldrin. I think you like this goddamn song. I'm gonna play it for you though. No, we appreciate the support. We do appreciate them.
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Now I can buy the handle on my bag. No, I'm just playing. Thank you. Thank you. It will offset the wine that I have for this weekend. But what was I saying? Yeah, so Don is like playing with a lot of things, and I think that's what makes South Carolina's program what it is in this current century. Is Don is playing with a lot of different things. Now, I'm going to add another layer on it, which is why I'm like I've been not criticizing Don too much externally. I've wanted Don to revert back to her a little bit more hard ass ways. But I understand with these, speaking of uncouth kids, and I'm not saying our kids are uncouth, I'm just saying with this current generation, I walked up the hill both ways a mile when back in my day. But get off my lawn. But it is difficult to try to manage and teach, and not necessarily punish, but teach, and hold people accountable. And to me, minutes are a way to hold people accountable, and starting is a way to hold people accountable. You can't even spell right. Right is not spelled WRIGHT. Like, oh my God, I need to stop looking at the chat.
My goodness, Lord help him.
You can't even spell right. I didn't even see your whole thing. I just knew that wasn't right. 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 Right.
And that didn't make no sense. That comment don't make no sense. What you talking about? To make a star with one player? Oh, please.
It doesn't even make sense. But that's what makes Dawn and her program special, contrary to the trolls, which is why they always find someone that they want to try to poke at, is because, all you can respond is LOL. All you can do is you think Dawn is making Raven the star? You are literally, what are you smoking? Like, what are you?
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
Bring the DARE program right back.
Literally.
DARE. She is trying to balance a lot of talented people with team basketball while trying to prepare them for the W, while trying to win games. Not a lot of programs can say they can do all of those simultaneously and have done them consistently. And this is what I'm talking about, is like, Everybody, it's really tough to do that. Like, look at Corey Close. Like, this is probably the first time, or she's at least had talented people on her team for at least the past 3-4 years. That's fair to say. I mean, she has kids in the W, so like she clearly, but as far as her team has a lot of talent. She hasn't been able to like retain all her people, right? We've seen that. She hasn't been able to win consistently. So I just look at it and I'm like, outside of Gino, who's been doing this longer than Dawn, Kim, who's been doing this longer than Dawn, by the way, like there's no other program that can say they've done this. And there's other programs that have been more historic. There's more programs like Notre Dame, who, is it fair to, does South Carolina have more championships? Does Notre Dame only have 2 in their history? I think. They might have 3, but I think they only have 2. We have 3.
I think it's 2. I thought it was 2. Let's see. Because I think we had a conversation about this.
Yeah, I think they only have 2. They might have 3, but okay, worst case scenario, we're tied with Notre Dame. Like
Notre Dame got 2, and Ivy was there for both of them. One is a player, one is assistant coach.
Right. So back to my point. Dawn came and built this program. This is not a historical program like Notre Dame, like Tennessee, like LSU. And so for me, Stanford, right? Stanford might have more. No, Stanford has more than us. What are they at? Maybe we're tied. Can you look up Stanford?
Yep.
But my point is, regardless, Tara was Dawn's coach, right? So either way you cut it, Stanford has a head start on us, even if they might have 4. It's either 3 or 4. But like no other program can really say this. 3. We're tied with Stanford. Like, that's crazy. Like, in a good way. So like what Dawn is doing is she's operating on so many dimensions simultaneously that other people are not, or if they are, they're able to because of their historic success. But we're not, we're in top 3 and we're not 3 is my point. In current basketball, we are not 3. So I'll take that. Anyway, so
here, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt, because the Hills wrote this shit like 17 times all over the place. I keep on seeing this thing. You keep talking about Tessa's the best player. The play should have went to Tessa. She was shooting 50%, 56%
what did Tessa
overtime.
What did Tessa shoot?
Why would you not go to your best player shooting 56% in overtime?
What, Brittany, you got the stats?
So they can stop.
Let me look for it, girl.
We will answer because
and then let me say this too.
And you didn't even say
hi. So you can stop telling us about Tessa. Come in here, say, hey, chat, how you doing? What's good?
Yeah, you didn't even say hi.
Read the room.
The fuck?
Like you coming into the house. Hey, chat, what's good? What's up, panel? Hey, Cess, how you doing? You coming in like, answer this. If you want to get a question answered like that, put it on the super chat. Otherwise, speak. Come in, get in the conversation. But you keep on doing the same thing. But you did it. But you've been typing this thing everywhere. Here's the thing. As far as me and Tessa go, as I've told y'all, I'm taking Tessa over Juju. So please stop. Every time I see your name, you telling us Tessa's this, Tessa's that. We know who Tessa is. What is it that you think we don't know about Tessa?
Yeah, we're gonna get into that final shot, y'all. It's okay.
Yeah. Just hey, how you doing? What's up, chat? What's up, panel? What's your team?
Also,
where you from?
Hills, like did you just get here? Because there's no way you've been sitting on this chat and you've been listening to us.
The Hills has been writing this for a couple days now. That's why I seen it. I was like, oh my God, please address it. Please address it. Because I've seen it. The Hills been writing this. Tessa 5. Who's number 5? Tessa for me. I see you, Hills. So,
Brittany, you get it?
Yeah. I want to answer it.
Okay, I got it. Hold on. Keep talking.
Okay, yeah, no, because I think Tessa only she only hit like 1-3 after half.
Correct. So Tessa was cold as hell. Like, did you watch the game?
If anything, you definitely didn't watch the game because you would have saw the shots that Tessa was putting up in
Don't
the
address
third.
the last play.
Wait.
Don't address the last play.
When you say Don pissed you off with that
Don't
last play,
address
are
it.
you talking
Don't
about
address it. Don't address
the
it. 'Cause
last
we're
play?
gonna get to it. We're gonna get to
Are
it.
you
Don't
talking about
address
the
it.
last play of? No, I'm just saying the last play of regulation, right? To go to overtime. That's the last play
Yes.
you're talking about, right?
That's the play we're about to get to. Yeah, hold on. Let me get Tessa's second half
Like
because y'all just be
think that's
talking out of your
Like
mouth.
I love Tessa over here. I take heat over here about Tessa because I keep telling them I'm taking Tessa over Juju. Like y'all don't understand how I feel about Tessa. You gotta tell me about Tessa. Total Tessa is a star over here.
like
So remind me what the Hills said Tessa was shooting for the game and why she should have shot the final shot.
She's shooting. Let's see, your best
he
shooter.
said that man shot. He said that
Hold on.
Tessa shot 56% in overtime.
No, well, no.
She was shooting
the
50%
Hills
in
said-
overtime. That's what you said.
Yes. Why
Here's the
didn't
quote
Tessa
right here.
shoot more? Shot 56%. Or are you bringing it back? Sorry.
Why would you not go to your best
Your
player
best player-
shooting 56% in overtime?
In
So you
overtime.
saying
Correct.
she was shooting 56% in overtime? Or
No.
why not
In
go to her in
overtime,
overtime because
why
she was
didn't they
shooting
go to her?
56%?
Because she was shooting 56%.
Got you. All right, let's go.
All right. Now, let me tell you a fun fact. The Hills have eyes. Did you know in the second half, Tessa shot 16.666666667% in the second half?
Literally, like you wasn't watching the game because most of the points came in the first half.
Tessa went 1 for 6 and went 0 for 3 in the second half. So back to your comment. If you're going to quote numbers, make sure you know who you're quoting numbers around because we know how to do numbers too. Just so you know, when you see Baseline Brunch, we don't play with numbers. Try that with somebody else.
Literally, just be talking, man. Just be talking.
So now the Hills are saying did we watch the last 3 games?
No,
because
we didn't watch the last 3 games. We didn't watch the last 3
Here's the thing. You say, no. She's the reason we won the last 3 games to play Raven turn the ball over. Okay. Raven, I don't think Raven turned the ball over.
We're going to talk about the last play in and of itself. We're not talking with him.
That's the other part.
Wait. I want to make sure I clarify. So the Hills is saying not that she was shooting 56% in overtime. She's shooting 56% period.
So the Hills, are you the person who
I got that right?
Are you analytics where 3 is worth more than 2? So no matter or even maybe you like football. Do you always go for 2-point conversions because it's worth more than kicking the extra point? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's the methodology that you're using. There's time and score and possession. If Tessa is shooting 1 for 6, and the 1, by the way, includes the layup she finally made, why? Huh?
And then the crazy part about that is Raven ended up shooting 57% in the game.
So who should have shot? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? No, I'm not going to keep answering your dumb questions because you keep throwing out dumb points. You clearly have an agenda to have, and I'm not one for it.
So, I got to understand. I'm trying to understand where. Okay, here's the thing. I'm looking at Tessa on the season. Tessa's shooting 48, 45, 77. 48 from the field, 45 from 3, almost 46, 77% from free throw. So where's the 56% coming from? I really just wanted to understand.
Apparently, her last 3 games. Again, can we go to the last? Like, this is just.
You want to see the play now?
Yeah, I don't want to do this. Like,
oh, you said if Tessa leaves, there's no team.
Again, this is dumb.
So let me ask you this.
This is dumb.
Are you a Gamecocks fan or a Tessa fan? Just be honest with us. Who's your team?
This is a troll fucking LSUer who comes in here pretending like I've seen this
either that or a troll from one of the TikTok videos that was like
So both. So you're a troll of LSU. Okay, got it. Like, I'm done. Can we move on?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. So for everybody else that has common sense, let's talk about the last 18 seconds of this game. Do you mind showing the clip?
It's rolling.
Oh, sorry. I'm on delay then. Okay. So here we go. We're going to let it roll once, and then I'm going to talk through it. Everybody watch for yourself.
Let me back up.
Okay. Watch this.
Whoa. Wait. Hold on. Stop all this. Stop all this. Now, let me say this. It's one thing for you to come in and talk to us and be in a conversation. It's another thing for you to be disrespectful. Fools, it ain't a fool in this motherfucker. Words matter. Ain't nobody disrespected you. As a matter of fact, we went above and beyond to try to understand what the fuck it is you've been saying in this motherfucking chat. I took time out to answer your motherfucking question. And then you want to come back with this old disrespectful shit.
After demanding that we answer
the question.
You came in here with some numbers and some shit that you couldn't even talk about. 56% I asked you where the fuck did it come from? What you not gonna do is disrespect this panel or this platform. Period. You can be talking about look at the screen now, but fuck all that. I'm talking about what the fuck you said in the chat. The disrespect don't stand around this motherfucker. So fuck what you talking about. Fuck what you talking about. You owe the panel or you owe the panel an apology, or you can get the fuck out my chat. What you not gonna do is come in here and disrespect these ladies. You're not gonna come in here and call these women no fools, and they sitting up here talking, giving you straight fucking facts. You can miss me with that bullshit. I stand on a whole lot of shit, and we can have a whole lot of fun. But disrespect doesn't stand here. These women don't have a channel. I got the channel. They're up here helping me grow a platform. What the fuck you ain't gonna do is disrespect neither one of them. It ain't a fool in this bitch. We was trying to help you with your lame ass basketball takes so you can sound better in other places on fucking YouTube and these other fucking places you leaving these lame ass fucking comments. But what you ain't gonna do is be disrespectful. So the next thing I should see from you is a motherfucking apology or nothing else in the fucking chat. And I mean that. If that motherfucker write one thing besides apology, get him the fuck out my chat. And I mean that shit.
And
with
I understand
thing in me. I mean that shit.
And
I don't need none of y'all motherfuckers in here. But you ain't gonna disrespect not nobody that come up here. You ain't gonna do that shit in here. You can do that shit in them other fuck ass places that you be, but it ain't gonna be accepted over here. So unless the next fucking thing you put in the chat is my bad, apology to these fucking ladies that's up here, don't type another motherfucking syllable, consonant, vowel in that bitch. Do you understand that shit?
I was gonna add.
My apologies, lady. My apologies, ladies. We ain't gonna do that shit in this motherfucker. My apologies.
I got you.
Y'all go right ahead.
I just want to elaborate.
We ain't gonna do that.
I just want to elaborate that I don't know where we lost our couthness as a society, but I understand it's not an apology.
Literally.
That lame ass motherfucker didn't put an apology in my chat.
We got Draco. We got Draco or somebody up.
What Rich is it? What Rich in the building? I don't give a fuck. The loudest mouth is the one that threw your bitch ass out. You threw the fuck up out my chat. Tell him that. Tell that. Run to the hills and tell that.
And the funny thing about all this is
we could have had a conversation. Ain't nobody said shit about you. We could have said a whole lot of shit about your lame ass takes and how dumb they sounded. But we tried to help you get to where you needed to be. But what you ain't gonna do is that. Hey, Rodney, how you doing? Rodney Lamar, what's good? What's good, fam? Good to see you.
The funniest thing about this whole conversation is like people feel. That's why I'm just like, there's just a lot. It's not ingenuous. It's disingenuous. A lot of people feel like somehow caping for someone, and nobody here, by the way, we're all well, never mind. I'm not even gonna go on that. My point is just singular because you're a very simplistic person. It feels like. Yep. It feels like if you were a fan of Tessa and you're talking to us the way in which you're talking to us after we've just explained about everything in the game that transpired, you're not a fan of Tessa. Ain't no way.
Literally.
There's no way Tessa would be like, oh yeah, I support the Hills calling these ladies fools and having his little emasculation energy. Like there's no way. So like you're not a fan of nobody. So you can pretend all you want. You can hide behind being a fan of Tessa. Y'all, we've seen this. Y'all did this with Raven. Y'all have done this with Zaya before. Like we're not new to this. We're true to this. Like none of this. Nah. Just make sure when you're in your mom's basement, she brings you chili because I heard it's cold across the majority of America. That's all I got for you.
And my apologies to the rest of the chat. We ain't gonna do that. I go disrespect people up here on my platform, bro.
After
We're not gonna
demanding
do
that
that.
we
Let's
answer
go.
your question. You don't even have to.
Literally.
Okay, run the tape.
Oh, run the tape. Let's go.
You can't spell. Why is Hill still here? You can't spell right and you can't spell here. So why are you still talking?
Y'all, this child has been left behind. Good Lord.
Yeah, like you can't even spell basic English words. Is that why you spell Hills with a Z?
Not Rodney making chili tonight. I ain't got time for you, Rodney.
See?
I don't have time, Rodney.
Send some to the
I
Hills.
don't have time, Rodney.
Where are
I don't
our
have
our
time,
wrenches?
Rodney. I'm about to do it. I'm about to do it.
Yeah,
Because
thank
the
you.
wrenches
Remove
the
them.
wrenches may not be in both chats. I got it. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have multiple chats.
Don't worry. Y'all like, where them wrenches at?
In
Where
3,
them wrenches at?
2, 1. Bye-bye.
Literally.
Don't worry. Somebody else can answer your questions. I got it. Go. Oh, did you see your play? My bad.
Yeah, can you press play?
Look,
All right,
look.
we're gonna let it play without any reaction. Damn shame, Hills. You could have heard us in our reaction. Guess you're gonna have to catch us on the flip side.
Well, he can go ask his mama them questions. I hope he answers.
They just ain't gonna be able to say shit back. That's all.
Okay, so they're gonna still watch us. Okay, we're gonna watch it one more time.
Oh what? Hold on.
Okay. All right. Now, can you press pause? Okay. So, Auntie, I understand why you had to, for all intents and purposes, you had to crop some stuff out. If I'm not mistaken, let me do it on my phone real quick. I believe let me actually check the time marker for when Raven starts. Actually, play it one more time, and in the meantime, I'm gonna grab it from the live.
Oh, Big Draco, make sure that the Hills is out of all the chats. Make sure the Hills is blocked.
Okay,
put them on the
so
screen so you know who it is.
Yes.
This person. Make sure they're blocked. I think I got them on everywhere, but double check for me. All right, here we go. Playing.
What y'all be saying? Expeditiously.
Showdown.
No, it's okay, Danny Joy. We know you know how to spell. Other people, Hooked on Phonics wasn't around when they were kids, apparently. Okay, so Raven actually starts going at I think the 13-minute mark, which I'm fine with. But the problem that I had, this is again where I try to have patience with Medina. Medina came too early. And the reason why I say she came too early is because look at how effective this screen actually is when it runs. A screen is only effective if you screen somebody, right? A screen is only effective if you free somebody up. But if you don't free somebody up, then the screen is not effective. So let's watch it. She's still on Raven. So neither of those double screens were effective. I personally put the onus on a coat a little bit more because she was first. I can also put it a little bit on Raven because she didn't really run them into the screen. But I think by a coat being there too early, it kind of messed with everything. So a coat came too
and
early.
here Joyce is just looking like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Literally.
Then that's the second portion of it. Like, so everybody's not, and then Beers is in a very considerable drop.
MJ, are you in vertical or regular? Switch. They're both on YouTube. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you watch the effect, like that's the point of a screen. Brittany, anything else to add on the screen component? I have other things, but I want to know.
With the screen, I think maybe it should have been set up for an option for Raven to reject the screen. Especially with how early Medina came up. And once you saw how low Beers was gonna sit.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back because Danny Joy is saying it looks like Joyce called for the screen.
No, it's a double screen. So it was fine. It was fine because Medina looks over, right? The double screen would have been fine. A double screen is good in that situation because Beers is not anywhere close. So I don't have a problem with the double screen. You feel differently?
No, I don't mind the double screen at all.
Joyce did.
But probably Medina probably should have been on the other side of Joyce.
I think Medina just came too early.
Yes. At this point, it's just like, all right, you came too early, and it's kind of like, all right, you got to do this on the fly.
So Joyce should have called later.
No,
Joyce
no.
signals.
Medina should have.
Watch, she does
Medina
signal.
should have.
Watch.
She does, but Medina came too early.
She's just
I
telling
don't
her,
know.
like, be ready to come on. And she just took off.
Right. Because remember, they just came out of a timeout. In the timeout, here's what Dawn is probably telling them. There are 18 seconds left, right? I want you to go at the 10. Or I want the screen to come at the 10 or the 11. You know what I mean? Medina came way too early. Because Raven is trying to waste clock. And Raven has to be like, wait. Medina came to her, and then Dawn is like, go. You know what I mean? So
what are you thinking about the idea of why didn't they stagger the screen?
It low key was. I mean, a double screen. I guess what's the difference? I guess of what someone's.
Tell us, Mondo, what you mean there. Setting the screen you can work off of. You can also pin a defensive player slipping.
Yeah, and then the other part is the angle. I don't like the angle.
I don't like the angle either. Yeah,
because the other part is the angle. It wasn't like if they would have set the angle at a good angle, it would have gave Raven the option to accept it or reject it and just flip it.
Right.
And they didn't give her that option because the way in which Beers is set up all the way back there, would have said, "Oh yeah, we finna change this angle."
Correct. And this is part of where Medina's not IQ. Okay, I'm not calling
keeping it
her
18
basketball
is a good point.
Experience.
Dawn said she told Raven to play make. So is it a set play or what?
I think that was. I still think that was set. I don't think it was a complete. I think Dawn wanted Raven to make the decision off the screen, which we're about to get to in a second. But I think the double screen was the play. It's purposeful. Where Beers is the double screen works. Now, could we make an argument that maybe the other screener could have been a Tessa or could have been someone else so that the role would have made it easier for Tessa? We're about to see Tessa as well. Don't worry. This play call is actually good.
Because Tessa came flying up from the Tessa came flying up from the corner.
Correct. But Medina's screen also wasn't good on Tessa. On Tessa's man. Let's run it so you guys can see now. Not only was the double screen.
What do you say to Joyce didn't screen at all?
That's my point. The double screen.
And then Mondo is saying maybe Joyce go a little higher to catch the defender.
It was shit by both of them. It was shit by both of them. Run it one real quick so everybody can see.
MJ feels like Raven started to play late.
Can we run it
to avoid fouls?
Can we run it? We're gonna have to run this like 5 times. Can we run it?
Yeah, no, I'm waiting on StreamYard is.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, both of the screens were bad. But
nobody actually set one. So
someone made a point about Medina getting called for but the thing was the roll was her issue, and it still was bullshit, but the roll was the issue. The issue is her screen wasn't good, period, regardless of rolling or not. And you don't need to roll when your man's in the paint.
And in a situation like this, when you're just running clock, you shouldn't have an issue in terms of like, hey, moving screen. You shouldn't have an issue.
Because your man's
Big
not
Draco's
there
on the
roll.
total other side, and he's saying, I don't think we needed the double screen.
I don't think the play call was a problem. Okay, look, y'all. Listen. Let's talk about philosophy in sports. I know half of y'all don't watch football. Your shit's only good as your execution. If your execution is trash, your entire screens, literally in football, running back screens, tight end screens, they don't work if you don't execute. So this is an execution issue all around, including when Medina came up too early. Because the Medina was just standing there. I will put a little bit on Raven on this one because I think I agree the angle is trash, but Raven could have done a better job of making sure that her man hit one of the screens. So that's a little bit on Raven. I think it froze again. Okay. When it plays again, y'all will see. So the double screen wasn't executed well enough, both by Medina and Joyce. And then I put a little bit on Raven. But
the other part is if that man runs into either one of those screens,
Raven's wide open.
Because who was Chavez stopping at that point? She's not.
Well, not only that.
She's not in position either.
She's not in position. Had Joyce even just done her screen better, Chavez would have been forced to be on Raven. And who had Raven scored all her points on down the stretch? Chavez. But because neither screen was good, Van stayed on Raven. Raven gives up the ball. Joyce decides to just put her head down instead of Raven, which again, okay, here we go. Raven rolls is open. Medina is open. Okay. Run it one more time for me, Auntie. Okay, let's go slow. So neither screen is good. I think that's Van. Right? Van isn't forced at all. Van doesn't have Van is the screens were ineffective. Had even Joyce's screen just been better.
Yes, because there's nobody there. The closest person is all the way in the corner on Tanaya.
You know when they do walkthroughs and there's like no person and you're just like setting up ghost screen? That's what that fucking looked like. Like you did not do anything. The principle of a screen is to screen somebody. I don't want a ghost screen. I want a real screen because there's nowhere to roll. Then y'all see Tessa running up. Medina didn't also set a good screen for Tessa either, because had she set a better screen for Tessa and you didn't even need to roll, had you just stayed there, Tessa would have been wide open for the three, which is what apparently the Hills Have Eyes wanted.
Yep, because Bears is too deep to help or contest.
There were like 4 options on this, which is why I have no problem with the double screen. It's the execution of the double screen that was the problem.
So, didn't the screen coming early kind of give away the play too? Because I felt like
it didn't matter
off of the screen.
No.
And it didn't matter because Oklahoma didn't adjust. So
I just feel like nobody went with Raven and they just stayed with Joyce because they expected it.
Because they were going to double Joyce like they've been doubling Joyce. The scout is out on Joyce. She puts her head down and doesn't look. That's the problem. So that's what I'm saying. There's so many issues with this play that honestly, I kind of put it on everybody. Latson, for lack of a better word, is the only person that doesn't get it because she's standing in the corner. But like, she could have cut too, by the way, but and moved her player out. When Tessa runs up, she could have run back on the baseline. Once Raven gets the ball up, she could have moved. But look at Medina's screen for Tessa's man. Didn't do anything.
Really happen.
Tessa would have been open had that. You could have messed everything up. Well, it would have been on Joyce to turn around and not dribble first. So that's another one. But had Joyce just held the ball, and this is actually my point with Joyce. Joyce, there are so many things you could have done, right? I get you're trying to get a shot, but I think at that point she at least had 5 seconds, right? Because the ball gets tied up, blah blah blah.
Yes.
Joyce
and actually, yes.
And you know who Joyce held
the ball.
Sorry?
Had she held the ball, she could have got Raven on the cut.
Correct. Well, that's my point. So pause here if you can. Okay, it paused perfectly. Or Joyce, before dribbling, should have just turned and pivoted and looked at the rest of the court. From there, she still has triple threat available to her. For those who are not aware of what triple threat is, a basketball principle. You can, before you do anything, you can dribble, you can pass, you can shoot. Before you dribble the ball, the minute you dribble the ball, you only have so many options available to you. But before you dribble the ball, if you catch and you're in triple threat position, she could choose to dribble. She could pass. This is the predetermination that I'm talking about. She could choose to dribble. She could pass. Had she waited for Raven to clear, she would have known a double was coming or not. And then she could have made the decision to dribble or to pass. She could have shot over Chavez. I don't really love it at the 3-point line, but it's an option.
They're also saying that Medina was open.
Well, if you guys let me finish, I will get there. Then she could have shot over Chavez as the worst case scenario. And then there were 2 options for her to pass the ball as currently constructed. Medina was open. Raven was open. Had Medina set a better screen, Tessa would have been open. Now, those are 3 options for Joyce to pass the ball and get a shot. Now what? Now what y'all want to tell me about that double screen? That double screen was fine. You should have just done it better.
Exactly.
And that's on Joyce too. Everybody messed up in their own capacity, but even with the mess ups, the play was drawn up well enough that you had options. That's the point I'm making. That's not on Don. That's on the players. I don't care if you're a sophomore or what. At this point, you are in the game, contrary to some people saying they've never been in the game in critical moments or not. You're in the game. Calm down, use your brain, and stop predetermining your stuff, because you had so many options available. There were technically, had this play been run correctly after the double screen was shit, there were 2 options. Had Medina's second screen been better, there would have been 3 options to pass the ball and still potentially drive the ball and kick, by the way. So there were actually a plethora of options, which is actually my point and why I wanted to break down this final play. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And it's the mental clock. You gotta have the clock running in your head, ticking in your head. When you come and set this screen, and because you can see the clock on the other end, when you come and set this screen, okay, cool, I'm ticking, I'm counting the time in my head. You didn't need to put the ball on the floor.
And guess what? Beers is in foul trouble. She would have had to foul, or she would have let you get the ball. You know what I mean? Like, I'm putting pressure on Beers to not fuck up.
Yes, it really would have been a potential for a 2-on-1 on the back side. Either you hit Medina and boom, or you hit Raven and it's a 2-on-1. So figure it out.
In this still shot, Medina does look like the wide open player. But Joyce's back is also to her.
But Joyce has already determined she's going to dribble the ball.
Yeah. No. We've talked about that.
But I just need. But my point was, if you turn, because you're already taller than this is again. If you turn and you keep the ball above your head, Chavez isn't doing shit with you, Joyce. You turn, you keep the ball above your head, and you survey. She would have been able to make a decision where Medina's rolling, Joyce ends up getting open. Because I still believe Van would have come and doubled. I think that was the play. They've been doing it all game.
And if anything, if she was going to put the ball on the floor, it needed to be a retreat dribble just to make sure Van was coming.
Correct.
Well, yeah, but like you said, right here, when you stop it right here, you got Raven rolling with her hand up, and you got Medina cutting. I don't think she has her hand out, but that might have been the next thing. But you got 2 cutters coming to the basket.
But Medina at least is looking at the ball.
Yeah, but I'm saying both Raven and Medina. So if Joyce looks up, like you said, it doesn't matter which way she looks.
Right.
The way the play is designed, she has options, like you were talking about, on both sides, and it makes Beers have to make a decision. You gonna get Raven, or you gonna get Medina? What you gonna do?
Correct. And then I will add another dimension. Had
without
Medina's
fouling.
Screens, had either of Medina's screens been more effective, I think who's to say about the first one, because I really think Joyce's screen was the more, but I think had Joyce's screen been effective, Chavez would have been forced on Raven. Had Medina's first screen been effective, it really would have forced Chavez to be on Raven, in my opinion. Now, exactly like you said, she's rolling. I think that ball should have got, but her head's down and she's going through 2 people. Raven is cutting with her hands up. I think Raven still would have gotten the ball, and that probably would have been a kick to Latson, or Raven would have taken it, or Raven would have gotten it to a coat. But you see how there's levels of, there were multiple options after every decision.
Just didn't execute it.
This is a good play. This is a good play.
And I think Raven went at a good enough time, because the way in which this went, had Raven went any earlier, they would have called a timeout.
Oh, I had no problem with when Raven went. I'm fine with when
I
Raven
don't either. I think she went at a great time. It's a time where, okay, at the end of the day, we either take this shot and we make it, or we miss it, but there's no way that they're getting this ball back. Whatever happens. And in this case, you turned it over. But there was no option for them to end up taking a timeout or anything.
Well, we were out of timeouts, and that was the play that was called for the timeout, which is why it's so frustrating, because, again, we can all have different opinions of whose screen was not the great screen and this and that, and should Raven have taken the final shot. And I can entertain that Raven piece in a second. But I just wanted to break down the actual play. And to me, I still understand Don's feelings on Raven, which that's fair. That's important. I'm not gonna dismiss that, because we should talk about that. But to me, I feel like, from what I saw, had Joyce just turned around and just assessed the situation, even if it was some F shit shot at the end of the clock because time was winding down and no one was open, I still would have taken that over Chavez, over what happened, right? Like Don said, she wanted a shot. And I understand getting into Raven. She's the point guard and stuff. I have no problem with Raven started. I have a problem with when Medina came. But even when Medina came early, she still could have set a better screen. Joyce still could have set a better screen.
Exactly.
Medina still could have set a better screen on on Tessa's man. You see how there's like,
and especially because the way in which Oklahoma was playing it, there's no help there. No one's helping. If you get with the screen, there's nobody getting. No, there's no saving.
Beers was a practice player cone in that situation. Beers was a practice player cone. Like Beers is like she's there, but she's almost a non-flat factor. I would even take Raven shooting that pull-up shot. Yes. With Beers having to close out on her, with still the option of Medina rebounding because no one else was in the lane.
Literally, if anything, you get a last-second tip.
So we can now have the conversation, but should Raven have given the ball to Joyce or not? But I have no problem with, I see the vision of what happened. Like, John could be mad at Joyce because she called the play and or not Joyce, Raven, and Raven did have it going. But also at a certain point, I'm on a team. I can't not trust you. We just talked about trust. I can't give you the ball and not trust you to give me it back. You know what I mean? Like, let's have that conversation.
Absolutely. And then I see the question in the chat, why didn't South Carolina attack Beers? She had 4 fouls.
They tried. They
tried.
They didn't get called.
Homegirl just moved out of the way and gave up layups.
I think
she did a good job. She did a good job of staying in the game with 4 fouls. I mean,
right.
Like
I mean, for the 6-minute mark, they tried. But had Raven gotten that ball, I would have loved to see what Raven would have done with it. I think Beers would have, because of the shot clock, would have been forced. I'm going to have to roll it back because there's not the timer on that. But I think Raven would have shot. Shot the shot or dumped it off to Medina, and Medina was wide open by herself in the lane.
MJ is saying that the play starts at the 7-second mark, and it should have started at the 9-second mark. So
no, I don't think
I don't have the time up there.
I thought it started at 13.
We'll have to go back and we can look at it again in the villa, but certain I don't know. They probably gonna end up making me cut some of this out too, but it doesn't matter because we needed to have a conversation. So I think y'all said one more time. So one more time. Here we go.
Okay, MJ's right. Raven goes at 7-5. Joyce turns the ball. Well, how about this? I'll tell you when Raven passes it to Joyce. That's a better. Joyce starts at not Joyce. Raven starts at 8/7. Joyce gets the ball with 3.6 seconds left. If that helps you guys. So there's enough time for the ball to go back to Raven.
And just get
a shot. Or Medina, right? Mind you, Medina is rolling now at this moment. So Medina still could have been rolling and it could have been a touch pass. That would have been iffy. I'll give you that. But worst case, Raven would have gotten a shot off with Beers hanging out in the paint. Raven would have been by herself for an extended elbow shot. Okay, so she goes at, let's call that 3.6. Yep.
Bears was in drop coverage that entire fourth quarter.
I'm actually glad. Yeah, to your point, I don't think the play started late. I don't, because
I think it started at a good time because look what ended up happening.
Yeah,
but Oklahoma had a timeout.
They had a timeout. Had they called a timeout, they would have been able to advance the ball and they would have had a shot.
Yeah, they might have had 1 or 2 of those timeouts. Yeah. So
I think the guys look. The play when it started is not the problem. It's the decisions that were made from then on out. The play started with enough decisions. Again, like I said, you weren't going to pass the ball 6 times, but you had at least 3 options including a shot. So you really had 3/5 options at every critical juncture. Yeah, but I agree with that, but I still agree with the point about there wasn't enough time for it. But you're forcing Beers to make a decision that quickly. I'll take my chances. Beers may have fouled her.
She's not even coming to close. She's not closing out that fast.
She may not close, and if she comes, she may foul you. So
I told y'all these ladies ain't no fools.
Well, contrary to public opinion.
Yeah, I'm like, Beers ain't moving that quick because she knows she's playing the middle. So I got to figure out where she's not meeting Raven on that pass. If it gets to Raven.
Can we go back to T's point? T Tiger or something like that?
No? T Jones?
Sorry, yes. I just saw the tiger and the avatar. Auntie, do you know T Jones?
Mm.
Okay. T Jones, who's your team?
Because I know that T Jones is in here. I don't know.
But you don't know enough. Because my thing is
and that's they didn't give Joyce the ball in a bad position.
Yeah, that's not a bad position.
South Carolina is T's team. South Carolina's T's team.
Okay, but like they didn't give Joyce the ball in a bad situation.
No,
Joyce got top of the key. You got options. Look, that's all it is. Joyce wanted to put the ball on the floor.
Joyce had already predetermined she was going to dribble. That's the habit she has to get out of. That's what I'm saying. Because it's not like, okay, if you told me instead of Joyce it was Medina, okay, yeah, I would be more like, no, don't give Medina the ball in that situation. Joyce, and I know there was a prior conversation. Thanks, Bryce Smith. There was a prior conversation about Joyce being a sophomore, but like to me, this is where who, when, how, what, where, clue style. You know what I mean? Like we have to look at who's getting the ball and who is being put in certain situations. I do not think Joyce is not capable of making those decisions. As we articulated, Joyce made a really good play early to start.
She can't revert back to bad habits.
This is bad habits.
Exactly.
Because
she can't go back to what she's used to in those moments. She's got to work.
But the thing that frustrates me is, Joyce, you got doubled all game. All game. It's not like they played you one-on-one. You got doubled all game. Like that's what I'm saying. At this point, Joyce needs to get in her head. Well, she needs to get out of her head. That's part of the issue. But she needs to
get out of her head and just feel the game. Because you got it.
You got to let the game come to you.
You got to be confident in what you got, Joyce. You got to be confident in what that skill set is and just trust it. Trust it. Fucking trust it because you got it. Just trust it.
But even the rip through, I don't
rip through and go where?
Because Van was right there. I don't think there was enough. And
Chavez, if like ripping and going where? There was nowhere to really go, especially with Tessa flying up. There was nowhere for you though.
The rip through would have worked if Tessa was where Raven
Does she have
was.
a better chance? Does she have a chance at the foul?
Exactly.
Well, hold on. Let me explain this because I think we're the rip through would have worked for Joyce if Tessa was where Raven was, because her man would have been hugged up on her and there would have been a little bit more space to operate. Again, this is where you have to start processing the game. Who, what, where, how. You know what I mean? If you have a shooter there, they have to hug up on the shooter. With Raven, Van was going to come, and that's been happening all game. Van was going to come off of Raven no matter what when Raven gave up the ball, which is why I do think that screen, we can, assign, like I said, blame pie or whatever. To me, the ineffective screens created part of the issue. I think you would have had Raven be able to roll. She would have turned the corner.
With Oklahoma bringing that double, they said, Joyce, we're going to force Joyce to make the right play in considering we're forcing you to pass the ball. Make the right play, pass the ball. But we don't think you're going to do it.
Let's remember something. Not only what you've put on tape, but remind me who was at AmeriCup.
Big Joyce.
And what coaches were at AmeriCup?
And Janae.
So
Jen
Jen
ain't no Joyce.
yeah,
Jen ain't no Joyce.
she knows Joyce. So I mean, at some point, you again, student of the game.
Like that's what Jenny said.
So,
Jenny said,
let me ask you this. I want to ask you both of you this as well. When we're talking about the play, the options, and how it should have been. Medina, should she have been rolling harder to the basket? Because she looked a little indecisive.
I think I would have liked
like
Medina.
Or at a better angle. It was looking like she was kind of going around to the basket. I don't know. Let me show you
Medina's role was fine. Had she set the
let me show you again.
It was her picks.
It was her picks that were bad.
That were the issue.
But I think her role was fine.
I don't know. To me, I wanted to.
She has to occupy Beers. She has to occupy Beers. If she rolls harder,
she got
to check her out. Let's check her out. It's like a split second to me that it's like, hey, are you going?
No, had her screen.
Look, it was a little. It's a double step she does.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't.
It could have been better.
The other part is
fundamentally, but
that's what I'm saying. Like, just go.
But if I'm gonna choose things, screen 1, screen 2, and then maybe your role. But like the role was far down the list.
Oh yeah, no.
And then I'm
at that part of I'm at that part now. I wanted to specifically ask about the role. We had broke that part down.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, Medina was getting called for bogus roles. But again, had she just stood there and given a better screen and had Joyce turned her body and squared up to the basket so she could assess the defense, we would have. I don't even think if Medina's role
I guess
was
what
better,
I'm asking is, well, I guess my thing is, if Medina is rolling a little bit harder, does that make Beers have to come over to make Raven even more open?
But Joyce was never passing. Yes, sure.
Yeah, but Joyce.
I'm not. If Joyce does, if in a perfect world, if Joyce does what she does and she holds the ball and she's surveying, what does she see? That's what I'm talking about. Not in how it worked out, what it looks like.
I kind of like.
Where was screen 2?
To me,
screen 2? Don't do that, Mocha Latte.
I like the optionality of trying to occupy your player. It's because Beers had to make a decision. We didn't make Beers make a decision because we never got that ball into Raven.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we would have made Beers have to make a decision.
And you like Raven for the touch pass to Medina still cutting.
I like Raven having to make that decision whether she was going to shoot or pass.
Yeah. I got you.
And Raven in this situation,
that's what Dawn said she wanted, was for Raven to make the decision.
And in this situation, with how much time was left, trying to get that, Raven probably would have took it. Raven probably would have took it for herself.
I think so too, because I think she would have taken the shot with the option for Medina to rebound and tip it back. Because if anything, all right, if she misses, Medina can just tip it in compared to, okay, I got to get this pass to you and you need to make this layup. And because by the time Joyce made that decision, 3 seconds was left on the clock? Joyce, it was 3.6 when Joyce had the ball.
So
when Raven passed it to Joyce, it was 3.6. Call it 4, call it 3, whatever. Okay, that's enough time.
Raven should just take the shot and let Medina have opportunity to make to tip it back in if you win.
But Brittany, let me ask a question, because it's been a while since I've played basketball for real like that. What's the time marker again for your ability to outlet a pass and pass it down court? Remember when they made us run and it was like, how quickly can it, they do this all the time? Can a ball get there quicker?
The pass is faster than a dribble.
Correct.
Absolutely.
So in my opinion, had Raven gotten the ball with 3 points, okay, it wouldn't have been 3.6. Let's call it 3.
3 seconds.
I think 3 seconds is enough to pass the ball to Medina.
It is. It just depends on where it was. It just depends on where Beers is at that point. Because the thing is,
but I don't think. How about this? She would have had a second to evaluate. A second's a long time. I think she would have taken less than a second. Let's do worst case scenario. She had a second to evaluate. Okay, now that's 2 seconds. I pass the ball. Worst case, it's a second. It's not. Medina can go up with a second left to lay up. No?
Yes.
Sure.
And there's a lot of buffer
So,
built into that. That's
yes.
my point.
I
So
just think
it goes-
it really depends on Beers and how quick Beers is to close out on Raven. If Beers can't close out on Raven that quick, I think Raven just takes it herself.
I agree. But
Yeah.
my argument more is that I still think Raven with the ball with 3 seconds left had options.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you take that option away when you don't get it to her. Yeah.
Yeah. And with 3 seconds left, I trust Raven to either decide to
Yeah.
shoot. Medina would have been there to rebound or touch pass it to Medina.
And then the whole rip through, I get the whole, all right, yeah, maybe a rip through. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but
sorry.
I'm being conservative by giving a second. I actually argue that there could have been more time. There was enough time.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about the rip through option for Joyce. Yeah, no.
I don't.
No,
Joyce
thank you. The rip through, trying to do a rip through in between them two. And in this game, they mess around and call an offensive foul.
Correct.
Trying to get through a rip through, and no.
By the way, I actually heard them on the broadcast because when the mic picked them up, they were like, just draw a like. What I keep trying to tell people is the scout is like you going 2-on-1, 3-on-1, 5-on-1. You're putting the scout out there. Everybody's trying to get draw charges in transition on Medina and Joyce. Period.
All right.
They're doubling you, and you're not. You gotta adjust. You gotta adjust. It's out there. Like this is not hard.
But but Mocha Latte, Raven didn't have a choice but to pass. Once they didn't set the screen, exactly, because had they set the screen, Raven wouldn't have had to pass, and or Raven would have been able to make the decision who she wanted to pass to after the fact because of where Beers was at. But because they didn't set the screen, Raven didn't have a choice because my man is still standing here with me. So okay, you want me to just stay here and just dribble and make something real quick? Yeah, no.
I disagree a little bit. A little bit. Raven could have kept her dribble alive and held on to it. Joyce could have flipped the screen that she didn't really set in the first place, but she could have rescreened.
True, yes, that would have been an option. But the way in which they were screening,
yeah, it was trash. And then you had
Medina, two trash ones. I'm not gonna expect you to set a good one this time. Because why didn't you set a good one last time?
To be clear, it wasn't great. Had that happened, right? Let's flow through that. Had Joyce flipped the screen, now you have Raven going towards the center of back on her left side towards the center of the court, right? Had Medina set a better screen for Tessa could have been open, right? This is why I have no problem with the play call. I actually think it was a great play call. Again, you have more options.
Absolutely.
Tessa could have been open. And that would have been a literally wide open 3 for Tessa. While she was shooting 1 for 6 in the second half, I would have taken my chances. Right. Raven could have, depending on how Chavez played it, she could have turned the corner on Chavez. Beers would have been forced to step up, or Beers would have sagged. And Raven has already hit that shot on Chavez. Or Beers would have stepped up, and Medina either would have popped out or still been rolling for a layup. But you see how the non-screens were part of the issue to me.
Yes,
either way you cut it, yes, Raven could have kept the dribble alive, and that's probably where Don was pissed at her. I understand why Don was pissed at her. I'm not going to do too much on Raven because of how she played the whole game, but that's a learning lesson for Raven. I actually think now Raven will be better for it because of this game.
Absolutely. It's the all right. I did this last time. I learned my lesson from I did last time. Next time it's like, yeah, we're not doing this again. And I think for Raven, that's also just another new thing in terms of all right, being in a position of like, this is like the last shot. This is all me. Do I really pass it to my teammate or do I really take it myself? And it's a tough one. I think she learned from this one though. And I think Joyce learned from this one too.
I hope Medina learned too. Everybody needs to learn. Set up screens better. And quite frankly, on the guard side, you guys need to set up the screens a little bit better.
Absolutely. Because I don't think Raven ran her man as close to that screen as possible.
Exact on both of them.
Yeah. Because like if anybody would have set a screen at some point, somebody would have been open.
Yeah.
Especially with the way in which Oklahoma was playing it. Oklahoma was playing this like, bro, we just gonna let Beers play in no man's land, and hey, they played it as though they said, hey, we're gonna keep the ball above the free throw line. That's the goal.
Yep.
Keep it above the free throw line. Because
Yep.
if it gets below the free throw line, we're screwed. That's how they played it. They said, hey, yeah, keep the ball above the free throw line. It will be all right.
I think I would have had my one thing. I don't even know if thing is the right word. How do you feel about Latson being in the corner? Like, should that have been Tessa? Gotti? I don't know.
I think it was efficient either way because the man in the corner, I couldn't even see either one of them in the play.
No,
So I think it was fine.
Tessa came from the corner.
Well, outside of Tessa, but in terms of Latson, I think with Latson being in the corner, I think it was fine because regardless, the guard that was defending her, I don't think they had room to make a play either way.
Okay. It kind of felt like they hugged up a little bit, or they were in the paint. They were in the lane. I think Raven still would have been able to make a play, but but again, back to the point of maybe why Raven didn't keep the dribble alive. Like you just had Latson standing there.
So had she kept the dribble alive, I can't go right because if I go right,
there was nowhere to operate.
Yeah,
right,
because they're just gonna flip and help. Right,
she had to flip. Like Joyce had to flip the screen. That was the
and
only
get to this. Yep. So Raven could get to the middle.
Yeah.
Had they kept the play in the middle of the court, they would have been fine.
I wonder if that screen also maybe should have inched up a little bit more, right?
Yes. But they probably should have set it higher because had they set it higher, then with how low Beers was, I think that would have just opened that middle up a lot more in between Beers and whoever and Raven once she came off the screen, and then I think it also probably would have made it clearer in terms of like the rolling lanes for Joyce to roll.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, that is like so far down on the list of things that happen. I was just curious, like to make that play a little bit more effective. Like, should it have been someone else there in the corner? Should it have been, I still don't think Tessa, because then you would have just had Tessa standing.
Exactly.
Unless you wanted Tessa to be a decoy, but I liked where Tessa was. Again, had the screen been set properly.
To give her an option as actually shoot on the play.
So let me ask you, because you talked about Latson, right? If you have Latson there, out there with Raven, out there with Raven, does that give us any more of an option by having the two ball handlers up there? Like Raven can get downhill, Lassie can create.
Up
there.
The way the play was designed, moving her out of the we had.
Yeah, go ahead.
You needed somebody to occupy. I guess you kind of. It's like almost like Klay Thompson. Well, Klay's a better shooter than Latson, but stick with me here. Loose analogy. It's almost like you have Klay Thompson out there because it still puts the fear of God in people that Klay can shoot, whether or not he's shooting well. I do feel like Latson does create gravity regardless of how she's playing. That's exactly. Kind of part of the
I think when I'm saying Latson out there, I like what you were saying, like Tessa in that corner, because that's that Klay in the corner. I don't need a dribble. I just need a point, half of a second to get this thing off in your face. And you're gonna have to stay. You're gonna have to stay on. You're gonna
have to respect the fact that I'm out here.
Yeah, you damn right. You gotta respect it. And you have to respect the fact that now that's Joyce there, and that's Natty Lighty Latson, and that's Hollywood Johnson. And what y'all gonna do? Correct. I don't know. Just asking.
But you were asking about her dribbling. Sorry, ask your question again.
When you put Tessa in the corner, does that give you a better option to have two better ball handling guards up top on that play? Is what I was saying.
Tessa or Latson? Sorry.
Latson.
Okay.
With Tessa in the corner.
Okay, so with Tessa in the corner, with Latson in the corner, you're saying, does that give you...
Latson, I don't know, maybe we're... I don't know.
Are you
so that
saying
can
if they
Latson in
switch the positions?
yeah, having Latson up,
Latson
like
coming
coming
off
where
the
Tessa,
screen from Medina
yeah,
and then
having Latson
Tessa
coming
in the
where Tessa
corner.
was coming. So now you got another ball handler who can get downhill and score on you. Versus
Wait, help me out. So who is where now?
if they
So
switch,
Raven still has the ball.
Yes, and then Tessa is where Latson is, and Latson is where Tessa was.
yes. Does that give us more?
No, because that Medina screen was supposed to free up Tessa. I'd rather have Tessa taking the 3. If Tessa was where Latson was, outside of the dribble kick, right? That
yeah,
I mean, like,
that's what I'm saying. Tessa is still available for a 3 with the time that you said was available, right?
Yeah.
So if you get it to Latson, she can dribble kick. Raven can dribble kick. I don't, whatever.
Yeah, I think the minimum.
Just asking.
No, that's a fair point. That's why I'm at. It's a fair point to talk about because I still feel like whoever was on Latson, who I forget, was still kind of hugged towards her, and had Tessa been there, I think it would have been marginally different. I think Latson was still getting the gravity of defensive, like closeness as Tessa would have, even though she didn't really shoot that well. That's what I'm saying. I actually think it was equivalent. Now, to your point, had Raven kept the ball and knew Tessa was there, would she have been more willing to keep the ball and penetrate and kick for a Tessa shot?
Now he's saying that were they in the zone?
No. What?
No. Saying it was in the zone.
No, they weren't in the zone. Only Beers was in drop. Everybody else was in man. They weren't in a zone. No, because had they been in a zone, none of the
triangle you can still defense.
No, they were.
And if they were running, and if they were running a triangle and 2, I'd say for what?
Winners alone. Leave text winners alone. I'm not doing that right now, MJ. What?
Yeah, I'm like
just throwing out box and 1.
That's a triangle and 2.
It's a box and 1.
Because do the triangle and 2 for what?
He's clearly overstimulated right now by having to highlight this shit up here. So we're gonna
we'll
talk about it in the mention in a little bit, sir.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was just Beers in a really deep drop.
So okay, here's the thing, ladies. I want to be honest. We're at 5 hours.
Yeah, we're done.
You have not talked. You haven't previewed Vandy.
Oh,
look, we went into everything I said today. Don't repeat the stuff I was mad about. The end.
Yeah.
Period.
Literally.
You play better defense consistently with intensity, we'll be better. You rebound, we'll be fine. That's it.
And Vandy will give you opportunities.
Gotta ask about Blake's. How do you want us to defend Blake?
Blake's can get hers, and if you do everything else, we'll be fine.
Yeah. When it comes to the defense on Blake's, it'll be a team effort. Because I also
team effort, or will it be, or just put Raven on
a team effort? Well, it's going to be a team effort because of the way in which they're going to use her. They're going to move her. And So they're going to use her in ball screens. They're going to use her off ball as well. So it's going to take a team effort communicating. Where is she at? Yeah. So they'll be using her in a bunch of different ways.
Let me make
so much. I got to ask this question really quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, let me add. Okay. Here's the way math works, right? Let's talk math, right? I think the most Michaela Blakes has ever scored is 40-something, right?
55. Absolutely.
Oh, she scored 55.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
4 games last year.
Let's stick with 55.
Now they were against like Florida and
that's
like
my point. That's my point. That is literally.
I don't want to short the kid.
No, but that's fair. Fine. Let's go with 55. Let's be accurate about it. Okay. We shot what for the game? We shot 37% from field goal. Okay. And we still scored maybe before. What did we score in regulation? 7 points. So 75. So if someone scores 50 and we can score 70 on a bad shooting night, I don't care. I'm not saying like give Michaela everything, but like if you can rebound the ball, no one else is putting the ball up. If you defend, no one else is doing it, right? Like
Right.
That's kind of my
Yes.
point. Michaela could
Got
get
you.
40, but if we do the things we're supposed to do and make it a tough 40, that means we're defending. That means we're boxing out. That means we're rotating the ball. That means we're making our free throws. Like, that's
So,
it.
I got you. My question is this, because what we've talked about Vandy all year is Blake's or bust. But we saw in the last game they gritted it out and got it done without Blake's. Do you think Shay learned a lesson and she'll come with more than a Blake's or bust kind of plan, or you expect her to do the
No.
same old?
No, same old, same old. They've done it all season.
Right.
Okay. So, man, I mean, like, you just saw something and you won't do that, huh? That's wild. But I get you. Coaches are like that.
It's typically like what happened with Jenny. What did it take for them to make this change? Going on a 3-game losing streak and getting beat down at home. It typically takes drastic things to where it's like, all right, yeah, like because they squeaked it out, they'll say, all right, we're good, we squeaked it out, we'll be all right.
And Michaela was in foul trouble. Like, there's a lot of explanations for why things, but remember, they also were up 15 or so on Michigan, and they could have just said, oh, we took our foot off the gas or this or that. Look, all I'm telling you,
FM, I see your question about what if Galvin puts up 30 as well. Y'all keep me honest in the chat. If Galvin puts up 30, then that means that Blake is not putting up 55. I don't think that we've ever had 2 players drop 30 on us, and we haven't had 3 players drop 20 at the same time. So we'll take. I mean, pick your poison. One of y'all can get off, but everybody's not getting off.
If we play defense, if we rebound the ball, that will not be a problem. The problem becomes, this is what I was trying to tell people before, by us not rebounding and securing rebounds, especially on the defensive end, what ends up happening is you end up scrambling, especially out to 3-point shooters or just prolific scorers, which Blake's is.
Okay, MJ, go ahead.
If you rebound and if you steal, they will not have second chance points. If you get your ass back on defense and talk and communicate, they will not have transition points. Period.
Yep, I think Raven gets the Blake's assignment.
I don't think she does until later.
Maybe it might be like a halftime switch. I don't know. Because I kind of want to say, because I think Latson on Galvin should be fine.
Well, Latson has to play defense and play it like she played the last 3 minutes of the game and not wait. Like it can't be. Yeah, it has to happen from jump. You have to disrupt the point of attack. That's the PG. Make it difficult.
Yeah, I think if they all come in with the way in which we know that they can play and they should play, they'll be all right. But also, I think like it'll be interesting matchup wise.
Yeah, I don't know, but who's their 3? I forget. Is that Passat? No, Passat.
Is it? Yeah.
Is she the 3 or the 4?
The 4.
I think she's the 4. And then you have Sasha Washington.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Medina cannot get in foul trouble, and Medina needs to be aggressive and come with energy. Joyce, whoever your matchup is, do not play around. You have to close out. We can't be like loafing off of shooters because Passat can shoot.
I'm interested in the Passat Joyce matchup, in part because we'll see Joyce on the perimeter a bit more.
And don't force shots.
And all I'm gonna say is please don't foul a 3-point shooter. Seen it a couple times in some other games. Please
here's part of the reason why I might have Raven on Galvin. I need someone to disrupt the point of attack.
Yes, you do need that. But I don't think I like Tessa on Blake.
That's fair.
And the other part is when they run a runner off ball, Raven's the better. She's better running through screens, and then on top of that, Blake's can create space, and that doesn't go well with Tessa. Tessa doesn't do well with the players that can create space.
That's true. Okay, I'll give
So
you
I
that.
would rather throw her on. The reason why I'd put Galvin, Tanaya on Galvin is just Tanaya has shown throughout the season that she can put pressure on the ball, get in the passing lanes, and all those type of things.
So then who's Tessa guarding?
Blake's is 5'8", y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, Blake's isn't tall. Like Raven can guard her, but it just more is the effort and
then for
energy.
everybody asking if the game is still scheduled to start on time, Vandy is in Columbia, so the game, unless something goes wrong,
and
the game should go off as scheduled.
But hold on, back to this point I wanted to make.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Shit, I lost my train of thought.
Their starting five is Washington, Galvin, Blake's, Watanatande, and Passat.
Oh, so yeah, who's playing who?
Washington would be
Washington has to be Medina. Medina's out there. I think we might see Miriam more this game.
Yes, this is definitely a Miriam.
Who we putting on Passat?
That's my question.
Let me look at the.
Like on Passat?
I might put Tessa on Passat.
Yes.
I don't think Passat has a lot of lateral quickness. Yes, she can shoot over Tessa, but at least like Tessa's out there. I need Joyce to rebound.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, where else is rebounding coming from? Because you have Sasha Washington that you have to contend with. I assume Medina's gonna be out there, but I need someone else to rebound. I need someone to bang in the paint. That's Joyce. Latson, I think Latson on Galvin makes sense.
What about Gotti?
Dang,
what about Gotti and Hurdling?
Yeah, Gotti could be good on Galvin.
Do you expect
coming off the bench? I think that is a great one.
You want Gotti off the bench, or you want Gotti to start?
I don't know how much Dawn is going to switch that starting lineup. I think.
According to her interview the other day, she said she's open to making changes. She didn't. That's all she said. She said she was open to making changes.
If she's open to making changes, I think the question is the Passat. Who Passat is freaking what? 6'4".
Okay, here's the problem. It should be Tessa, but Tessa gets really flighty with her defense. And that's the problem, because I could put Raven. Oh, that's the point I wanted to make. I could put Raven on Blake's, but I think you're expending a lot of energy for Raven to be coming off of screens and be asked to initiate the offense. So someone else has to step up. You know what I mean? Like,
look,
I agree. It has to be defense.
I like your idea of just Galvin got the ball, and I stop it at Galvin. I don't care how much running around you do.
Right. And for that case, maybe I put Gotti on the ball with Galvin. You're freshmen. You're both freshmen. Figure it out.
Yes, you could do that. I think starting Gotti in this one is kind of becoming more of a you got to start. You might want to start considering.
You might need to start Gotti.
Just so you can move Raven to. Wait, how big is Gotti? Gotti's not that
6 something.
6 some. Okay, what about Gotti? What about Gotti on Passat?
Or Gotti on Blake's?
Are you starting
one of those two?
Maybe not start Tech, but do you expect to see our big lineup?
No, I expect to see Alicia, stop fouling, baby boo. Alicia or Miriam, I think, in the big position a little bit more.
Okay.
And just because they're stretching.
So Winnetanda 6'2",
and I don't know who plays Winnetanda.
Posada 6'4", Washington is 6'2", Mitchell is 6'4", Galvin is 5'6", Blake's is 5'8".
I think you have to. So here's the thing. They are tall. They're much taller than the Michigan.
Yeah, that's the thing that's throwing me off. How big Passat is.
I'm gonna say some other names, and then y'all tell me if they play. Ava Black, Jada Brown.
Don't they only really go 7 deep? Even when
Madison
Blake
Green,
was in.
Yes, they really only go 7 deep.
Okay, so I pretty much named everybody that would play.
Brown and Mitchell.
Brown and Mitchell. Yeah, Brown and
Brown
Mitchell.
is 5'8". Well, I told y'all Mitchell 6'4". I had already counted her.
It's the height of Passat is the part that's throwing me.
Do you think we would see like an Aaliyah and an Adele or something like that?
I don't. Adele, you might see. I think you're gonna see Adele. We're at home. She brings energy. How much she plays in between the first and the second half, or a question mark. How effective the rest of the team is.
This is definitely a game that is built for
Miriam.
And Miriam and Alicia. This is a very much an Alicia type of game.
Yeah.
What about Isla?
Yes.
Yeah.
With her aggressiveness on defense.
Yes.
Yes. I expect Isla to get some minutes, and actually Isla on Passat would be great.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't really love Isla when it comes to navigating pick and rolls. I'm not gonna hold you.
Yes. Yeah, I don't either.
She gets caught on them
Passat.
I don't, I think I saw someone ask about, will it be easier for us to get rebounds? I encourage you to let that way of thinking go. It's less about easy and it's more about getting the damn rebounds. It's not easy. Go get them. Like our team needs to go get them. It doesn't matter if it's easy. We're not waiting for rebounds to land in our lap. That's part of the problem. You aggressively have to crash the
literally
boards.
And you can say Michigan out rebounded Vandy and they're smaller, but the way have that mindset if you want to.
Right. It's less about easy and it's more about going to get them. So if you box out, go get them. The inconsistency is on our end. It's not what the other team is doing to us. We don't do a good enough job of boxing out, and we don't do a good enough job of crashing the board. We just have to be aggressive. That's it. You have to to get the rebound. Get the ball. Actually, get the ball whether it comes off the rim or it doesn't. Go get it.
No, I got another question, y'all. I see that Gotti and Isla are listed both at 6'1". They're not the same height.
I think Isla's taller.
Yes, I think Isla's taller, but not by a lot, though.
Yeah, but they're similar.
I'm thinking about that big picture when they on the football field. Isla seemed like she's closer down there with Miriam in it, but okay, never mind.
No, I think Isla's like 6. If I assume 6'1" is correct, I assume Gotti is 6'1" and Isla's 6'2".
Yeah, there's only like an inch difference, and then Isla plays bigger.
Yeah, and her stature is bigger.
Yes, so. Yeah, but this will be interesting in terms of, because it's kind of like, is this a game where you say you're willing to go small,
or can we go big?
Yes. So do you want to go big? Do you want to go small?
Well, the problem is if Medina was giving me more, I would feel more comfortable going big. Medina's not really giving me what I want to see right now, so. But then we're also not shooting the ball. I don't know which route we go. But regardless, put people in there who want to compete. That's it. Put people in there who are going to give effort. Oh, that was my other thing. How many people did we see dive on the floor? I won't call anybody out. I can only recall a couple plays where someone dived on the floor.
I think Joyce dived at the beginning of in the first quarter.
Okay, and then after that. No. Okay,
definitely not from Joyce. No, after that, no.
Yes, and then Latson kind of dove for it. / they like collided into each other. I'm surprised they didn't call a foul because that's the way the game was going. But like there weren't a lot of like, this is mine, let me go get it, as compared to the Texas game.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the matchup. This is just gonna have to be a we want to get it game. Like there's just that's it. Figure it out. Go get it. Everybody, pull up your britches. Put your big girl panties on and figure it out.
This SEC title on the line. Vandy ain't lost yet.
Yeah.
Will they lose at some point? Probably, but you don't want to bank on that. So you need to be like, yeah, let's go get them their first L.
The thing is, like, right, it came down relatively down to the wire for Mississippi State. Auburn was able to hang in with Vandy. So it's not that Vandy is incapable of being beat. It's your ability to want to play your role
Yep.
and do the things. That's it. Like, that's what this is.
Do you expect to see ADR on the floor?
No.
Why did you ask?
I'm looking at their height, and if we go like 6'6", 6'5", 6'7", would they bring ADR up? That was a real question.
Oh, that was a real question. No.
Mm-mm.
I was serious.
I think they coach is going to take.
I thought I saw it in the chat earlier. That was a real question.
I don't think we're gonna see her. And if we do see her, I'm gonna say, why y'all just not playing her?
Mocha latte during warm ups. Stop it. All right.
I'm weak during warm ups. Yes.
Don't do that.
But yeah, Vandy's gonna give you opportunities. Vandy.
But if you're scrambling and not in defensive position, it's gonna be tough. That's why I'm so big on, like, do the things that are basketball 101. It's gonna make it easier.
How much does CLA factor into this game?
A good bit.
A lot.
So the weather is a factor. We gotta make sure we get 18,000 in that thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be.
Do you all think that Vandy's guards can survive sustained physicality?
Blake's, yes. The other ones, what physical team has they really played?
Would you consider LSU physical?
No,
at that point. No, not really. Not at that point. No,
they haven't really played. The closest to like real physical team they played was Mississippi State.
But I'm gonna be honest. Are we a physical team right now?
Oh, there you go. Definitely got all physical by Oklahoma.
I think the way we was yelling in practice the other day, we plan on being more.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we're a physical team or not. But I thought Oklahoma out physicaled us, which is
absolutely
a crazy sentence to say.
We need to put on the song. Let's get physical.
What do you know about that? Oh, God.
That's what they need to put on. They need to put it on.
Oh, Olivia Newton-Johns.
Because that's what they need to do. They need to get physical. And then especially with a guard like Blake's, you need to get physical. You need to get physical with Blake's.
So let me ask you this: How much does physicality separate the SEC title? Will the most physical team win the title? In the way it's right now.
The tougher team and the grittier team will win the title.
Yeah.
All right. Do y'all feel like the SEC tournament is more dangerous than ever?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, too. Interesting.
Because I will say, I didn't expect Vandy to be this good, but let's wait though.
Okay.
Because they got them an interesting little stretch. They come to South Carolina, then they go to Ole Miss, then they go back home and play Florida. Then they get the teeter-tottering Kentucky and the teeter-tottering Oklahoma.
Hey, like how long is Kentucky gonna teeter-totter before they falling off? You know, what's happening here? They teeter-totter forever. You gotta whisper something.
Let me look at what they got going on. Because y'all know they don't like physicality.
They don't. They're anti-physical.
Yeah.
And I see Mocha Latte saying you think sometimes our players worry about getting fouls. I can see that. But you gotta play through that, make the adjustments. Yeah, no, y'all. This might be the last that we heard of Kentucky. This might be the last week. Welcome to Death Row. Bro, they get a breath of fresh air and play Arkansas. Then they get Vandy. Then they get Texas. Then they get A&M, Ole Miss, Kentucky. I mean Vandy again because they put that's they home and home. Vandy. Woo. Yeah. Auburn, and they end the season off with us coming once again. With us coming to Lexington, right? Yep. Y'all, that might be all that she wrote.
That might be all she wrote, y'all. It don't look too nice for them.
I mean, it's the SEC. That's what Vic fails to realize. It's the SEC. Like,
Yeah, look, teams teetering and tottering. We finna see if they can figure something. If they can figure something out, get their lives together, find a new, I don't know, find a new lifeline or something.
Not lifeline. Wow.
Yes, Kentucky, they need a lifeline. Just like Oklahoma needed a lifeline, and sadly, we gave them one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's Kentucky that needs a lifeline.
Don't start another group chat, Kenny. Don't do that, Kenny. Don't start another.
Look, he don't need no other group chat. If anything, he need an all players group chat at this point. Cause his secret group chats just ain't cutting it. His private group chats ain't cutting it. What you got a private group chat for? And y'all looking like this.
Last question before I let y'all out of here. How can Latson tilt this game?
Defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because ironically, when she was getting freer the at the foul line, right? But really, it was when she was getting outlets and causing havoc on defense.
Yep.
You'll get more outlet passes by having good all-ball defense.
And you get to run more and play the pace that you want to play at. If you get stops and play defense, you get to run, which is something we didn't do a lot of in the Oklahoma game. Didn't get to play with a lot of much of a fast pace. If anything, it was Oklahoma playing with the fast pace, but not us.
What you mean? You want her to demand the ball on offense in the first half? What do you mean, Okalate? I think Latson is best served getting hers through the offense, through the Florida offense. I don't know.
Do I think that one of the first couple of plays will be to Latson? Yes.
Yeah, now we'll feature her. We'll want to get her going, but I don't want her just like demanding the ball.
Yeah, no, not her demanding it. Absolutely not. Because what are you demanding the ball for when you have Raven Johnson out there, your best friend? You don't need to demand the ball because Raven's going to get it to you, and she know Raven is going to get it. If anybody's going to get her the ball, she know Raven is going to be the one to get it to her.
I think her and Raven
jogging back on defense. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, agreed. Too much loafing. A lot of faux defense. That's what I referred to. I think a couple of the girlies need to try to get up shots tonight at CLA. That's what I think. More team meeting, more talking, more discussion, more film watching together.
Right. I would like to see more of that. More of that, guys. But it'll be an interesting game. Vandy's not gonna lie down. For them, actually, for Vandy, if you have them in a close game, they are going to enjoy it. That's their atmosphere as of late, as of this season. They do. If they're in the down the stretch ball game, they're gonna take it. So yeah, let's not, because at that point, if you're in those late close games, no.
Wait, this is Michaela's first trip to CLA, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we played them in Vandy last year.
Yeah. Okay.
We need to take more pride in missing defensive assignments than layups.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Because if I see another person miss a layup and then shake their head and then not get back, I'm going to scream. It's like, I get it. You missed the layup, but get your behind back, bro. And if I see another person look for a foul, we're gonna have a
What did I
problem.
say earlier? Stop complaining and stop sitting on the ground. Stop being on the ground. You're not effective on defense if you're on the ground.
Literally, get your butt up and let's go. That is where they need to be tomorrow. Less complaining, more working. Less complaining, more working, because like I said, a late game, close game thing is not where you want to be at with Vandy. Not that.
Vandy's
Shoot.
only played 5. They've only played 5 road games this year. Wow.
Well, let's see how they look. NCAA. Yeah, they just because players like Michaela Blake's, they thrive in those type of games. Those, all right, these really close games coming down to crunch time. Yeah, they love those. Stay away from that. Stay away from
and that's
it.
the thing. You know that she pushed the pressure on the refs to call the fouls. So be aware of that. But you also know that you can get her in foul trouble.
Absolutely. You did it last time.
Be aware of those things. Let's take advantage of that.
Yep. It's like, let's be on the offensive this game compared to us being on the defensive last game.
Oh, yeah. Initiate the action. Don't react. Let's go.
Yep. That's what they need to do. Do those things, you win. If not, this game becomes more interesting than we want it to be.
It only looks good right now, MJ. It'll be tough as they have to get on the road towards the end. So I don't think they did it to themselves on purpose. It's just the way the schedule fell this year.
What, for who?
SEC. Vandy, he said, how did they get away with having just 5 road games so far?
Let them. They look really good right now. Let them.
Yeah, they got to finish. But I think that was all I had. Commission Brittany, y'all had anything else?
Oh, one last thing that I'm tired of people. I'm tired of. I've saw a lot of this after last game, saying that Aaliyah needs to start. I need y'all to no, she's not there yet. She's not there yet. Saying she needs to start just based off of last game. If Aaliyah starts at this where Aaliyah is right now, if Aaliyah starts, Aaliyah will be fouled out of the game by the second quarter.
Correct.
And I understand where the fouls that she has. It's her being overly just too aggressive. And some of it might be in part because she knows that she knows the physicality that is being set in the SEC. And against some of these bigs, she knows she has to bring it in, that she knows she's a little light in the tail. So it's okay, I gotta get more physical. It's like, yes, you need to be more physical, but we need to figure out how to be physical without fouling. That's the key. Physical without fouling. But I like that she's not shying away from physicality. I will say that. I do like that. But yeah, the talks about, Aaliyah needs to start. I need people to do that. There's a process. Everyone has their process, and she's gonna go through her process. I saw a lot of that after this Oklahoma game, and I'm just like, all right, did we watch the same game? Homegirl had 4 fouls in 18 minutes, something like that. She's where she needs to be. Coming off the bench, bringing a different look to the post position in terms of the way in which she plays. Her ability to stretch the floor, great. Would I like to see her get more rebounds? Yeah, I would. But I did see in that Oklahoma game, she couldn't get the rebound. But what did she do? She tipped it to Raven to get it. But yeah, I like her welcoming the physicality and not shying away from it. So now let's figure out how to be aggressive and physical without fouling. So by look, MJ, they were saying that. I saw a bunch of people in comments on stuff saying, yeah, she needs to start. I think coming off the bench with the minutes that she gets, she's earning her minutes. Let her continue to earn them. She has some things to learn. We'll see what she looks like come March.
Absolutely. Commish, you got anything else?
If you are a Steelers fan, I feel sorry for you. The end.
That was gonna be my thing. So I was asking y'all on the way out the door. Mike McCarthy, Steelers head coach. How do y'all feel? We all play fantasy. So
I think they got
they made this choice. Wow.
Well, there's a couple NFL choices that I'm like, you really made that choice. Kevin Stefanski going to the Falcons. What? Did we miss something?
Well, you know who helped make that decision? Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
What was it? 28-6 against the Patriots? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. That decision don't make no sense to me. Who else made a very interesting decision that I didn't like? Freaking whatchamacallit finna go be the he was the quarterback for the Colts. Oh man.
They said he's interviewing for the Bills.
Yes, he's interviewing. Yeah, for the Bills. I said, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, it's a mess. And well, we'll see. But I have a feeling that the whole black head coach thing is not going to exist in any of these hires. If they are, it's a throwaway.
I'm glad you said that. I'm looking forward to watching the black head coaches in basketball roundtable that Unrivaled did with their coaches.
Oh yeah, it was good.
Good.
It could have been longer, but
it always be longer once these coaches get together. But I'm glad they're talking about it. I'm definitely going to be taking a look at that, and probably being political. We'll do some talking around that subject. While we were in the show, Coach Coleman, we stopped and said he needed to have an emergency CC show tonight. There's some things on his mind, so I can't wait to hear.
Ooh, emergency.
Yeah, he wants to talk about all of the losses over the last week. Here's some things he needs to get off his chest, so be on the lookout for that.
If he is here, I'll check it out, because if he has foundational basketball IQ as things, I am right there with it.
So this is just the beginning of discussions today. We got the Unrivaled recap coming up. We got hoops coming up tomorrow. But I gotta ask you all this. You all watch soccer?
Football is life.
Yes. Are you gonna talk about
Trinity Rodman? Absolutely. Your thoughts on that? Like, shout out to her. It's something, it's definitely something that I'm wanting to get into. Soccer, and Trinity was going to be one of the players that I was going to watch, and then she was leaving, and then she came back, and then I think she's at Washington with the biggest contract in women's soccer history. Am I right? Wrong? Keep me honest.
Yeah, you are correct.
Your thoughts?
That is correct.
They didn't want it to happen.
Yeah, but there's a lot of politics that. Yeah.
I said, man, get out of here.
So was it more about? And I'm yeah, I don't watch much soccer either, but I'm gonna get into it. But was it? And I'm glad that these ladies do, because my question around it is, and it's an important thing regardless. But was the politics around it more about who her dad is, what her color is, what the sport is, a combination of it all? What do you think?
Well, I think I've shared this before. Trinity and her dad don't have a relationship, and she has addressed that multiple times. Now, if
I know that part.
No. I'm just adding it because all the thumbnails are like, Dennis Rodman's daughter, and it's like,
Right.
she don't mess with that man. And
Mhm.
there's valid reason for it. Her family was homeless, and he did nothing to. I wouldn't mess with him either at the height of his fame. But so there's that, and they've tried to have a relationship. She's talked. There's some documentary. She basically talks about it. I think I mean, I do think she is like, it's not non-deserving. That's not your question, but I just want to make that clear. I think she is one of them. The interesting with soccer though is she's the highest paid and it's $1 million. So it's still a little behind what you would think. I was surprised that was the number.
Yeah.
Because soccer's more global, but we know women's stature in the global sphere. So, take that. What was the original question again? Was it worth it, or what was more the backstory behind it?
The politics around it. Was it because of who her dad is, because of the color of her
No,
skin, because of the sport?
I think
it was
sport.
them. Yeah, the sport in general. They don't want to pay them. They don't want to play.
They don't want to pay them.
That much money though.
There was all this politicking for $1 million. And with soccer, you have to remember soccer is a little unique from the transfer fees and stuff like that. And I don't really like saying buying players because that taps into ancestry that I'm just not interested in. Because how do you buy people? But I digress. Soccer's different because you can basically buy out people's contracts. So think of it like the fees that like coaches pay in college and stuff like that. Buyout clauses, that type of thing. They have that with soccer, but it's like amongst leagues, especially European, EPL, stuff like that. Like you can it's like transfer rights, buying rights more easily in soccer. Like soccer is more known for that.
Right, and the conversation was, okay, if you don't pay her, she's gonna go over to Europe.
Yeah. And therefore, if you pay her more in the US, it's the same thing that's happened. One, if you pay her more, then other people have to start paying her more.
Exactly.
And then in the US, and then her buyout clauses are more expensive to go to Europe, which trickles into European pay. So I think that's where all the politicking transpired. But also, like, let's never excuse race out of it. Race always plays a part, contrary to some people's feeling that, why do you always bring race in it? Okay, well, when you create systems that don't involve race, then let me know.
Literally, like a black girl being the highest paid female soccer player? No.
And she like plays with grills sometimes.
Absolutely.
Like there's a Rodman aspect to it, but I think it's just more her, but nature versus nurture type of thing. She is a different, I wouldn't say different, she's different than maybe some of the other girlies who are on the US women's soccer team, women's national team, excuse me. She does have like rebellious components to her, but it's more just like because she doesn't care. Like, I already don't mess with my dad, which y'all got to tell. You know what I mean? Like, that's very much her disposition. I don't think she's like a bad person or anything, but I do think that probably still plays into it because she's very rebellious. She's very like, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So, I wanted to say this. Anybody that was looking forward to watching Golden State, Minnesota, like I was, that game has been postponed until tomorrow because of a shooting in Minneapolis, it looks like. So,
I don't know what, you know what, let me stop.
We'll look for tomorrow. I am interested in your answer in the mention, though. I'm interested in that. And it was also some games. The NC State game got moved to today because of weather. So if you were going to be checking them out, they'll play today. Several games on. NC State and Virginia is playing right now. Oregon, Penn State, interested for me later today, ladies. Anything you checking out? Any games you checking out today? Texas Tech, Utah.
Well, I might peek in on that. The Mormons over there.
Rewatch of Georgia, UK, Duke at Pitt. Should be an easy.
Yeah, I don't think there's any games. I will find myself with some hot chocolate, a blanket. Now, whether I watch a game or watch a movie, we shall see.
I get it. But everybody stay warm, stay safe.
Yeah, stay safe for all,
Yeah,
everybody who's
yeah.
affected
Oh yeah,
by the
we
weather
got
and the
NFL coming
ice.
on. MJ, I need to see you in the mansion. I need to talk some shekels with you if you're around.
Oh, NFL's today? Oh, it is Saturday. Okay, I guess. Yeah.
Well, might go over there and watch them.
let me
Go
double check
Seahawks!
what's going on. No, both games are tomorrow. That's what I thought.
Oh,
I'll be
okay.
watching
Okay.
NFL and a lot of women's basketball tomorrow. I got you. Some later today too. Yeah, I don't know. Some other NBA stuff on. I'll be on rewatches. I got stuff I still didn't watch from yesterday. But I mean, as always, ladies, I appreciate you pulling up for the conversation. High life in spirit. Appreciate the support. We appreciate you guys pulling up and rocking with us. If you did not hit the like and the share on the way in. Hold on. Can we answer one more question, y'all?
Yeah.
Why
What's the
doesn't
question?
Dawn use that good 1-3-1 zone more instead of woman on woman? Man.
Woman on woman.
I
I
appreciate it,
appreciate
guys.
that.
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
try not to say man, but yes. Person on person. I think, look, at the end of the day, a lot of people loaf in zones. If you're not aggressive and doing your defensive assignment, it doesn't matter if I put you in a zone or a man, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's Don's disposition is like, I'm not going to allow you to take the easy way out because you don't want to play defense. Like, I'm not putting you in a zone. And also, a zone is only effective if you aggressively guard what you're supposed to guard.
And
And
then you're
zone
susceptible
requires
to rebound.
communication. And you still got to rebound. Like, you
Yeah.
still got to box out. Like, it's all the
Zone.
same things.
Yeah. Zones aren't good for teams that are struggling to rebound. They're not good. If you have rebounding problems, the zone is probably not what you're gonna want to do because you're guarding a space. So
are you
because you're
more
guarding a
often like?
space,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
because you're guarding a space. So when there's no one in your space, you need to go you have to find a body to box out. Most of the time they don't do that. There's plenty of times nobody's here. I don't need to go find a body to box out. So, let me just go try and chase this rebound, maybe, or let me just go leak out. But no.
So, what are you more likely to do at the next level? Zone or man?
Are you asking me or the people?
Zone or person on person?
Person on person, clearly.
Yes, I think
except for if you're Becky, they might throw a zone in and chuck
yes,
it up during
yes, I like the pros throwing in the mix of zone. I like it because
go ahead.
It'll throw off certain players, especially players that struggle to read defenses. It will throw them off.
And I see where I think that's T3 and D saying it still doesn't hurt to switch up defensive coverage a few plays in person and go from person to person. And I get that. And I think that's something that maybe the team could go.
Like,
but I think it's something that maybe
we
should do more once we're communicating more and have a little bit more experience playing with each other. Like, look, I think Don's thing is like, get one thing right first. Let's get this part right, and then we'll add. But we've done it some. We've even done some of the switching. I think, especially earlier in the season, it was like we weren't talking and doing that something right. So let's just perfect some things.
Let's also be honest about the situation. Like, if you back to why we just had way too long of a brunch. If you do not box out, if you do not guard your man, if you do not read and switch and communicate, if you do not get back on defense, like there is literally not a single defensive coverage you can put out there that's going to fix those things. You have to do it.
Agreed.
The cavalry isn't coming. You are the cavalry. Fix it.
And because really great teams are going to bust your zone. And be giving
that's
up
the one that
threes.
kills me. It's like the girlies forgot how to beat a zone. Pass, swing, pass, skip pass.
Literally.
Dunker spot, short corner, boom.
I'm sorry. The other thing that we didn't talk about with them was the inbound plays. What's going on?
Why is there confusion? Again, I said they're flat.
Why is Raven like calling the play and then nobody's moving?
Flat-footed, lack. That's what I'm saying. They need to get together. I don't know what It is. Only they can talk about what is happening, why people are confused. Do people not know the plays? Well, then drill the plays. If it's Raven just calling out what she wants to see, then she needs to be more clear with that earlier. Again, they need to talk about what it is, and they just need to suck it up and have the conversation. It's not always fun, but
yeah, and I have no doubt that they'll fix it.
yeah, you got to fix it. You got to talk about what is the issue so you guys can solve it. Like we were saying earlier, if we need to Amazon package, or if a week, I submit my order, you got my order, great. Just so you know, we haven't shipped it yet, great. In a week we'll ship it, okay, great. We're shipping it now, great. Now it's it's on the plane, great. Now it's at the truck, great. You should get it in 5 hours, great. We're 1 hour out, cool. Like, that's what you guys got to do. It's got to be painstakingly, because your communication is so off that it has to be painstakingly painful to communicate.
Yep. And then just a quick tad bit on the person that was like, why doesn't Dawn run like zone and stuff? Dawn has ran a couple zones. She's ran the 2-3 at one point. She's also ran a press. So she's a full court press. She's done it.
She's done it.
She doesn't do it for long because they don't do it right.
And it's not effective. I've told you guys this before. If I have half price sushi every day, is it half price sushi or is that just the price?
Literally.
You can do it, but you need to do it with excellence. And we're not doing that. So until we start executing, we just talked about the last 18 seconds. We need to start demonstrating executing with excellence. That's period, point blank. Full stop.
Yeah, if you can't do the simple things, what makes you think? Why should I trust you to be able to flipping from man, flipping back to zone? And yeah, no, that's the cool, fun stuff, the hard stuff that requires you to communicate. You're struggling to communicate now. Can't do that.
Hey, I never thought that I would be quoting Becky, but I'm not doing any of that extra stuff that you want to do in defense until you get this right. It's as simple as that. That's Becky Hammond. Becky was like, no, I'm not doing any of that junk stuff or fun stuff y'all want to do until you get the basic defense right. That's it. That's all. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's
Becky. Like the other part about like
Becky also had a nice quote that I wanted to add to, but go ahead, Brittany.
And things like junk defenses, like you don't want to have to do those things a bunch of times, because then you're putting it on film. You're putting it on tape so people can figure out, it's not a surprise anymore once you put it on tape. So you don't want to do those things often. You want them to actually be a surprise. They're throwing out a zone. Oh, shoot. I didn't expect it.
Yeah, let me fake a field goal and let me do that every time I line up for a field goal.
Exactly.
No. Come on, y'all. Half price sushi. If it's half price every day, it's not half price. It's the price. Don't do it.
Yeah, unless you got a tush push play, gotta switch it up, baby.
And even that.
Fake it every once in a while.
Right. The thing I was gonna say, my other Becky quote is, I'm not teaching effort. That is where look, we can't be doing this effort shit no more. I don't know your NIL money, and I don't really be counting people's money like this, but y'all getting paid to be here. You need to figure it out. And I'm not saying you don't get grace or anything. That's not the takeaway. I'm just saying come on. Effort is a non-negotiable. Missing shots, fine. I hate it, but fine. I could do missed layups over effort any day.
Yep.
And that's why you heard me say rebounding and defense before anything else.
All right, you can't coach effort. If you ain't got no effort, why are you on my floor?
Or just waiting for someone else to do it. No one else is going to do it. You have to do it. Save yourself.
Because no one's coming to save you.
Yeah. This has been a great conversation. We appreciate y'all rocking with us. I got to go figure out how in the hell NC State ended up in overtime with Virginia and see how that thing turned out. Ladies, appreciate y'all time today. Until next time, y'all know what it is. Y'all hit the like and the share. They both right there. Hype this thing when it's done and pull back up the next time we drop. Stay tuned. Talk soon, y'all. That's the commish. Brittany, High Life, Cess Talk Sports.